Well, good day to you and a very warm welcome to this 30th edition of the ORLEN Prague International Marathon. My name is Tim Hutchings. I'll be with you for the next 3 hours now as we cover this fabulous race through one of Europe's most beautiful cities. We are, of course, at the capital of the Czech Republic. 31 years since the first race back in 1995, but they lost a race due to the pandemic back in 2020. The Vltava River looking decidedly dark and grey on this Sunday morning, although it is a good temperature for running and not a great deal of wind at the moment across the city of Prague, so conditions for the elite athletes and the thousands running, just over 10,000 entries sold out weeks and weeks ago this race. The thousands running, conditions pretty good. There you go, 16 kilometers per hour the wind, but they're sheltered a lot of the time. 47% humidity, 15 degrees centigrade is just about perfect for these runners. We're in the old town square, the Starometska Namesti. It is, without any doubt, one of the most beautiful central town squares in the entire world, actually. I was going to say in Europe, but thinking about it, you don't get many better than this. Prague is a city, wasn't really that badly damaged during World War II. It's sort of, understand that they said come on through to the invaders, and therefore it didn't get flattened like much of Europe. You can see the athletes there queuing up behind the start line in the centre of the square. There is a new title partner, ORLEN Unipetrol, a Polish oil company, which of course gives the race a great financial sturdiness. It's a World Athletics Elite label road race, so all these runners know they're going to be running in a race that's been recognised for its organisational expertise. The elite athletes, well, they're here in good numbers. This is a very fast course. The course record for men is 2:05, just outside 2:05 by Kenneth Alexander Mutiso back in 2023. And the women's course record, well, that's 2:19.46 by Lona Chemtai-Salpeta of Israel back in 2019. There will be special trophies for the winners from Ageto, who make the trophies for the Tour de France. The trophies here made in special lean shape to look like runners, roughly. Well, back in 1995, when the first edition of this race was held, there were just 983 runners. Today they're here in their many thousands, and many thousands turned away as well, simply because the capacity of the race route can't take any more. Founder of RunCzech and the race director Carlo Capalbo met with Emil Zatopek many years ago and discussed a possible course. And Zatopek, the great Olympic champion and running legend, scribbled a course idea on a napkin. And Carlo was saying he's still got the napkin. There's the course. They start in the city centre, zigzag all over the place. There are quite a few twists and turns here, but they're gentle, sympathetic turns. Coming up towards halfway as they head northwards, just 13 kilometres. They will negotiate that top section a couple of times between 4 and 12 kilometres, and then between 33 and 41 kilometres towards the end of the race. But these athletes will be less worried about the twists and turns as they will be by the temperature, which is user-friendly, and by the wind. Now, the athletes being introduced to the crowd here. Teresa Rokova of the Czech Republic. She is amongst the favourites in that women's race. Rokova, the 2:26 performer, the 29-year-old, 10 times the Czech champion. Jiří Homolac is the best of the homegrown athletes. Homolac, who has been around for a while now, 35. He's 3 times the Czech champion. There is Taruku Novales. Novales, wearing number 5, bib number 5, 27-year-old Spaniard. It was a 2:05 performer. That was in Valencia a couple of years back. Bertukan Welde amongst the favourites in the women's race. Only 20 years old, this Ethiopian, but she's a 2:21 performer, and that was in January when she was 5th in Dubai. That was her debut. She's on a steep learning curve, but what a start that was to her marathon career. Great track runner too. Here is Jiří Homolac, Jiří Homolac. Perhaps his best day is behind him now. He's a 2:14 performer, the man from Brno. There is the defending champion, the reigning champion. I guess he'll be defending champion once the gun goes. Lemi Berhanu of Ethiopia, lovely fella. Speaks a little bit of English, ever smiling. He's a 2:04 performer. He is the fastest in the race. Indeed, he's gone under 2:06 4 times as Bahanu. Very, very consistent. As indeed is the leading light in the women's race, Gladys Chizire, 32 years old, the Kenyan, best of 2:20. Looking to join the sub-220 club perhaps today, and that means she'd threaten the course record if she can do it of Salpeter from 2019. Remember, that's 2:19.46. Great half marathon runner, Chazir, and now accruing experience in the marathon. So the elite athletes then jog towards the start line, backwards towards the start line, because they will run towards the camera from that shot. There is the Charles Bridge in all its glory. They crossed that at about 2.5 kilometres. Let's have a look at some of the elite athletes. The Ethiopians are here in real force. There's a massive experience in those top Ethiopian names. Bahanu, Shiforo, Shumi, Dumesha, and Tariku Navales. Well, he will put up a stout representation for Europe, the Spaniard. Plenty of experience he's got. Mark Correa, he's a 2:05 performer as well. Felix Kipkoech, 2:07. Massive men now who have broken 2:10. Yaroi Zaka of Japan, whereas number 10, he too is a 2:07 performer. That was a couple of years ago in Oita, 35 years old now. Promises to be super competitive, this one. At the press conference on Friday we were talking, and it was pretty much agreed. It's very hard to pick out a favourite in the men's race. And in the women's race, well, as I said, Gladys Chazir is the quickest, but by a few seconds from Evelyn Chirchir, the 27-year-old Kenyan, her compatriot. Last year ran 2:20.33, just 3 seconds slower than Chazir, so it could be a really tough battle between those two. She, as well as Chazir, is a very consistent racer at the half marathon. Look out too for Haile Michael. She's a 2:22 performer. That was in Ljubljana a couple of days ago. It's her birthday in a few days' time. Haile Michael, can she give herself an early birthday present? Kabede there, F8. She's a 2:27 performer. That was in Riyadh back on the 8th of February. So, just a couple of minutes ago until the athletes get underway here at this 30th ORLEN Prague International Marathon. And although the sun might not be shining, and it has been for the last 2 or 3 days, funnily enough, it's been glorious weather here. On Thursday when I arrived and through Friday it was 25, 27 degrees. Really lovely weather, but not lovely weather for marathon runners. This is good marathon weather. It might not look great on camera. The organisers and the crowds, the thousands of spectators here in one of Europe's glorious cities would of course prefer a bit of sunshine, but the runners would not. For them, this is manna from heaven. Greyness from heaven, if you like, because they want it to be grey and cool. So this is a race that has really earned its status as one of the great European marathons. The course, well, it's fast and flat, but Prague, like Rome, is a city on 7 hills. So to avoid those hills, the most of the race hugs the valley of the Vltava River, and therefore it goes up and down, north to south many times. Well, we are about to get underway. The starters, the mayor of Prague, Boslav Svoboda. He's been mayor since February 23. He's also a gynecologist, funnily enough, studying at the local university, at Charles University. His second term as mayor. He was previously mayor from 2010 to 2013. And the other starter there, Jan Dologel, head of marketing for ORLEN in Czechia, of course. Various celebrities at the start line. It has been a great year for race organisers. Super fast times in London just last Sunday, a week ago, the fastest times in the world this year for men and women from Sawe and Asafa, 2:02 and 2:15 respectively. That time from Asafa was a women's only world record. Tokyo back in March produced super fast times. A couple of weeks ago in Boston, fabulous racing and the glorious sunshine in front of huge crowds. I'm not quite sure what Taraku is doing down there on his hands and knees. Maybe he's been told he's got a minute or two to go, but engines revving here in Prague for what promises to be a fabulous day of racing over 42.2 kilometres. On the right there in the yellow, the top American is Andrew Colley. Watch him, huge potential in the marathon distance. And they're underway in Prague. exactly on time, 9 a.m. local time, 8 a.m. if you're watching in the UK, and you can work it out wherever you're sitting and watching, but it does promise to be a fabulous morning's racing. The Old Town Square in Prague attracts literally millions and millions of spectators every year. They're running down what is known as Paris Street there towards the river, and they will cross the river over 7 different bridges, but they cross the river 10 times. A couple of the bridges they cross twice, and at 2.5k they cross the world famous Charles Bridge, regarded by many as the most beautiful bridge in the world, the Charles Bridge. Get a shot of that very shortly. Built in 1357, if you like your history, and it is just one of dozens of incredible sites in this city, which boasts so much wonderful Gothic and Baroque architecture. 99.9% of it, the original structures. The Powder Tower they will pass as well during the race, and they come back through this square actually at 12.5 kilometres. I told you that the course zigzags around a bit. Well, all these thousands of runners enjoying their day out in Prague, a Sunday morning out in Prague, will come back through here in a little while. For the elite athletes, it'll be in about, not much more over than about 40 minutes from now, and for the masses, well, it could be in an hour or two. And it'll be a little while before these athletes queuing up patiently behind the start line get their race underway. It's a user-friendly city as Prague. It's quite a small city, very, very easy to walk around, and every corner you turn around and you're presented with incredible sights, glorious architecture. And I'll tell you there, to the right, there's always one. Quite sure why. Open category runners are allowed to mix it on the start line with elite athletes, but that's up to him. The elite know what they're doing. They're moving at the pace they want to move at, and no quicker. So, we are underway. A couple of minutes on the clock. I'll bring you the splits as and when I can from the elite athletes, but they are planning to move pretty quickly here. They're hoping to go round at about 2:05 pace in the men's race. The elite, not sure about Darth Vader. I suspect he'll be running at a slightly more sedate tempo. But yes, the elite men looking for a 2:05 up at the front, right up at the front end. And the women's race, well, the front end they're looking for about 2:19.30 pace, which is 3:18 per kilometre. Now we get the racing underway in earnest. The pacemakers, Bethwell Kemboy Ruto, was M1, and to the right there, the more stockily built athlete, that's Evans Kit-Correa. They are due to take these men around at about 2:57, 2:58 per kilometre. And that would bring them home in around 2:05 flat. Well, if you like your stats, I can give you a massive stats. There's almost 1,200 volunteers making this race work. A massive thank you to them. Should be shouted out, of course. 40,000 bottles of water and 300 portaloos if you're that way inclined. 7.5 kilometres of barriers needed to make sure the athletes stay on the course. And as mentioned, they head towards the river, cross the bridge. There's the Old Town Square tower. We've got a camera up there. No helicopter today. We've got drone cameras, but shots from of the square from high up there. Isn't that a picture? A classic picture of bobbing heads, but humanity living life to the best. And still they move along nicely at the front end. Almost 5 minutes on the clock. So we are looking, as I said, in this men's race for a tempo of about 2:58 per kilometre. They want to be at 2 kilometres in about 6 minutes. You can see your clock top left of screen quite clearly. Quite a lot of the course is cobbled. Now that's not necessarily a good thing, especially if it's very wet. There was a bit of rain overnight, as you can see, some puddles out on the streets. We never saw any of it. It's been glorious weather through Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But if it rains later in the race, and there is a suggestion that we might get a bit more rain this morning, then the cobbles can become a bit of a problem if they become a little bit slippery. But they are moving well here. I guess the biggest question is about the wind. We don't want them when they're running along the river valley on the more exposed sections, right alongside the Vltava, to be running into the wind. Waiting for that 2 kilometre marker to come up. If it does, there it is, 2 kilometres. I got it about 6:03. That's okay. Nice steady tempo in these early stages. So unofficially, I will emphasise, I'm going to say 6:03 at 2 kilometres. And they will gradually home in now, I'm sure, on those splits that are needed, just below 3 minutes per kilometre. As you can see, this is one of the cobbled sections. Not really a compromise there, because it's the road is quite dry. One of the gates of the old town. There is the Charles Bridge. To the right of the picture, it's got statues of Catholic saints all along it. It is quite magnificent. And up onto the Charles Bridge they go. It's the only time they cross it. Andrew Colley up there in the yellow vest with the long hair. He stands out a bit, doesn't he, the American 34-year-old? Had a long chat with him yesterday. Well, it's the oldest preserved bridge over the Vltava River. Is the Charles Bridge. Started in 1357 under King Charles IV and finished in the early 15th century. So it took him a few years to get it right, and there have been a few adjustments to it over the years. But that lead pack already, huge separation from this pack of what, about 14 athletes from the rest of the field. The pacemaker's doing a good job, just tucked in behind them there is Felix Kipkoech. He's a 2:07 performer. His last race was his personal best. It was in Amsterdam last October, 2:07.39. It was actually his only race last year. They're running up sort of northwards at the moment as they get to the north bank into the lesser town, as they call it, somewhat disparagingly, away from the old town, the main part of the city, which they will return to. And actually the finish line is also where they started. The castle complex of Prague, to the top left of picture there. It's the biggest castle complex in the world by miles. It's huge. It's almost like a town in its own right. Beautiful gardens there as well. And there are some of the other runners now running towards the other tower. On the Staro Mesto side. Well, this is where all the excitement and adulation and backpatting and everything begins to fade, and you just focus on your own race. Some 9 minutes or so on the clock now since the elite got underway. Of course, plenty of these athletes will have taken a little while to get over the line, and they've got a long, long journey ahead of them. But this is user-friendly weather. Cannot overemphasize that. What a sight that is from the Charles Bridge. And it is a fascinating experience spending a day or two in Prague. Can you believe that you get boat trips along the river, and there's one particular little beach area where there are loads of beaver. Beavers, yep, I know, on the Charles River. They don't need to build any dams. There's plenty of little backwaters they can settle in. There it is, right in picture. You see that little beach? You can get boat trips along there, and there are beavers, about a dozen of them, who are fed by the tourists. Goodness knows what they're fed. I bet they're well fed. So, Felix Kipkoech is right up there. So too is Mark Correa. Saw him as well. Just tucked in at the back there, Lemmy Berhanu, towards the back of this group. Very experienced Berhanu. This is his 26th marathon. He will take his time here. But listen to this. Out of the 25 he's run before today, he's won 11 of them. Incredible record of consistency. And when he started his marathon career, he won his first 4 marathons, unbelievably. So rider picture, the leading women. And it is the big names, as expected, at the front end. Gladys Chezir, black strip. And Evelyn Chirchir in white, in a white vest. And their pacemaker is Benadad Mutua Mulwa. As I said, they're due to be taken out at 2:19:30 tempo. There is optimism that both course records can go today. It's been a year of very fast records. The shoe technology continues to improve by small increments every year, and partly because of the shoe technology and the way that it enables athletes to train harder, recover better from training and from racing. So times are gradually coming down. As I said in London last week, Sebastian Sawe set a world best of 2:02:27, and what was a warm morning. And Tigista Seifer set a women's world record for a women's only race of 2:15:50. And it's gone on from one race to another through this spring period. Very fast races. The Berlin half marathon a couple of weeks back. Paris marathon had super fast races a couple of weeks back. Boston was a glorious day of racing. The winning times in Boston were super fast. 2:17 by Sharon Lacady there, and 2:04 by John Kipkoskite. Whichever way you turn now, whichever city you go to, it seems super fast times are the norm. Records being smashed. It's great to see. Great racing as well, of course, is the primary quality that you want to see. So the athletes have crossed over the Charles Bridge and then come back over the river towards the Rudolphine and back towards the old city. This, though, is the main pack, masses pouring over the Charles Bridge. Usually there are stalls and stands there selling little oil paintings or watercolour paintings and gifts and memorabilia. Lovely atmosphere. That's all been cleared today, of course, for this marathon, as these 10,000 plus marathon runners make their way over the Charles Bridge. To the left of picture, well, there's the elite athletes with what now? Almost 13 minutes on the clock. Bring you splits when I can, but 2K 6:03, so they were spot on. You might have seen the pacemaker there, just checking. In fact, I think it was Felix Hikovic just checking his watch. They will aim to nail just under 3 minutes per kilometre, so you can last the longest. And that's a yellow vest to right of picture, in the left-hand picture, but to the right of it is Andrew Colley. Fascinating athlete. His coach is here, Ryan Warrenberg. Who will survive this very quick tempo up at the front end? We're not expecting a 2:02 or a 2:03 performance here, but 2:05, 2:06 is eminently achievable. They do look like they're into a good rhythm here. Those two pacemakers, I think, so far in this men's race, Ruto and Kip Correa are doing a great job. They're now 15 minutes on the, just over 14 minutes on the clock. They're almost at 5K. And so they're heading northwards. And heading out on the northern section for the first time. It's a section of the race that they negotiate twice, heading up, and in fact come past their own hotel at 10K, and at about 39K they come past the hotel. There's the back end of the starters, look. So they're all gradually getting across the line from the Old Town Square. Still smiling, of course. Wonder if they will be in 3 or 4 hours' time. Running is booming. Over 1 billion runners on the planet. People are scratching their heads. People who have been in the industry for many, many years, scratching their heads, trying to figure out exactly why running, some 3 or 4 years after the pandemic, is booming, why it's expanding, particularly in the age groups between 20 and 30, funnily enough. It seems that the sort of clarity and the cleanliness and the freshness of running, the simplicity of it, appeals to that age group between 20 and 30 who in years gone by, and actually for decades, even back to when I was in that age group, which is a long time ago, people were a little bit more focused on fun, going out and drinking stuff stronger than they should, and too much of it, and celebrating life in a very, can we call it a base way, whereas now life is celebrated by many, many millions around the world, whatever their age, by celebrating their health. And running, I guess, is the simplest of abilities, isn't it? It's you don't need any training or any coaching. We're all born able to do it. It's the cheapest, most accessible sport. Don't need any equipment or any facility, any venue. You just do it. So here we go, moving really nicely now. 16 minutes on the clock. They're at 5.5 kilometres in this men's race. No chance to give you a 5k split. My apologies for that, but I'm sure they're pretty much on schedules. They are moving well. Lemmy Berhanu to the right of picture, that tall figure, the 30-year-old defending champion, fastest in the race with 2:04.33, although that was back in Dubai 2016. Don't be fooled by the fact that it was 9 years ago. He is fabulously consistent. As I said, he's won 11 of his 25 marathons before today. Said to me, even though it doesn't show on any reference sites, that he started off in track and he ran 1:48 for 800 and 3:46 for 1500, which is about a 4:03 mile. But he said there was so much competition in the track. It was so hard to be good in Ethiopia. It just seemed easier to do the roads. But he's made a bit of money, as Lemmy Berhanu. He said, I asked him what he's doing with his money. I had a chat a couple of days ago for about 20 minutes. He said, I'm building a shopping mall, as you do. These fellas, they take home tens of thousands of dollars over the years, millions of dollars, if they're successful, as Lemmy Berhanu has been. And he's invested it wisely. He's got a project manager. He's building a shopping mall. His coach, Gemedu Dudefu, is one of the most successful coaches, probably actually at the moment, the most successful marathon coach in the world. He coaches Tigista Sefa, who won London last Sunday in a women's only world record. He coaches Tamirat Tola, who won the men's Olympic marathon in Paris last summer. He's a family man, is Berhanu. There he is to the right of picture, married with a couple of kids. And as I say, lovely fella. His default setting is to smile. Mark Correa, very much to the fore as well. Won the Paris Marathon back in 2015. That's where he set his personal best. His 16th marathon this. He's one of those in this lead pack who's very, very experienced. He won the Malaga Marathon back in 2007. He won Frankfurt back in 2016, did Mark Correa. So he knows his way around. To the right of picture, well, you can see those two leading ladies, Gladys Chezier and Eveline Chirchir. Gladys Chezier is 32. She's just tucked in behind the pacemaker there, wearing W1. That's Benedad Mutua Mulwa. She's in that green and black strip with the white arm sleeves. And Yuri Homolach is there with him, 35-year-old. I think that's probably sensible on his part because he's never run faster than 2:18 in Prague. This is his 10th running in the Prague Marathon, the Czech. One of the leading Czech runners, but he'll probably be happy with around 2:18, 2:20 today. And you can see quite a few good club athletes just tucked in behind these ladies, knowing they're aiming to run around 2:20. So you've got your own sort of built-in pacemakers. But there are other athletes there just trying to see who the other two females are behind. I think Gadisa Berhanu-Shumi is one of them. Vit Pavlista is there as well for the Czechs. The male athlete in the orange vest, Vit Pavlista, 40 years old now, but he's a 2:15 man. Did that in Valencia 5 years ago. 5 times the Czech champion. So nice little They go through 6K there in what, about almost exactly 20 minutes in that women's race. 6K in 20 minutes. And I can tell you what that represents against the clock. If they are to maintain that sort of tempo, 6K in 20 minutes is exactly 2:20.30 pace. So that's nice pacemaking so far in that women's field. It seems to have been set up really well. The pacemaker, Mulwa, Benadad Mutua Mulwa, has done a great job. Let's hope he keeps doing that. More sedate tempo being laid down by the masses as they cross the glorious Charles Bridge. For many of them, it's about touring the city, seeing the sights and getting around. And they're, of course, one of the charity groups running in the race. There is a new charity partner in the race this year. No hurry at all for them as they head around this circuit. The main charity partner is Svetlushka. It's a charity associated with eyesight impairment. A charity that raises funds for the blind, of course. And this group, well, obviously being introduced to the crowd, that is not the Svetlushka crowd, but aren't they enjoying themselves? Quite fabulous. The kids getting pushed around. And it's a trend that has gradually percolated out from the leading charity events in the world, one-day charity event in the world, the London Marathon. It's gradually percolated out from London to the rest of the planet, frankly. Mainland Europe, many marathons struggled to really nail the charity opportunity and raise funds for charities, but it now happens at this race. In fact, it has raised huge amounts of money over the years, this race. 911 million Czech crowns. That's around 31 million pounds in the last 30 years, so averaged about £1 million a year, or $41 million US raised for charity by this race over these last 30 years and 31 years. Of course, there was no marathon back in 2020 because of the pandemic. This men's lead pack moving really well though now, moving nicely, aren't they? Berhanu is up there, Collie just tucked in at the back. In the white vest is Andualem. That's Shifaro in the white. He's a 33-year-old with a best of 2:04. Shifaro, right in the middle of that pack in the white vest. He's broken 2:07 6 times. This is his 28th marathon, and he too is a great racer. He's had 9 wins, including 6 in a row between 2018 and 2021. In fact, he had a run of 9 marathons where he won 8 of them between November 18 and October 2022. Super consistent. Felix Kipkoech has been right up there. They go through 8K. There we go, 23:47 we'll call that. 8K 23:47. Let me go to my trusty chart and tell you what that represents for the full distance. 8K 23:47. Basically, they're on about 2:05.30 pace. Wow, they are spot on here for a really, really quick time. Close to that event record. Course record, remember, 2:05.09 by Alexander Mutiso of Kenya. That was 2 years ago, but he was flying that day. He won by 1 minute 17 seconds. It was an incredible performance from the Kenyan. Of course, the world record in the men's marathon, well, it is the Kenyan record. It belongs to Kelvin Kiptum, the late Kelvin Kiptum, back in Chicago in October 2 years ago, October 23. Kelvin Kiptum ran 2:00:35. He was still then a relatively new name on the world marathon scene. Everybody expected him to go on to break the 2-hour barrier in a legitimate marathon race. And incredibly sadly, he was killed a few weeks after that world record in Chicago in a car crash back in Kenya. It was a real tragedy for the world in the sport of road racing. We will never know what Kelvin Kiptum could have done. But there are plenty of suitors, plenty of those chasing that world record, and it will come one of these days, and the 2-hour barrier will go down one of these days. Well, the leading women's pack there, left a picture. There are 4 athletes there. Certainly Chezir and Chirchir, the 2 Kenyans, are right up there. Chirchir in the white, Chezir in the black and green with those white arm sleeves, and there are a couple of Ethiopians behind them. I think it's Bertukan World Day, and I think the other might be Emebe Mamo. I'll try and identify them for you when we get a better shot. The masses pouring over the Charles Bridge. One or two of them huffing and puffing already. Some of them wearing long sleeve tops because it is 15 degrees centigrade. It's not a warm morning, but it's not cold either. It is pretty much ideal conditions for marathon running. And that may be a good thing. There's a grey sky there, as you can see, but who cares if the times come out fast at the front end and all the masses, many of whom are going to be out there for 4 or 5 hours or more if they get round safely. So 26:50 on the clock. The elites, men, will be at around 9K. Look at that shot, isn't that wonderful? Crossing the Charles Bridge in the foreground, and in the background there under the arch, crossing another of the bridges. And as I said, they crossed the river, the Vlatava, 10 times during this race. Now, the men at 9.2K, they're a couple of minutes from 10K. And moving really well. There's a nice rhythm to this. The 2 pacemakers matching each other stride for stride. Mark Correa there, the tall figure tucked in behind them. Hasn't run a fast time since Berlin 2022, so 2.5 years ago. The bald figure, tall figure of Mark Correa. He's 40 years old now. His personal best came when he won Paris back in 2015, 2:05 he ran there. Been a great racer in his time. Will he last with his pace today up at the front end? It would be quite remarkable if he did, although of course you look at Eliud Kipchoge and Kennedy Sobekle, both of them have been knocking out really quick times these last couple of years, and they're both north of 40. Colley there, Andrew Colley, comes from Blowing Rock in North Carolina. Said he's been focusing more upon gym work and strength training, because he's had a lot of injuries. He had a couple of operations on both knees back in 2017. He said he's been working on taking in more calories, doing more strength work. He's got a strength coach more recently, and he prepared for this one with an 8th place in the Houston Half Marathon back in January, where he ran his personal best of 60:47. He's got a massive talent. He's just had a lot of injuries over the years, Colley there in yellow. He's run 46:25 for 10 miles. He's got fabulous speed endurance. But his best marathon's only 2:11:22. That was in Chicago a couple of years ago. And there was a lot of belief on the US running scene that Colley is a man with a great marathon in him. And it needs to come out. Will it be today? Lives at about 1,000 meters altitude, which he and his coach Ryan Warrenberg say works out really well. Trains on a 10-day cycle. Likes to get his main session done in the mornings and then just ease out in the evenings. And actually, his coach was saying yesterday, Ryan was saying that he was ahead of schedule 4 or 5 weeks ago. They had to, he was going so well, they had to ease back. And the way they did that was by giving him a few days rest, just telling him not to run for a few days, just pulling back on the throttle, so to speak. But one of the reasons that Colley came here is because Galen Rupp won here back in 2016, I think it was, and he felt that was a good enough indicator that this was a good course. Rupp was, that was 2018, excuse me, when Rupp won here. But he ran a quick time. Rupp ran here at 2:06.07 back in 2018, and that was proof enough that this was a quick course. It's a big pack, isn't it? What, about 15 strong? Something like that. And they're moving really well. And this, there we go, 10K, 29.42 by Kipkoech. Kipkore, Ruto, Mera, Kibet, all that, nothing in it really, as they've gone through that point and got their drinks. Now 29.42 for 10K. You want to know, don't you, what that means they'll get to the finishing if they maintain this sort of tempo. Well, it's 2:05.11 pace. That's nice. They've actually cranked it up a little bit in the last few minutes. So they are almost exactly on course record tempo, 10K into this 30th ORLEN Prague International Marathon. It's going really well. And Felix Kipkoech tucked in right behind the pacemakers. He's almost touching them. It's almost like he's slipstreaming them. I wonder if that's his thinking. There's a sight for sore eyes. The sun beginning to break through. Or is it my eyes? No, I think it is. That is a distinct brightening. I don't think the temperature's going to climb too quickly. I hope not. We don't want, so what we don't want in the next couple of hours is for the temperature to head north of 20 degrees. I was talking to Nick Patel this morning, one of the VIP guests who's here for this race, the CEO of the London Marathon organisation, and we walked actually from the hotel here to the start line in the Old Town Square, about a 15-minute walk. And he was saying that last weekend in London it got up to about 22 degrees, and at 8 AM it was about 12 degrees and really misty. And then in 1 hour the mist burnt off and it went up to 20 degrees inside an hour. And 22 degrees for the masses in London was warm. Don't forget, spring races, the masses have not had a chance to train in warm weather and sort of so to acclimatise to the warm weather, and it can be a bit of a shock to the system running in really warm summery weather when you're coming out of a winter. But this is May now. It's been a glorious month in much of the UK. We've hardly had any rain for several weeks now, and I think this part of Central Europe's had a pretty lovely spring too. And this is a glorious spring Sunday morning. 11K on the clock for the elite, for these masses just coming off the Charles Bridge, which they hit at 2.5K. They've run about 3 kilometres. They've got a long way to go just yet. But look at this shot. Just magnificent. There is a Prague Castle complex in the background. 70,000 square metres the Prague Castle complex covers. Built in the 9th century originally. It's long served as the seat of the powers of the kings of Bohemia and the Holy Roman Emperors and the presidents of Czechoslovakia, as was the elite women. 33.06 at 10K. And moving nicely. Not sure what all the shouting is. I think it might be from one of the motorbikes. Cheer, cheer, Kiptogelai, that is Chezier, Haile Michael, Sura and Kabede. So, those are the Ethiopians that are up there as well. Gladys Chezier, Kiptogelai. She's got Gladys on her bib. Great athlete at the half marathon, Chezier. She's run many times in the 67, 68 minute range for the half marathon. She's been world class for 11 years, has Chezier. She was third in the Delhi half marathon just outside 68 minutes, back in 2015. Back to this men's field, though. Andrew Colley looking okay there. That long flowing hair and the yellow vest in the background. One or two athletes have peeled off the back of this group, though. There's this pacemaking pair. They look like twins almost, don't they? Although to the right of picture, Evans Kipkorea is more solidly built. Checks his watch there. And they are doing a fabulous job running in unison. And the pack tucked in behind them now. I wonder if there's a little bit of wind here, but if you look at the trees around them, there's not a great deal of movement. I don't think there's much wind. Look at that tree to the right. Hardly a leaf moving. So I think, touch wood, the wind conditions out there might be pretty good this morning. Nice crowds here at 12k. And they take a left-hand turn. Here they are running along. There's 12k. They've just gone through 12k. What, in about 35.50. They'll take a left very shortly and head back down towards the Old Town Square, back down Paris Street. Here we go, here's that left-hand turn, big crowds here. As they head, an ambulance on the course there. I hope there's nothing too serious going on. That is not ideal with 10,000 athletes plus due to come through. The pack, the lead pack for the elite moved through okay. And ORLEN Belai Schifferer there in the white vest. 33 years old now. He is magnificently consistent. But he's one of those athletes who runs the commercial circuit, runs fast marathons again and again, but he's never run for Ethiopia. He's never had the privilege of pulling on an Ethiopian vest and representing his country. There we are on Paris Avenue, heading back towards the Old Town Square. Right in the distance there under the trees, you can see in the Old Town Square the start-finish area, and they'll come through that very shortly. And then head out in a southerly direction. They go through the Old Town Square at about 12.5 kilometers. This is a nice pack, and they are moving nicely. And ORLEN in that white vest stands out, doesn't he? And ORLEN Belai Schifferer, to give him his full name. 6th in Berlin back in 2023. That was his last fast marathon. Finished 2 minutes behind Eliud Kipchoge's win. It's a tiny figure. About 5'7". He's Schifferer. There we go, through the Old Town Square. This is where they started 38 minutes ago. Crowds here giving them all the encouragement they can. So they're not even at 1/3 distance yet. But this is a great shot, isn't it? The cobbles don't really look to be a problem here. But that's a lovely shot. Gives you a great idea of the speed they're moving at. They are flying. Under 3 minutes per kilometre. That 12k split, by the way, 35.50. Give you an update on where that puts them against the clock in terms of a finishing time. 35.50 puts them on about 2:05.50 tempo. They might have slowed a little bit in the 11th and 12th kilometres. But actually, these two pacemakers, Ruto and Kipkorea, are doing a wonderful job. There's 13k and 38.53. Now that would suggest that last kilometre has been about 3:03. They don't need to hold that tempo, they need to up it a little bit. If they're really going to get down there towards the course record of 2:05.09 by Mutiso 2 years ago, they need to keep the work rate up. It's very, very tough. You're redlining the whole time when you're running down in the 2:04s, 2:05s. Nobody is relaxed and feeling easy at that tempo. You've got to be keeping the pressure up. There they go, under the old powder tower. Self-explanatory name, really, isn't it? The Opera House. Glorious parts of the city, this one. As they come out of the old town, one of the old town wall towers, one of the gates in effect, take a right-hand turn now, and they're heading southwest now along a street called Narodny Avenue. They're at about 13.5 kilometers. Hirohito. Hirohito Sugai is a 2:16 performer for Japan. Ran that in Osaka earlier on this year. There he is in the purple. But it's a tough one, isn't it, when you're isolated to some degree and you're trying to run a quick time. Easier when you're in a pack like this. This the lead women's pack, of course. There is Evelyn Chirchir. It's nice and relaxed. City Yehu. Levertain, Haile Michael in that lead pack. Haile Michael, she's a 2:22 performer. Was third here back in 2022 in 2:25, so she knows this course. Third in the half marathon here a month ago, actually. I was over here a month back for that Prague half marathon. She ran 68:41 a month ago. Personal best to project her towards this marathon. Didn't have a good year last year. Just the Istanbul marathon she ran, and she didn't finish that. 109 moving through. I don't have a name for this athlete, even though we're focusing upon him. Some of the better club standard, national standard athletes from Czechia having their own little battle. Tough all day for them. If this sun keeps pouring down on them and the temperature climbs, it could be a tough one. These athletes obviously quite a few minutes behind the super elite on Paris Avenue, but going well. Still about 15 in this lead pack. Just negotiating the tram lines and the cobbles there, each of these athletes. And there is a nice rhythm to this pack. They're locked together. Tetsuya Hiroizaka is up there as well in that lead pack. As we see this gentleman, 109. Apologies, I do not have his name. Not quite sure why I was focusing upon him so much. There, to the left of picture with the pink headband and the yellow vest is Hiroizaka of Japan, 35 years old. He's a 2:07 performer. This is his 9th marathon start. His debut was when he was 7th in Melbourne back in 2018 in a very modest 2:24, but he really has learned his trade. He then failed to finish in Tokyo in 2019 and 2020, so it was a bit of a tough journey through to being a world-class performer for Tetsuya Hiroizaka. But his personal best 2:07.55 makes him competitive, and he's at the moment he's running on schedule for a big personal best. 11th in Tokyo a couple of years back in 2:10. He's got plenty of experience in the big races. He's finished 6th in New York in 2022. Now, the leading Czech athlete in the women's race today is Krokova, 29 years old. Now that's tough for her because she's pretty isolated there. Wearing F11, she's a 2:26 performer. That was in Seville last year. She is a great runner. 9th in the European Championships marathon 3 weeks ago in Leuven in 2:33 on a very tough course. I was there for that weekend of racing. 9th just 3 weeks ago in Leuven in 2:32.15. She said she had blood tests earlier on in the week and they suggested she was recovered, but I do wonder myself whether or not a simple blood test is enough to show that your head has recovered enough from a very hard marathon race. Never mind about the physical effects as well. Ran 6 half marathons last year. She was 23rd in the European Championships in Rome in 71 minutes. Was 7th in the Prague half marathon last year in 74 minutes. Her marathon racing is a better standard than her half marathon racing. But she knows her body well, does Hokova. This is her 10th marathon. She ran in the Olympics in 2021. Came 26th in the Olympics last year in Paris in the marathon on a really tough course. She ran 2:30 exactly, no seconds, 2 hours 30 minutes she ran on that very, very tough course in Paris at the Games last year. So she is a tough old racer, as Teresa Hokova. So 15k in the men's race, 44.53 for that lead pack, 44.53 in the men's race at 15k. And let me tell you what that means. Have they maintained this super quick tempo under 2:06 tempo? 15k 44.53 puts them exactly on about 2:06.10 tempo. They have slowed a little bit in the last 15-20 minutes. Good to see Collie still there, but they are only at just over a third of this. There's the what they call the dancing house, left of picture behind the athletes. You see that weird shaped white building. That's called the dancing house, one of the sort of modern architectural features of the city. It's a theatre. In fact, they cross the bridge again now. They're at what, just over 16k, 15k rather. And they cross the bridge here and then have a very short journey on the west bank before crossing it once again at 16k. Well, there's one of the celebrities, former Wimbledon doubles champion, who's running, looking in like she's enjoying herself, sort of enjoying herself. Said at the press conference, don't know why I'm running this, don't know why I've entered. A big pack of runners around one of the celebrity runners there. Back to the men's lead pack. They go through the lesser town on the west bank of the Vltava. These two pacemakers have got to keep the pressure up. They've got to make sure that they maintain the required tempo and tease the others into following them. They mustn't let it slow. Good to see Lemmy Berhanu still right up there, looking nice and relaxed. Hasn't really shown his colours yet. Has just been tucked in the pack throughout. Here they come. They've taken a left turn and they cross over the river, going from west to east. The bridge there to right of picture, top right of picture, is the one they crossed just literally a couple of minutes ago. They certainly get plenty of views of the river. I've lost count of which crossing of the river this is of the 10, but 16k is roughly in the middle of the bridge. And then they take a right-hand turn when they get over this bridge and head south down towards the first of the two southern sort of peninsulas of the course. There's that right-hand turn over the Vltava. Loads of glorious restaurants and bars along the banks of the river. It is a super tourist-friendly city. And numbers building already at this early stage of the summer season. Andrew Colley in the yellow right of picture, still looking pretty comfortable. Won the Manchester Road Race in Connecticut back in November in 21 minutes. Big sprint he finished that one with. And that's a hugely respected race in the North American road racing circuit. He knows he's got good speed still. I was talking to him yesterday. He said, well, look, I'm 34, but I've had so many injuries over the years. I've got young legs. I've got legs probably. And his coach agreed with this, Ryan Warrenberg, that he's probably got the legs of about a 26-year-old. And therefore, he should be in his prime. Do not adjust your set. Just another of the glorious churches in the city. Well, Prague, of course, has been a city fought over many times over the years. Remnants of the old fortifications dotted around the city, the old city gates here and there. But just one glorious cathedral-like church, usually in Baroque or Gothic style. Now they take a left here and head away from the river. Very soon, in about 100 metres, they'll pass the 17-kilometre point, and then they're heading to Nusla, an area of the city called Nusla. It's the easternmost point down to the south of the course. And I'm waiting for that 17k point to be passed. Should be any second to the left there, as we see the leading women's pack on the right. There's this lead women's pack. Still four of them there. Still Iri Homolac up with them. The pacemaker, Ruto, doing a great job. And they've gone through 15k in 49.44. The leading women. 49.44. And that equates to 2:19.57. They are on sub 2:20 pace in the women's race. And that is great. And we've got a good contest building as well. Meli is up there. Vivian Chepkamai-Meli. Chepkogai, Pascalia Chepkogai, the 35-year-old, the best of 2:22. That was from Eindhoven a couple of years back. Meli setting her best. Well, this is her debut, actually. So what a debut it's turning out for Vivian Chepkamai-Meli, the 22-year-old. Fabulous half marathon form. She's best of 67.5 minutes for the half marathon. Won Riyadh back in February, a half marathon in Saudi in 71 minutes. Last year, 4 half marathons, including fourth place here in Prague. All of them were a long way under 70 minutes. So Victoria Meli trying to move to the marathon distance here after a very successful marathon, half marathon career so far. And this is the women at around 15.5k in the lesser town. A few minutes behind the elite men, of course, but actually going really well and operating at sub 2:20 tempo for women with 53 minutes on the clock. They go again, back over the Balakaho bridge at 16k. 16k is about the middle of the bridge there, where they are now. That's 53.5 minutes on the clock, as you can see, top left of your screen. The sky is clearing, isn't it? Look at that, all that blue sky above the Czech capital. It was so grey and, I don't want to say dismal, it was grey and still at 9 o'clock when they started nearly an hour ago, and that was ideal for racing. Conditions still ideal for marathon racing, but is the sun going to pick up over this next hour? Because these women have still got, remember, the fat end of an hour and a half of running to come. And conditions can change quite dramatically in that time. We hope it doesn't build up to being a warmer morning for the masses as well. If you've joined us in the last few minutes, my name's Tim Hutchings. You're watching the 30th ORLEN Prague International Marathon, the capital of Czechia, what was the Czech Republic, looking glorious in its spring colours. A little bit of overnight rain, left some damp on the cobbles and the road surface, but that's drying off in the main. And conditions just about perfect for this 42-kilometre race there. Now, Evelyn Chirchir left a picture in the white vest. Towards the back of the pack a little bit here. I wonder if she's struggling or she's feeling okay. Certainly Gladys Chezier with the white arm sleeves there, right a picture. She checks her watch. 16.5 kilometres done for them, 55 minutes. Just getting this first half of the marathon out of the way. 55 minutes on the clock. The men probably about 6 or 7 minutes away from the halfway point. Something like that. We hope to catch them as they go through halfway. And the crowds, of course, in many big city marathons build through the second half of the race as the crowds, as the public wake up and come out. It's no secret that Prague is a big party city. It's where a lot of groups for stag celebrations and hen parties come to enjoy a weekend away. And to some degree, the city's been trying to shake off that reputation. But actually, it's, of course, a massive money generator. But it does mean that an awful lot of people, after a big Saturday night out, wake up and stagger out of their doors at 10 o'clock in the morning. And it's 5 to 10 now. Rub their eyes and go, what the heck's going on? There's people running very fast past my front door, past my hotel. Well, that's why, because this is one of the great European marathons. Has built up in size over the years to being a quite incredible event. Don't forget, in that very first race back in 1995, just 983 runners taking part. Back to this elite men's pack though. 56.5 minutes on the clock. Looks to have settled down a little bit, doesn't it? I'm worrying that maybe the pace has slowed a bit because that's a tight-knit pack. It's not being strung out. Nobody's stretching them at the front. I just hope these pacemakers double down and push on now. Bethwell, Kipkemboy, Ruto and Evans, Kip Correa. I've got to try and maintain that tempo just below 3 minutes per kilometre. But we don't want this tempo to slip. Although the sun is out, maybe the temperature climbing marginally. 19 kilometres done. There it is, 19k, 57.07, I got it. Well, let's take a look. Just see if these fellas are holding the tempo. They were hoping to hold 57.07. Yeah, they're on 2:06.30 pace now. It has slipped just a little bit and it continues to slip for this last 20 minutes or so. It's just slipped by a few seconds each kilometre. Somebody needs to be screaming at these pacemakers, come on, push it along, because that is a big pack and they're approaching halfway and it's looking just a little bit too comfortable. And I say that obviously tongue-in-cheek because I know they're flying and running super fast, but the pack should be stretched out. It shouldn't be this densely packed. About 10 or 12 racers behind these two pacemakers. It's an indication that they're not being stretched at the moment. And if you're going to get a course record, and that course record from 2 years ago by Mutiso, by the Kenyan Alexander Mutiso, 2:05.09, is super quick on a course with this many twists and turns, this much cobble. You've got to maintain that red line pressure. They are doing a great job, these two pacemakers, but I'd just like to see them double down now as they approach halfway and keep the pressure up. And if that means one or two athletes peel off the back of this group, so be it. That, in fact, would be an indication that the tempo is hard. At the moment, while we've got a fabulous contest building, I shouldn't go on and on about the target time and super quick running. Why? Because we've got a super contest building and we've got 10 or 12 men there approaching halfway, all looking pretty comfortable for my money. Getting close to 20k. They're coming back down towards the river. And they take a left here. They follow that lead car with the timing clock on it. Pass under the railway bridge. Having completed that one circuit of Nusla, the Peninsula region, and then they head left. They've taken the left now, and they're heading south now, down alongside the river. They'll run down here for about 2 kilometers, and then take a sharp U-turn and come back up this same stretch of road before going left over the river at 24.5k. Oh, just a little example there of what you can enjoy on the Vltava. Boat trips galore are available. Some of them you can power yourselves. You can sit there and pedal like on a bicycle, and it actually powers the boat across the water. It's a very, what's the word, benign river. There's not a strong flow on the Vltava, this section of it, so never have to battle any current of any significance. That lead men's pack about to head under one of the rock sections that comes down to the water. This is at about 20.5 kilometers. Yeah, 20.2, 20.3. As they've gone through 16 kilometers, through 20 kilometers now. See if we can get that 20k split. I haven't seen it come up on the screen. My apologies if I've missed it. Still looking strong and tucked in there with that headband and the gloves. To the left of the picture you can see in that sort of strange sort of pink, almost peachy colour. Towards the back of the pack is the Japanese 35-year-old Yorizaka. Just being dragged along at the moment with this very, very healthy tempo. Moving at about 2:06.30 pace at the moment. I count 13 runners behind these two pacemakers, so a pack of 15 through 20k in the men's race. The pacemakers were chatting to each other just then, but I wonder if anybody is giving them feedback, because the race organisers make no secret of the fact they would love to see course records here. That is the ambition, to push on. It's, in a way, it's the currency of the great marathons around Europe and the rest of the world, is what are the course records, what are the times you can boast to the rest of the world. And that is why, quite justifiably, the RunCzech team want to see course records here. But here at this stage, where they're just slipping a little way behind course record schedule, and they're actually now well over a minute outside it, they've got to really work hard this third quarter of the race. They're not far from halfway in the men's race, but the opportunity to get a course record is gradually slipping out of their grasp. And here we come. They're coming towards 20k. They're at about 21k now. Quite a bit of slowing there as they grab their drinks from the tables, this lead pack, but it looks like most of them got their drinks. Certainly Andrew Colley in the yellow looks like he got his. He was saying yesterday he has always struggled with absorbing liquids during his races. When he's running, he has to watch the volume of liquid he takes on board very carefully, so he tends to do gels more than liquid. And has to get that balance right. Plenty of the elite athletes. And one of the pacemakers drops out there. Yeah, Kip Correa is out at 21k. They've just gone through 21k, so they're only about 50 metres. There's the halfway point, I think. 63.32, something like that. That's unofficial. Don't take my word for it completely. I'm sure we'll get the information coming up on the screen. But it looks like in the men's race, they've gone through halfway in 63.32. And Evans Kip Correa has dropped out. And Bethwell Kemboy Ruto now carries all the responsibility to push this race on. 63.25, in fact. I was a little pessimistic. I thought it was slower than that. 63.25, the official halfway split. Tekle Mariam is up there. Haile, Bai, Koech, Kip Koech, I should say. And this is where they really do need to push on hard. Ruto here, the pacemaker. The responsibility is his now to keep digging in and pushing on. Felix Kipkoech is there. Berahanu, Lemi Berahanu, the defending champion, is right up there as well. this women's lead pack. I can still see Gladys Chazir. Gladys there on her number in the green and black top. Right beside her, Evelina Chirchir rather. Sinta Yehu is there too. Sinta Yehu, Haile Michael. She's a 22 performer. After a tough year last year, she looks to be having a good run here today. And also Netsnet Gudeta Kebede. Bertukan Wildesura is there too for Ethiopia. Only 20 years old, but she's already on 2:21 this year. She was 5th in Dubai back in January. That was her debut. She's only running her second ever full marathon. And at the moment, on schedule to run something significantly quicker than she ran in Dubai. Will she manage it today? I don't know. They take that left-hand turn as they've gone through 19k. They'll be going past 20k very shortly. This women's lead pack. Vit Pavlista is up there as well in the orange vest. The Czech 40-year-old, he's having a good run. Best of 2:15 from 5 years ago. Running his 12th marathon. Yuri Homolach up there as well. So there's a little bit of a domestic dust-up for the leading Czech men alongside that women's lead pack. Well, I said that the amount of blue sky is increasing over the city of Prague. There's still plenty of dark grey cloud around, isn't there? Let's hope there is no rain in the sky to come. How about a little row on the river this Sunday morning, just after 10 o'clock local time here. Beautiful morning. Hardly any wind across the city that I'm aware of. Of course, it's easy for me to say that here sitting in my commentary box by the finish line near the Old Town Square. Out on the road, so often you hear a different story from the runners, and again over the years I've commentated in races where I say, oh, it looks glorious out there. Oh, look at those conditions, it looks perfect, there's hardly any wind. And then afterwards you speak to the athletes and they go, what are you talking about? It was windy as heck out there. So you just can't tell. You really can't whether or not they're running through a slight breeze here and there or not. But this lead women's pack, the men are at 22.5k. This lead women's pack are not far now from the halfway point. They're coming towards 20k. In fact, just checking, they should have just gone through 20k. Yes, they have in this women's race. It would be nice to see that split, but we haven't been given anything as yet. There's 23k on the return journey when they go back up the other side of this road. And in fact, the men will pass the women any second. So the women to the right of picture heading south, the men to the left of picture heading north, and I think they'll pass each other pretty soon. Watch this shot. Maybe to the left of picture we'll see the women going in the opposite direction. Debesai is up there in the green and black. That's Debesai. Desale Tekle Mariam of Eritrea. He's a 36-year-old with best of 2:09. He's running on a massive personal best tempo here. There's that clock going in the opposite direction. Looking to the left of picture, you'll see the women go past, heading southwards. There's that lead women's pack heading a few kilometres behind the men. The women are passing, they're about to go through halfway. They're at around 21 kilometres. The men, meanwhile, are about 23 kilometres there or thereabouts, yes. And this is thinning out. And there's been, I don't know if there's been an acceleration, but the pacemaker has dropped out, or has he? No, he's still there. But look at this. Literally in the last 3 or 4 minutes, there's been a massive separation in this lead men's pack. And I wonder if that's because Ruto has accelerated. Maybe they saw that halfway split in the men's race, 63.25. Realised they were not much out inside 2:07 to pace. And they've accelerated these last 5 minutes or so, because this pack, literally 8 or 9 minutes ago, was about 15 strong, and now it's been ripped apart. They've gone through 23k, in about 69.25, something like that. That's my guesstimate. But Collie has dropped away from this pack. So has the Japanese Yoroizaka. Maybe they can work together to push on and still nail a good time here today in the 2:08, 2:09 range. But this lead pack now, through halfway and going into this third quarter, I think there's been an acceleration, and maybe it's Ruto here. Perhaps somebody has had a yell at him and told him, you've got to pick this up, you're behind schedule. And it does make it interesting, because this will test that lead men's pack, what's left of it, about 5 strong now. All of a sudden it's gone from 13 races behind a pair of pacemakers to about 4 or 5. They're heading back up through 23, approaching 24k, heading northwards on the east bank of the Vltava here. And ORLEN is there in the white vest. ORLEN Belai Shifaro. Berhanu, the defending champion, now coming to the fore. Lemmy Berhanu. Debesa is also there. Debesai Teklemariam of Eritrea. His personal best, 2:09.19. Well, he's on schedule to beat that by some 2.5 minutes or so at the moment. That was in Shanghai when he was 7th back in 2023. And then back in January this year, well, he had a pretty awful run in Xiamen. He was 33rd in Xiamen, China in 2:22. So he's got things back on track today, Teklemariam, so far, although I have to say, they're at about 24k. They've got a long, long way to go yet, these athletes. And this is nice. The elite field there, heading northwards, centre of picture, passing the masses. Lots and lots of runners going past them in the opposite direction. And those crowds are cheering them on. The runners in the mass race cheering on the men that are passing them, heading northwards. They are many kilometres, of course, ahead of those Czech runners heading south, who are at about 16.5 kilometres, while these men are at about 24k. So they're 8 kilometres ahead, about 5 miles ahead of the mass runners to the left of picture. So ORLEN Belai Shifaro, who is the second fastest man in the race there in the white vest, best of 2:04.44. That was in Berlin a couple of years ago and he finished in 6th place. Massive experience. His 28th marathon, this includes 9 wins. His last 3 marathons, though, have all been 2:11. He hasn't really hit a fast one for a couple of years. Whereas Lemmy Berhanu, the defending champion, has been in supreme form. He won all 3 of his marathons last year in Mumbai, here in Prague, and in Beijing. He's a great racer, and that's the one of the special things about Lemmy Berhanu, the defending champion. He's not only capable of churning out really quick times, but he's a fabulous racer, great competitor, hates to lose. Crossing the Vltava once again now over Palaheko Most, the Palaheko Bridge. They're at about 24.5 kilometres now. They'll take a left after they cross this bridge. And we're down to 5 races behind the pacemaker Ruto, who's doing a superb job. He bounced along in front. Felix Kipkoech tucked in behind him, shadowing him there, slipstreaming him. And then Berhanu, and then on the far side in the white vest is Shifaro. And then Debesai Desale Teklemariam is there too. And they're coming towards 25k when they take this left. And in a couple of 100 metres they'll pass the 25k point. Slight downhill section here. And you can see the pacemaker Ruto gesturing to the pack there, saying, come on, come with me, boys. But it's single file in the men's race, and they are running hard as they approach 25k. Well, in this women's race, The half marathon reached at 69.58, so that's nice. Sub 220 tempo. Cheer, Kipta Gelai, that is Chezir, Haile Michael, and Sura and Chet Kogay. That's a nice little group in this women's race at halfway. Yeah, 69.58. Cheer. Evelyn Cheer, the second fastest in the race by the tiniest of margins. She's been super consistent at the half marathon over the years, but she does boast a marathon best of 2:20.33 from Valencia last year. It's only her 5th marathon, mind you, Evelyn Cheer. Vivian Jepkamai-Meli looking strong, tucked in behind this pacemaker, Mulwa. I don't know if there's any conversation between the Kenyan pacemakers and the Kenyan athletes, but just looking, trying to see where Gladys Chezir is. And I can't see Gladys Chezir as she dropped out. 22, almost 23 kilometers in the women's race, and it looks to me like Gladys Chezir is gone. Well, that's a great shame. My eyes aren't deceiving me, are they? She's not there. She's been there and looked fine for this first half of the race, but for some reason, the quickest athlete in the race, albeit by a smallest margin, 32-year-old Gladys Chezir, is not there. Or is she? Yes, there she is. Oh, excuse me, that wasn't the lead pack. Deceived by that camera work. My fault. There's Chezir. Panic over. Gladys Chezir, Kipta Gelai is right up there at the front end of the women's race, along with Evelyn Cheer. Normal service is resumed. To the left of picture, what a good job being done by Ruto, the pacemaker, wearing M1 on his vest. And it's beginning to thin out, isn't it? And it looks to me like Shifaro in the white vest is in trouble. And Dualem Belai Shifaro, the 33-year-old, is struggling here. They've gone through 25k in 1:15.18. And who is up there at the moment? There's the names in the top 10. Some athletes beginning to peel away. Colley, 16 seconds back now. You can see him in the background there, top right of your picture. He is struggling, Colley. Halfway, reaching 63.25, and that seems to have found out a few athletes, because I think there's been a slight acceleration. 63.25 at halfway, but it's obviously just under 2:07 tempo. 25k in 1:15.18. We'll just check what that means against the clock. Yeah, it's still about 2:06.40 pace. It is tough, it is quick. I keep talking about the pursuit of the course record of 2:05.09 by Mutiso 2 years back. I think that's gone now. I don't think we should worry about that. I think what we're seeing is a fabulous race unfolding here in this 30th edition of the ORLEN Prague International Marathon. What a shot that is. Humanity at its best. Grabbing life by the horns and wrestling with it. And enjoying it too. Not too many smiles in shot, mind you. Not too many of them smiling and laughing their heads off. But they're getting the job done, bless them. And it's great to see. Well, these athletes passing through the Old Town Square, where they started, what, an hour and a half ago. Nearly an hour and a half ago. They're at 12.5k. They've got a long, long way to go. A nice, steady, sedate journey. Some of them looking very, very cool indeed. And, well, as they say, ladies don't sweat, they glow. This gentleman looks like he's just got slightly lost out in the Australian outback. But he is nearly smiling. He's enjoying himself. Perhaps that cap will come in, that hat will come in very useful over this next couple of hours, with the sun breaking out and shadows appearing, and maybe the temperature climbing. Getting himself on camera. I talked earlier about what a race this is. If I tell you that 56% of the runners today, and remember there's just over 10,000 of them, are foreign. Last year it was about 50-50 Czech runners against foreign runners. This year only 44% from Czechia, 56% are foreign, and they're from all over the world. Fabulous numbers from the UK and France and Poland and Italy and Germany and Slovakia. This elite label, World Athletics elite label race, is organised to the very highest standards, and that reputation is what has attracted many of these athletes, as well as, of course, the city being such an incredible city. The temperature in Prague now, well, it says on my machine that it's still only about 13 degrees. It's going to climb to, what, about 17 later on this afternoon, but actually it's still a wonderfully user-friendly morning on the streets of the Czech capital. 1 hour 21 on the clock, and nobody's really sweating up big time, are they? Nobody looks particularly uncomfortable as this crowd go through 13 kilometres. They've just negotiated the Old Town Square for the second time, where they started an hour and 20 minutes ago, and they're now heading out on the real meat of the middle of the course. Prague Castle dominates the city's horizon. It is vast. I mean, you look up at that complex when you're here in the town, and there are thousands of windows. I mean, what goes on in all those rooms? If it's not a hotel, what goes on? What can possibly be in those hundreds and hundreds of rooms in Prague Castle? Just one of those questions we'll probably never get the answer to. Lead women's pack then at 24.5 kilometres. They're crossing the Palaheko Bridge, heading in a western direction towards the lesser part of Prague. They call it Lesser Prague. They'll take a left after the bridge. Here they'll take a left. Here we go. Any second now, and it's still Chezir and Evelyn Chirchir locked together. Still 4 women in this lead pack, but I think one of them's just beginning to peel off the back. There's that left-hand turn. Now, who is struggling? There's 3 women here in the red. I think is Kebede. Looks like they've lost their pacemaker, actually. Vid Pavlista in the orange is going well, the 40-year-old Czech. Jiri Homelac, Jirka Homelac as he's known, in the white vest is doing okay. But where's their pacemaker? Now that's surprising, because the lead women's pack would normally expect a pacemaker to go more or less the full distance with them, and certainly well through 25 and 30k. But that's a shame, because if they have lost their pacemaker, and I need to double check this, then nobody's going to be dragging them through this second half of the race at a really quick tempo. And they got a halfway in such a good time. They got a halfway in 69.58. They're on schedule for sub 220. Remember, the course record is 2:19.46 by Lona Chemtai-Salpeter 6 years ago. She won by almost 3 minutes that day, but it was only a few clicks under 2:20. So they've been on schedule more or less for a course record in the women's race. But they might have lost their pacemaker now, and that would be a real shame. The men's race, well, they've gone through 28k, and we're down to 2. Wow, it's all been happening in this men's race. We've been gone for a couple of minutes, and we've missed a break, and the break is that the pacemaker, the lead pacemaker, who's done so well, Ruto, has dragged Lemi Berhanu-Haile, the defending champion, and Felix Kipkoech away from the others. And we're down to 2 races now. What a great job Ruto has done. But we're down to 2 by the looks of things. Many kilometres to go yet. They're at 28 kilometres. And anything can happen in these next 14 kilometres. But it does look like we're down to 2, and those gaps back to the others have opened up really quickly. They went through halfway, remember, in this men's race in 63.25, and I think there was a slight acceleration after that, because very soon after halfway, a pack of some 10 or 12 racers broke up pretty dramatically. Within the space of about 2 kilometres, it went from 12 or 13 racers behind a pair of pacemakers to about 4 or 5. And now, at 28k rather, we have just 2 down. So this is very significant. Lemmy Berhanu-Haile, is he going to retain his title here? Nice shot this. Gives you a good idea of how hard they're working. 28.5 kilometres on the clock. And they are heading north now. They've got the river to their right. They're heading back up towards the old city. This is virtually the southernmost point of the course.
Keep it.
A little bit soulless, this section. No spectators, no bands, although there is plenty of music on the course. There are music stations all over the place. 19 music points along the course. Some of them will be passed twice. But this is one of those sections where, with nearly 29 kilometres on the clock, you're entering the last quarter of the race. You have to be working really hard. You have to focus and double down. And I wonder whether or not Felix Kipkoech is struggling here. Lemmy Berhanu-Haile is sticking like glue to this pacemaker, Ruto. And Felix Kipkoech, left of picture, might be struggling. That gap just beginning to open to Lemmy Berhanu. Felix Kipkoech. His personal best is 2:07.39. He's been on schedule up till now for a new personal best, but this has got to be hurting. Big prize money, remember, on offer for today's race. But he might be seeing first place prize money ease away from him here on the roads of Prague. Yes, and that gap is growing with every stride. The pace, the stride length from Kipkoech, the 27-year-old Kenyan left of picture, has definitely reduced. He's been a great half marathon runner. He's gone under 60 minutes 5 times. He's got a best of 58.57. He ran that when he won the Berlin half marathon back in 2021. He's run well on the streets of Prague. He was 5th here in the half marathon here back in 2020, just outside 60. He's a fabulous half marathon racer. But here, the strength and the power and the sheer determination of Lemmy Berhanu to hang on to this pacemaker. Bethwell Kipkemboi Ruto looks to have beaten him into submission. 1 hour 28 on the clock. There's still a long way to go, about almost a half hour of running to come, but Berhanu here might have gained that critical separation between himself and Felix Kipkoech to nail another win here. He is astonishingly consistent. 7 seconds now, that gap back to his pursuer. I'm not sure it's much of that. I counted about 4 or 5, but it is growing quickly. Yeah, it is about 7 seconds now. And you can see how hard Ruto is working here. Really pumping with the arms, the pacemaker, to try and give Berhanu as much assistance as he can. Now, it's funny, isn't it? Because they're approaching 30k. And I have a really strong belief that in all great marathons, pacemakers should drop out by 30k if they are helping one athlete more than they're helping anybody else. And it's a moot point, because the meeting organisers, the race organisers, want to see a super fast time, so they're happy to see the leader helped for as many kilometres as possible. But where you've got a situation like this, with nearly 30 kilometres on the clock, 2 athletes battling it out at the front, and then one gets a few metres ahead of the other, and you pass 30k, which they haven't done quite yet, but when they pass 30k, I think pacemakers should step aside and it should become man against man, not man against another man who's being helped by a pacemaker, if you get my drift. Just my personal opinion about the whole art of pacemaking and the fairness therein. But that gap, to be fair, between Lemmy Berhanu here, the tall reigning champion, and his pacemaker looks to have gone. Has the pacemaker gone? Bethwell Kipkemboy-Ruto has done a fabulous job for more or less 30 kilometres, but I think he's just stepped aside, and Berhanu is on his own, and this is going to be a lonely half hour to come, more than half an hour of running to come. 30k coming up. What's the split at 30k? Let's see if we can see that marker. I haven't seen him go past it just yet. But he is moving so well. It's Lemmy Berhanu. And of course the adrenaline will be flowing now. He knows he's got this in the bag. There it is, 1:29.18. 1:29.18 for Lemmy Berhanu. He passed it a minute or so ago. And he's got a gap of Felix Kipkoech of what, 7 seconds. Felix Kipkoech having a fabulous run. 1:29.18 at 30k. Well, that puts him on schedule. Wow, hang on a minute. They really have blasted this last 10k. 1:29.18 puts him on schedule for 2:05.5. No wonder that pack got torn apart 15-20 minutes ago, because there was a big acceleration. They've covered this last 10k from 20k to 30k, and of course, what's the name of that law that dictates when things go wrong? I haven't got a 20k split, but basically this last 10k they have really accelerated significantly. I think it was all getting a little bit too comfortable for a few kilometres prior to halfway. They got to halfway here in 63.25, and that obviously was pretty much 2:07 tempo, but now we're back down to about 2:05.30 pace, and that is all down to some very hard running over this last 8 or 9k. Lemmy Berhanu at highlight. What a job his coach Gemadu Dedefu does. He's got a fabulous squad. Had a long chat with him a couple of days ago, which was telling me about his life back home in Ethiopia. He's going really well. He's getting lots of encouragement from spectators on the course. Here we go, a right-hand turn over the bridge. This is at about 31.5 kilometres. The sun is out though, and the temperature will gradually be climbing. I don't think it'll be a compromising temperature, because it was, what, 12 or 13 degrees, maybe actually about 15 degrees at the start of the race in the Old Town Square at 9 AM. Here we are, what, an hour and a half later. And the indication I'm getting is that it's not more than about 16 degrees now. So it takes that right-hand turn in glorious isolation. He's worked hard for this for an hour and a half now, is Lemmy Berhanu. But no histrionics from him, nothing special. Just it was tucked into that pack through halfway. And then when there was a slight acceleration after halfway, he was able to survive it best of all. He does have good leg speed. He said to me when I was chatting to him on Friday that he's run 1:48 for 800 metres when he was a youngster back in 2010, and then realised that track racing was just too competitive. It was very hard to shine, and he obviously had an inclination towards the longer distances. Funnily enough, while he's having a fabulous run here, his last marathon was not great. He ran in Mumbai back in January, the 20th Mumbai Marathon. I went to that one, worked on that one. He was 6th there in 2:14. Well, here he is today. And of course, Mumbai's always hot and humid. It's a race that has worked very hard to get its course record down to, I think it's 2:07 in Mumbai. But he wasn't in 2:07 form that day, back in mid-January. He was 6th in Mumbai in 2:14. Well, here he is today, operating at around 2:05, 2:06 tempo, and looking really strong. He moves well, doesn't he? Really solid, well muscled in the legs. Lovely, fluid, rhythmic style. Uses the arms well. So often these days you see elite athletes and you think, you don't move that well aesthetically, you're not that attractive to watch, and yet you cover the ground so well. You know, if you train hard and you wear this new generation of footwear, then it makes up for a lot of sins, so to speak. But Lemmy Berhanu-Haile here, the defending champion, does move well. He might be redlining here, but he's doing it to perfection. He's got about an hour of running to come. The course record is 2:05.09. Big prize money for winning, bonus for a course record. And at the moment, building up a lead. Now, when Mutiso set the course record 2 years ago, he won by 1:17. The way this is unfolding and the strength of the running here from Berhanu, I wouldn't be surprised if he wins by more than 1:17. Look at the gap behind him. There's a yawning gap behind him. He's really ripped away from Felix Kipkoech, who was his last opponent. There he goes past the Tower Bridge of Charles Bridge. He's now heading northwards and heading out towards the latter part of the race. He'll cross the river again very shortly at what, about 32.5 kilometers. Back in this women's race, well, Eveline Chirchir looking strong now and leading this women's pack in single file. Bertukan Welde in the red in second place. And in third place, the pre-race favourite Gladys Chazir. In single file, though. And this looks to me, without a pacemaker there helping them, as though Eveline Chirchir is putting in a surge here. Now, is it because they're approaching a drink station? Or is it because she really does want to try and test the others, with 2/3 of the race behind them? Gladys Chazir, to the right of the group in the green and black and the white arm sleeves, just veered over to the side of the road there. And I think she was just trying to run the tangent, because they're on a gradual left-hand sweep here, and yet they're all sticking to the outside of the bend, which is a strange one when the shorter line is closer to those cones that were to the, you can see in the background there, there's those cones, that's the shorter line around that bend. They've all chosen to stick to the longer side on the near the pavement. Now, Bertukan Welde Sura, an acceleration from her here. 29.5 kilometers. They're a few hundred meters from the drink station, so I don't think this is an acceleration to make sure she gets her drink. But she's moving really well, and this is determined. And she has decided to go for it here. She's a 2:21 performer. She is only 20. She is the athlete who came 5th in Dubai back in January in 2:21. That was her debut. And now, with nearly 30k on the clock, she is kicking and testing the others here. There's no doubt about it. This is a very determined effort to try and get a break on the rest of the field. She's not taking any chances here. Well, she'll be 21 on the 10th of May, in just a few days' time. Is this an early birthday present she's giving herself here? Let me tell you this. When she won in Herzogenaurach at the Adidas races down in southern Germany over half marathon back in 2023, she set a world under 20 record for the half marathon. She was 18 years old and she ran 67:44. I mean, she is massively talented, this young lady. Still only 20. Marathon debut in Dubai, that was really positive experience, 2:21. And she's on schedule here, perhaps for something quicker as she approaches 30k. We'll try and get that 30k split for you in this ladies' race. There's the Opera House on the course here. The Rudolfinum. Just one of the features on this course, which passes so many glorious structures the dancing house, the Gothic and Baroque churches galore. But she's snatched, what, about 25-30 metres from this pack. This is a brave way of doing it. She's approaching 30k in that women's race. Let's hope that we can get a split for the women at 30k. Maybe she's passed it already. I didn't see it come up on screen. So we have an individual lead. There's 30k in the women's race. I got that at about 1:40, almost exactly 1 hour 40 in the women's race. Give or take a second. So that's an approximation. But if they've gone through 30, if she's gone through 30k, while we go back to the men's leader, let me just finish on that. 30k for the women in 1 hour 40. She's on schedule for just outside 2:20, about 2:20.30. Still fabulous running. It would be a big personal best for Prague. But you can hear that, the encouragement for Lemi Berhanu Haile being yelled at by an Ethiopian supporter. In fact, I think that's the gentleman that helped us in the press conferences with his interpretation. So he's getting massive support there from one of his biggest fans, and he's pushing on. And my Amaric's not good enough to understand, not good enough, it's non-existent, to understand what was being shouted at him, but maybe it will be significant. 1 hour 41 on the clock. He's got about 25 minutes, maybe 27 minutes of hard running to come. It's going to be tough. He's working. That brow is slightly furrowed. But he knows that the bulk of the race is behind him. 1:41 on the clock. He's at about 34 kilometres. He's now heading out on the northern section of the race that he's already negotiated early on between 4 and 12k, and now he will negotiate this section again between 33 and 41k before that final glorious section up Paris Avenue back towards the finish in the Old Town Square. Vid Pavlista here, matching stride for stride the leader in the women's race. And what a run she's having. There's the women's 30k standings, 1:39.56. Yeah, I said it was my approximate was 1 hour 40. 1:39.56 at 30k. Bertukan Welde Sura leading from Evelyn Chirchir. Gladys Chezir, Kipta Gelai in third. They're 5 and 7 seconds down respectively. She's working really hard here, but she hasn't really forged a gap of significance between herself and that lead pack. And that lead pack, or the chasing pack I should say, have got a pace. It does look like they've got a pacemaker helping them. So this is tough for her. Ironically, she's helping these two Czech athletes, male athletes, through this third quarter, when you'd think ideally she should be getting some help. She's having to work so hard here to try and grab a few metres off the chasing pack. The chasing pack have got help, helping them, in effect, keep in touch with her. And this is another example of why I think that at 30k pacemakers should drop out in women's races rather than helping one athlete against another. 31k for her in about 1:43.25. Good conditions though, look at that road surface, brilliant here. The rain overnight's left a few puddles, but it's dried out. It's not particularly humid, it's not particularly warm. I still haven't really seen any evidence of significant breeze across the city, so I think conditions are good. And that's probably why in both races they are running really fast. It does look like Lemi Berhanu Haile is going to be pushing down there towards 2:06, perhaps even under 2:06. I think the course record of Mutiso of 2:05.09 might be too much to ask, but he is running fast. And in this women's race too, I think the leader at the moment, Bertukan Welde Sura, is on schedule for something around 2:20, 2:21. There she takes that right-hand turn. at 31.5 kilometres, there or thereabouts, onto the Bridge of the Legions. It's a bridge that commemorates the great Czech legions over the years, the armies. There's a couple of islands in the river just here. They pass over. That's an island with all those trees on it. Isn't it glorious? Imagine going for a jog or a walk around that in the middle of the river. Really lovely in this spring sunshine. Heading over the Bridge of the Legions, and then they will take a left. She's at about 31.5 kilometres now. There she is, bottom of the centre bottom of your screen. You've got the leader, Bertakan Weldesura, the chasing pack to the right of picture. Still only about 30 metres between them. She's been working so hard for these last 10 minutes, but she hasn't got much of a gap yet. She does need some help from those two Czech athletes beside her. The chasing pack are getting help from the pacemaker, and this is where I think pacemakers should step out and let the women race one against the other. A left-hand turn back onto the Old Town side. She just avoids heading back up Narodny Avenue, where they came down from the Old Town around 14 kilometres. She's taken a left and will shortly go through 32k, but she's running with real confidence and purpose and determination here, and she deserves this. You sort of want her to ease away from that pack, don't you, because she's working so hard. She's having to make the running. Well, there's no doubt about it. It's a beautiful spring Sunday morning here in Prague. The grey skies, complete grey cloud cover at the 9 AM start has burnt off for the most part, and there are blue skies above the city, and the temperature will gradually climb. It's still not that hot in Prague, if you know what I mean. It was about 15 degrees at the start, and it's not much more than about 14 or 15 now. So the weather has been really kind to the athletes, the thousands out there. If you join me in the last few minutes, you're watching the 30th ORLEN Prague International Marathon. Over 10,200 entries in the marathon. It was sold out weeks ago. 110 nations represented in this race today. And over half the entrants are foreign entrants. This is a running tourist race, there's no doubt about that. But of course, at the elite end, well, it's not 110 nations, it's East Africans, the Kenyans and the Ethiopians and the Burundians and one or two others up at the front end. Lemmy Berhanu Haile has got the separation now from the chasing pack. He is the champion from last year. He knows this course well. He bided his time through halfway, a really solid 63.25 at halfway, and then kicked on when there was a slight acceleration from the pacemakers through between halfway and 30k. He was able to go with it, and here he is now, 36k with a 42-second lead. And that is a very comfortable lead he's built up. And I can't see anybody coming back at him now. Can't give you any splits of those pursuing him and the fortunes of the Andrew Collies or Felix Kipkowicz's. Kipkowicz, remember, was the last man to live with Berhanu. That is a quite glorious structure, isn't it? Having started in the Old Town Square, Starometsky, Namesti, well, the Rudolfinum, the National Theatre, they passed. And here again, crossing the river once more. Remember, they cross it 10 times during the race, is that women's leader. And it does look to me now like she is building a decent lead. She's worked so hard for this. Bertakan Weldesura is just 20, but she's running here with the mental strength of a veteran. She has pummeled away at that chasing pack, and I think she's got separation now. And as the leader In the men's race, Lemmy Haile takes a right-hand turn a few kilometres further up the road. So she takes a right-hand turn at off the bridge. And she is at 33 kilometres and heading northwards now on the final long northern circuit. They'll pass the hotel. They're all staying in a glorious Prague Hilton Hotel at around 39.5k. No temptation to run into the hotel then. London Marathon, the Athletes Hotel used to be at about halfway, and it was always a massive temptation. 37k there for the leader, Bahanu, and he passes that point in what, about 1 hour 50:05, something like that. 37k. Let's say it was 1 hour 50. That puts him on schedule for about 2:05:30. He is holding a really good pace here, considering he's all on his own. He is tanking along, and to me, that suggests that he's pulling away yet further and further. I think we're going to see a big winning margin here. Remember, at 36k, he had a 42-second lead. I think he's going to win here by a minute or more today. It's been a quite supreme run from him through the second half, a dominant run. And I say that, it's a dominant run from the youngster in the women's race. To right of picture, Bertu Kanwelde-Sura. Only her second ever marathon. Well, have they got married today, or are they just pretending? Who knows? Wonder if they brought their stag and hen party mates with them in the build-up to today. I hope they're getting married today. Otherwise, kind of what's the point? But is that traditional Japanese bridal dress? I'm thinking possibly not. Having a great day out though, in the sunshine of Prague, whatever. Good to see. Fancy dress, not one of the massively adopted choices of attire here in Prague, but good to see the odd couple having a bit of fun. Now, 37k on the clock, and he's heading over the Vltava for the final time. Is Lemmy Haile rather. Excuse me, 52 seconds his lead now. He's pulled another 10 seconds out of the pack in the last 6 or 8 minutes. You can't tell it, but with every stride he is pulling further and further away. 52 seconds now, with 1 hour 52 on the clock. Some lonely sections for him here. I must admit, I haven't really heard much of the music being banged out along the course as these elites have come through, but maybe that's just the mic on the lead bike that hasn't given us that impression. So 37.6 kilometres. He should be now, yes, he's now heading back down south. 38k will come up very shortly. The loneliness of the long distance running. You just hear his own footfall. But he doesn't look stressed, does he? Got a lovely rhythm going here. Not hugging the curb, not running the shortest line, it doesn't matter, he's got a big lead. And you have to say that this man is a living legend. This, barring disaster in the next few minutes, will be his 12th win in 26 marathons. It's an astonishing record of consistency. Another couple of marathon wins, and he'll have over a 50% win record. That is pretty much unique in the annals of male marathon running, because it is an incredibly congested sport at the elite end. And yet this fella, look at the gentleman there to the left of picture trying to keep up with him. Gives up after about 60 or 80 metres. Right of picture, here she is, Bertakan Waldesura. Still hasn't got a massive gap on that pursuing pack. She's all on her own, this 20-year-old, and the pack has still got male help. And I think that is that's a little unfair. She's not getting any help. She's having to bang out every stride herself here. Work really hard for this gap. And the gap has grown, remember, for a long time as she goes through, what, that's a timing mat at 35k? I think that's the 35k mat. She's gone through in about 154.50. Something like that. They go through and they're about 10 to 12 seconds down. And it does look like Evelyn Čirčer in second place with Vit Pavlista. I'm trying to see, I think this is Martin Eldman of the Czech Republic, who's a 2:22 performer running with her. He's on schedule for a personal best, I think. Vit Pavlista, 40 years old now. He's a 5-time Czech champion. He's keeping her company as well. The chaser, Evelyn Čirčer, in that women's race. The Bertakan Waldesura leads. And this man leads, Lemi Berhanu-Haile, their defending champion. Looks to me like he's heading for a comfortable win here. He's moving superbly well. Heading south now, or southwest, I should say, alongside the Vltava. Actually, if you could go behind that building to the left, alongside the river, there is a lovely walking / cycle path alongside the river. I've been running on it the last 2 or 3 days. It's dead flat, tarmac surface, stretches on for kilometre after kilometre, and it's a lovely, lovely environment in which to run. And this part of Prague, the northern part of the city, consists of dozens of new blocks of apartments, really gorgeous apartments to look out onto the river, and only a couple of kilometres from the city centre. Very, very desirable property. 1:56 on the clock. He's got about 10 minutes of running to go. And he's running supremely. He's gone through 38k. He's at around 39k. Here we go. About 39k now. Heading on this big dual carriageway back towards the city centre. We'll pass the Athletes' Hotel very shortly. So I don't think any doubt about the winner in the men's race with a couple of kilometres to go. It will be a retention of the title, I think, for Lemi Berhanu-Haile, as we see one of the Czech elite here. I think maybe leading is Jan. That name came up, I didn't catch the whole name, my apologies. But Jan. Is leading, I think, the Czech race, Czech men's race, Czech championships, which of course is incorporated into today's race. Lemi Berhanu-Haile. Now he's grimacing and he's digging deep, and I think that's because he wants to accelerate here. He misses his bottle there. Oh, that's frustrating for him. They were told at the technical meeting yesterday, though, that around close to every personal drink station is another mass water station, so hopefully he can grab a drink somewhere here. Or is he not going to bother? That drink station has already been passed once by the masses, of course. Remember, this section of the course was covered earlier on between 4 and 12 kilometres. He's going past it for the second time and pushing on really hard. He could have done with that drink just now to sustain him through this next few minutes. But he didn't seem too bothered. Maybe he doesn't know he's got a massive gap behind him. I haven't seen him look around and check. And maybe running with that sort of fear of being caught is a good thing. But he could afford himself the luxury of a little glance around now. And maybe it would have actually been beneficial for Lemi Berhanu-Haile, the leader in this 30th edition of the ORLEN Prague International Marathon, with just a couple of kilometres to go. Maybe it would have been better for him to have slowed down and got that bottle to sustain him through this last couple of kilometres. He is powering on now. The Athletes Hotel, the Hilton, is just to the right of picture. There you can see a corner of it. It's been a fabulous venue for these athletes year after year. And it's enabled all the athletes to get to the start in the best possible shape. It's a massive hotel. And so close. It's about 15 minutes walk from the Old Town Square, the very centre of Old Town Prague. A little bit of shade here away from the sun as he negotiates this tunnel. And he is now at about 40k. And it has been a magnificent run from Lemmy Berhanu-Haile. Talk about textbook marathon racing and winning. Touch wood. Don't want to predict too much, but he's got about 2 kilometres to go. And he has executed this race in magnificent manner. Not a lot to see when the lights are off. Most of the lights are off, but it matters not. He can see where he's going. And he's going towards the finish line and going at breakneck speed. And it will be, God willing, his 12th victory in 26 marathons. And what a difference from his run in Mumbai back in January when he could only finish in 6th place in 2:14. Well, in the women's race, she has got some separation now, and it's good to see. Bertukan Weldesura, the youngster, who pushed away with about 29.5 minutes on the clock. She's at 36.5 kilometres now, so that was 7k ago. She worked really hard for it. There it is at 35k, 1:56.24. 1:56.24 at 35k. She's been running so aggressively. And she's on schedule right now for almost exactly 2:20. Maybe a click outside 2:20. She's pushing on really well. If she can sustain this, the youngster, Weldesura, Bertukan Weldesura, in only her 2nd ever marathon, she might yet break 2:20. She might, whisper it, break the course record. Because she is absolutely flying. 1:56.24, and she's on schedule for almost exactly 2:20. It's been quite brilliant. Lemmy Berhanu-Haile, well, you run out of superlatives for this man, don't you? Negotiates that drop down under that bridge and back up again. Still alongside the Vltava. He's past 41k. He's got about 1 kilometre of running to come. It has been an incredible run. So dominant. Getting information all the time, getting encouragement all the time. No crowds yet, but there will be when he turns left down Paris Avenue and heads towards the finish line. 2:02 on the clock. What can he do here? He's got just over 1 kilometre to go. The course record 2:05.09 I think is just going to elude him, but it has been a magnificent run here and one of the quickest of his career, surely. There has been no let-up. He's never looked weak. He's never faltered. He hasn't glanced round. I haven't seen him glance round once. Since he broke away at around 30k, every stride has oozed confidence and power. And it has resulted in him building up a lead, which I think now, I'm going to go out on the limb and predict, is over a minute. And that underlines the level of his dominance on this glorious day in Prague. Here he takes the final left-hand turn. He's got literally just a few hundred metres to go. Takes the left-hand turn away from the river. In the background on the top of the hill is the pendulum, the great pendulum that dominates the city, a massive pendulum metal structure that clicks from left to right when it's working. I don't think it is today, but it is one of the great majestic sight, so you can go up there and have this glorious panoramic view of the city. Well, this is a glorious view of the leader and the winner to be crowned in just a couple of minutes, Lemmy Berhanu Haile. Can you believe he's kicking on strongly here? The course record is 2:05.09. He's going to be just a few seconds outside that. But this man, who was a youngster, ran 1:48 for 800 and then decided track was just a little bit too crowded and competitive. Moved to the roads. Again, normally a crowded environment at the elite end of distance running at half marathon and marathon. And ironically, today finds it particularly uncrowded because he is in glorious isolation here. This man pushes on towards the line, 2:05 on the clock now. He's going to miss the course record by the smallest of margins as he drives towards the line now. Look at this, the course record 2:05.09. He's missing it by a very few seconds. He knows it, but smiles. Does Lemmy Berhanu Haile as he crosses the line there. Unofficially 2:05.14. We will have that confirmed very shortly, but it was a magnificent run and he worked so hard. When he realised the course record was almost in sight, he accelerated 2:05.12. He misses the course record. Oh, it can be so cruel, this sport. Misses the course record by 3 seconds, can you believe? But what a run. Smiling and relaxed and celebrating under glorious blue Prague skies.
This was absolutely stunning performance.
Boy, oh boy. This man has done it again. His 12th win in 26 marathon starts. And second place. What a run it's been from Felix Kipkoech. He has been quite superb today. And he might yet run a big personal best. His personal best 2:07.39. If he can push on strongly this next 200 or 300 meters, he could get a personal best here. Checking his watch, still thinking on his feet, and ups his tempo a little bit, I think, maybe as he realizes he's nearly home and dry. It's been a great run from him too. Well, the prize money for the winner, 15,000 euros. For second place, 9,000 euros. Good money when you take it back to Addis Ababa or Nairobi. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind taking it back to London, but that's not going to happen today. These fellas have worked very, very hard for their prize money. Come on, Felix Kipkoech. You can do it. The 27-year-old now comes towards the town square, the old town square. His personal best, 2:07.39 when he was 6th in Amsterdam last year. And he's going to finish here inside, and it is a new personal best for him indeed. It's been a brilliant run. Crosses the line there, unofficially 2:07.19. And it is a PB for Felix Kipkoech. He only had one race last year when he was 6th in Amsterdam in that personal best. Today he comes home very proud with 2:07.18, in fact, his official time. Personal best for him by some 21 seconds. And Tetsuya, what a run from the Japanese Tetsuya Yorizaka. His personal best, 2:07.55. He's going to miss it by a very small margin, maybe 45 seconds or so. Back in fourth place is Anduolan Belai Shifaro, chasing hard, but this has been a great run from the Japanese. Anduolan on his vest. His full name, Anduolan Belai Shifaro, is a 2:04 performer. He's had a tough day at the races today. Tetsuya Yorizaki, who was 4th in Sydney last September in 2:08. And then 8th in Shanghai on the 1st of December in 2:08 again. Almost identical times in those two races last year. Well, he maintains that really strong consistency. It's going to be maybe just outside those two times. Let me repeat that for you. The consistency of this man, quite magnificent. 4th in Sydney in September in 2:08.54. 8th in Shanghai in December in 2:08.34. And today, 3rd place for Yoroi Izaka of Japan. Tetsuya Yoroi Izaka takes 3rd, gets in there amongst the East Africans. Brilliant running from him. 2:09.09 I got him at. unofficially. We'll have that confirmed for you very shortly. And then fourth is Shifaro, Andualem Shifaro. There we go, 209.09 is confirmed for Yuri Zaka. Shifaro working hard, but a long way under 210 again. Crosses the line there, 209.34. I got him at. That'll come up on screen very shortly, I'm sure, because they've done a fabulous job. And Andrew Colley, well, he's rallied. He's run really well. 209.46 I got him at. That is a great time from Colley, a big new personal best. Shifra 209.33, in fact. And Colley, the American, comes home for 5th place in Prague, well under 210. That was his #1 goal, was to give real respectability to his time. 209.45, in fact, for Colley. So the first 5 under 210 here in Prague. And Tariku Navales of Spain, well, he's a 205 performer. That was in Valencia in 23. He was a great track runner as a youngster. It's only his 6th marathon for Navales. His debut was back in 2017 in Madrid when he ran, in 2022, when he was 17th in Madrid. He ran 2:22. And then later on that same year, he ran 2:07 in Valencia. 2:05.14 is the confirmed winning time for Lemi Berhanu Haile. 2:05.14, so actually misses the course record by just 5 seconds. Tariku Navales was had a poor run at the Olympic Games last summer, and then only 30th at the Lisbon half marathon a few weeks back in 66 minutes. Well, that was clearly, he trained through that. He's a solid track runner. He comes home what I think is 7th place. Tekle Mariam, 2:10.08 in 6th place. And Tariku Navales rather in 7th. This is Gadisa Berhanu Shumi. He's a 2:04 performer. He won Seville last year in 2:04.59, but I think today 8th place for him. It's going to be just outside 2:12. It's been a tough day at the races for Gadisa Berhanu Shumi. Navales 2:11.29. 7th place. In 8th place, Shumi. He's getting 2:12.07. Kelkile. Well, he's working very hard too. It's Kelkile Kezahen Wolderega, the 28-year-old Ethiopian. He's a 2:05 performer, although that was a few years back in Rotterdam when he took 3rd place. He won his first 4 marathons. They were all in China back in 2016. But Kelkile here, well, it's going to be just outside 2:13. I think it's been a tough day for him. He won 7 of his first 10 marathons. He hasn't won one now since Houston back in 2020 when he ran 2:08. Although he has been super consistent over the years. He's broken 2:07 4 times. Here he comes. He's going to finish in 9th place, I think. Kelkile Gezahin Wolderegai. He crosses the line there in 9th place unofficially in about 2:13.24, something like that. I wonder what's happening in the women's race. I'd love to see the front end of the women's race. If we can get a shot of that, it would be wonderful, wouldn't it? 2:13.22, in fact, for Wolderegai. This is Paul Kibet, 35-year-old Kenyan coming home. He's a 2:09 performer. That was in Mersin last year. I think we can now catch up with the winner of our men's race, Lemi Berhanu Haile. Defending champion, retains his title in 2:05.14. It misses the course record by 5 seconds. As we see Paul Quebec come home, he's a 2:09 performer at his best. But today, in his 10th marathon, he will be somewhat disappointed with this. Here, I think we can catch up with the winner of the men's race, Lemmy Berhanu. What a run it was. Quite supreme. His 12th win.
You are the first one who defend the win victory here in Prague. How do you feeling about that?
ሁለት ጊዜ በፕራግ ስታሸንፍ አንተ የመጀመሪያ ነህና ምን ተሰማ?
በጣም ደስ አለ ተሰማኝ። ሁለት ጊዜ ማሸነፍ ማለት ይከብዳል። ማራቶን ላይ በአመት ነው አንዴ ነው እንትን የሚደረገው። በጣም ደስ ይላል።
I'm very happy that I am here for the second time winner and I'm very happy.
The time was perfect, but just 4 seconds behind the track record.
ያሸነፍክበት ሰዓት በ4 ሰከንድ ያነሰ ነው ከሪከርዱ። ምን ተሰማ?
በሳምንቱ ነው በጣም ደስ ይለኝ ነበር። አሁንም ምንም ማለት አይደለም። በጣም ደስ ብሎኛል።
That was my dream. I will be very happy if I was winning, but it's okay. I just did it again. I just win again, so that's okay also.
And what about the wind? Was it a problem? Wind?
ንፋሱ እንዴት ነበር? ንፋሱ አስቸገረ ወይ?
አንዳንድ ቦታ ላይ ንፋሱ ሳይቸግረኝ ነበረ፣ ግን ሞተሮቹ እየረዱኝ ነበር። አንዳንድ ቦታ ላይ በርታ እያሉኝ ነበር።
The wind was very difficult in some places around the river area, but he was hiding next to the motor. That helped him a little bit.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All smiles then, and so he should be. What a run from Lemmy Berhanu Haile. Still the reigning champion here in Prague, the first man to retain the Prague Marathon title on this 30th edition of the ORLEN Prague International Marathon. Back to this women's race though. We have main men home. She is not yet home here, Prague, sort of a 20-year-old, but she has forged a good lead. Just trying to see in the background there if that is the chasers, the chasing women, or if that's male runners, club runners, good standard national Czech runners coming back at her. She's on schedule. She was on schedule for about 2:20, something like almost exactly 2:20 at 35k. That was the last indicator I got. I'd love to have a split for her at 40k. That hasn't been forthcoming, as we've concentrated, of course, on the latter stages of that men's race, and rightly so. But what a run this has been from the youngster in only her second marathon. Yet again, the Ethiopians have discovered an absolute diamond as a racer, as a competitor at the full marathon distance. She's good on all surfaces. She's really solid on the track. She's run 15:16 for 5,000 metres. She's a great cross-country runner. She was 7th last year in the World Cross Country in Belgrade. 9th in the Ethiopian Olympic trials last summer over 10,000 metres in Nerha, where she ran 31:24. That's her personal best. So she's good on the country, good on the track, and very good on the roads, as we can see. She kicked at 29.5 kilometres, moved away from the pack, and has dominated the last third or so of this race. Well, I think I can see the runner in the background closing on her. I think closing on her. I'm pretty sure it's a high standard club runner from the Czech Republic rather than another female runner closing on her. 2:18 on the clock. She's in the last section of this Prague Marathon.
700 meters to finish. Push. Come on.
You heard it yourself, 700 meters to go. She may just miss the course record. She may just miss 2:20. But I think Bertrikan Welde-Sora here is heading for a personal best. Remember, just one marathon under her belt so far. That was when she was 5th in Dubai, back on the 12th of January. She ran superbly in Dubai. 2:21.54 was a great debut, but I think she's going to be quicker here today. She's got 3 minutes until that time clicks by. She's got a target here. She can catch this Czech athlete, 1:09. Jan, his first name, excuse me, I didn't get his second name. But she has got some competition here to target and to drive her through these final few hundred meters. She's taken the left-hand turn away from the Vltava. She's back down onto Paris Avenue, the fashion shopping street of Prague. Glorious tree-lined avenue. My word, is she working hard and out, grimacing. Very powerfully built young lady who drives on in and out of the shade and the sun here towards the Old Town Square and the finish line, which will be such a welcome sight. She's not going to be under 2:20. There was a time about half an hour ago when she threatened it. She's had to work very, very hard. When you think she's run the last 45 minutes or so all on her own here, it has been a magnificent effort from Berta Gunwalde-Sura. She has had form in the past at world level. She was 4th in the World Junior Championships back in 2022 at 3,000 meters on the track. She set a world under 20 record in Germany, in Herzogenaurach, in April last year. 67.44 she ran for a half marathon. Sorry, I say last year, it was in 2023. Paskalia Chepkogai is going well. Now she's working really hard because she wants a quick time. She's not going to break 2:20, that's for sure, but she is going to set a personal best here today, I think. What a run this has been. The Ethiopians has discovered another massive talent as Berta Gunwalde-Sura, at the age of 20, in only her second marathon ever, comes to the line and punches through the tape there. 2:20.56 unofficially. It is a personal best for her by almost exactly a minute. Brilliant from her. 109, Jan comes home, excuse me for not getting his name right, Sura, 2:20.55 in fact. Jan crosses the line just ahead of Vit Pavlisto. I think he wins the Czech title. Pavlisto in second place there, the 40-year-old. And there, Evelyn Chirchev crosses the line in around 2:21.35, something like that. And Paskalia, it looks like. Paskalia Chepkogai could finish in 3rd place here. 35-year-old Kenyan has a best of 2:22.47. That was from Eindhoven 3 years ago. Well, I think she's going to run a personal best here as she comes towards the line. 2:22 on the clock, just over 2:22. What a run that is from Paskalia Chepkogai at the age of 35. Unbelievable. It's her 12th marathon. She won her first 4 marathons. This is Vivian Jepkemai-Meli who crosses the line there. 2:22.11 for Chepkogai. It's a personal best by some 36 seconds. Superb from her, and Meli across the line, 2:22.25. Really good packing from these athletes. I say packing, great times. Just missing the 2:20 barrier. Well done. But goodness me, what a good day's racing on the streets of Prague for both the men and women. Agnieszka Homolacz, the 35-year-old, well, he's going to come home here. He's never really nailed it in Prague. Maybe he won't, but he has been a great servant in Czech distance running circles. 3 times the Czech champion. Prepared with a couple of really solid half marathons, both 66 in April. This is Netsana Gudeta Kabede. She's a 2:27 performer. She's going to run a massive personal best. If this is her in 5th place, I think it is. The top Czech runners continue to come through. This is Petr Petček, I think. He's a 2:18 performer. He runs just inside 2:24. And Agnieszka Homolacz the 35-year-old, running his 10th Prague Marathon. I was telling him that at the press conference a couple of days ago. He wasn't even aware, but his best time in Prague over the years is a 2:18. This is his first completed marathon, I have to say, in 3 years, so well done to him. Acknowledging the support of the crowds, lapping it up, enjoying himself, and it's still a really solid run. He's going to be just outside 2:24. Homolach then, he's a 2:14 performer at his best. That was when he ran in Berlin back in 2019. He comes to across the tape. What, 2:24.45, something like that. He's warming up now a little bit. This is Netzanet Gudeti-Kaberi. She's already run in Riyadh this year, back on the 8th of February, where she ran her personal best of 2:27. But I think she's going to set a personal best here behind Sura, Chirche, Chepkogai and Meli. She crosses the line then now. I reckon 2:25.17, something like that. And that is a big personal best. Huge personal best for Netzanet Kaberi. For today, 2:27 in Riyadh back in January was her best time. She's just broken it by over 2 minutes, I reckon. Well, the presentations, third place going here today to Tetsuya Yoriyazaka of Japan, the 35-year-old, running 2:09.09. Second place was a great run for Felix Kipkoech, but the champion yet again. He won last year, he retains his title. It's the first time that has happened in Prague in the men's race. Lemi Burhanu Haile, 2:04.33 his personal best. Today he won in 2:05.14, 5 seconds outside the course record, tantalizingly close, and it was a solo run for the last few kilometers. He was able to raise a sprint as he approached the line, but he just missed out that course record of Mutiso from 2 years ago. But his record of consistency is pretty much unprecedented. That's his 12th win in 26 marathons. It's astonishing. Gemeru Dudefu does it again, his coach. What a pairing they have become. Doesn't run half marathons, hasn't run a half marathon since 2016. Same year he won the Boston Marathon, he won Dubai back in 2015. He's just racked up wins here, there and everywhere, it seems. Last year he ran 3 marathons. He won them all in Mumbai, here in Prague and in Beijing, the Chinese capital. And there is that glorious trophy. The trophies, of course, produced by Ageto, long and lean, in the shape of a runner. That was the idea, uniquely designed as trophies for this race. They make the trophies for the Tour de France as well. They're quite a company, Ageto, Czech glass company. So the hopes of records today just dashed by the clock, but 2 fabulous races. Smiles there from the men's champion Lemi Burhanu Haile here in Prague. He's a lovely fella, very easy to chat to, speaks a little bit of English, far more than I speak Amharic, but He won here today so convincingly. That winning time, just to remind you, 2 hours, 5 minutes and 14 seconds. He won by 2 minutes and 4 seconds. And it is the second fastest time ever here in Prague. He missed the course record from by Mutiso of Kenya 2 years ago by 5 seconds. It was very, very close. Lovely running in the second and third places there. Felix Kipkoech setting new figures, new personal best by 21 seconds, and Yuri Ozaka of Japan running brilliantly. Tetsuya Yuri Ozaka, the 35-year-old, to get into third place, get in amongst the East Africans. It's his 9th marathon today, and he has progressed so nicely as Yuri Ozaka. It's been a lovely mortal journey for him, Yuri Ozaka. His debut was a 7th place in Melbourne back in 2018, where he ran 2:24. Then he failed to finish the Tokyo Marathon in 2019 and 2020. And he's gradually eased his way up to world class, running 2:07.55, that personal best, for 2nd place in Oita in 2022. Well, here's the winning form of the women's champion today. Baratukan Waldesura driving for the line. She desperately wanted to get under 2:20, but she did set a personal best. That winning time, 2:20.55 by the 20-year-old. She is a world record holder already at under 20 half marathon. 2 years ago, 67.44. Today, a personal best and a win for Welde in 2:20.55, and we can catch up with her.
You are the women's winner, so what are her emotions?
የሴቶች አሸናፊ ነሽ። ምን ይሰማሻል? ምን ተሰማሽ?
በጣም ደስ ብሎኛል። በጣም ደስ ብሎኛል።
I am very happy. I'm very happy to say.
What about the time? It was under 2:21 during the 2nd marathon in career.
ሰዓቱስ እንዴት ነው? ከ2 ሰዓት ከ40 አካባቢ ነው እና እንዴት ነው? ምን ተሰማሽ?
በጣም ጥሩ ነው። ከዚህ የተሻለ ሮጣለሁ ብዬ ነበረ። ፔሱ አልደለንም እንጂ
ምኑ
ፔሱ በጊዜው ወጣ። ለዛ ነው እንጂ አሪፍ ሰዓት ሮጣለሁ ብዬ ነበር።
I was prepared to have a better time, but the pacemaker leave early, so I couldn't make it.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? She wanted a quicker time. She was ready and confident of a quicker time, but the pacemaker dropped out earlier than she expected. And I sympathise with that because, the pacemaker did drop out. I think it's fair enough in most women's elite races, mixed races, where there's male pacemakers, to expect help right through the way through to the latter stages. But she didn't get that today, and it was a hard last few kilometres for her, all on her own, from quite a long way out. Well, in third place, Pascalia Chepkogai to the right there took third in 2:22.11, personal best by 36 seconds. In second place was Evelyn Chirche in 2:21.25, but the outstanding winner was Baratukan Waldesura in 2:20.55. Saying there in that interview she was prepared for a faster time, pacemaker dropped out, and I had to do a lot myself. And that must be a source of frustration to not get what she thought she was capable of. And frankly, with the course record at 2:19.46 by Lona Chemtai Salpeta 6 years ago, Salpeta won by almost 3 minutes. She could today maybe have been a minute or so quicker and threatened that world record, course record, if she'd been helped through the latter stages. It matters not. She is the winner. She gets the prize money of €15,000, 9,000 for second, 6,000 for third there for Pascalia Chepkogai. And here, Teresa Hrokova of Czechia, the 29-year-old. She's a 2:26 performer. That was in Seville last year. Well, of course, Seville with Barcelona and Valencia and 1 or 2 other cities are providing ideal circumstances. Fast courses is Spain is a country where people go now to get their personal bests again and again in one of those big city races that provide glorious weather in the autumn and spring periods, much of the winter as well. But this from Teresa Krokova, I think, is her driving on towards the Czech title. She will be the champion here today, albeit just outside 2:34, I think. She comes towards the line, it's just clicked past 2:34. That's been hard work for her. Looks like she's done much of the race on her run. 2:34.05 unofficially. So a brace of wins for the Ethiopians here today. Not a day for the Kenyans. Brilliant run from Bertukan Weldesura to win the women's race in a new personal best, 2:20.55. Surely in her next one, if she goes to a fast venue, she will get under 2:20 and join that pretty exclusive club. Confirmation of the win for Bertukan Weldesura in that women's race then. 2:20.55 ahead of Evelyn Chirchir's 2:21.25. Her Kenyan colleague Pascalia Chepkogai takes third, 2:22.11, and indeed Vivian Jepkamai-Meli 2:20.25 in fourth. The times in depth are quite fantastic here today, with the first 5 down towards 2:25 or quicker. Trufina Chepchirchir 2:31.37. Quite a gap back to 6th place. But nonetheless, fabulous racing here in good conditions in Prague. It confirms the city as a venue for quick times, there's no doubt about that. In fact, Bertukan Weldesura saying there in her post-race interview that she believes she could have run faster if the pacemakers had been there to help her. And she was targeting a quicker time today. And confirmation of the men's results here today in Prague at this 30th edition of the ORLEN Prague Marathon. Lemi Berhanu Hali 2:05.14, finishing ahead of Felix Kipkoech. 2:07.18 for him, just 2 minutes and 4 seconds back. And then in third place, Tetsuya Yoriozaka, 2:09.09. to get onto the rostrum as well. The finishing times, and some great running going on today. I've got the first 5 athletes here in Prague under 2:10. Andrew Colley of the USA, well, a really solid step forward for him. An improvement of nearly 2 minutes to come home in 5th in 2:09.45. I think he'll be disappointed. Speaking to him and his coach Ryan Warrenberg yesterday, they were saying they were hoping something pretty special here, but it's a good solid step forward for Colley. After going through halfway in 63.25, he faded a little bit in the second half, but he's learning his trade as a long-distance racer, having nailed it many times at the distances down to half marathon and even shorter. There is a big relay going on today as well for youngsters, that is coming to a climax. There's the JMC, the Junior Marathon, with some 3,000 participants. Last year 2,500. It's believed there'll be over 3,000 in the Junior Relay here today. Well, no course records here today in Prague, but merely, in inverted commas, a fabulous day's racing under grey skies to start with, blue skies to conclude with. The masses will be out there for 2 or 3 hours and more yet, but the temperatures are staying kind. It's not climbing to the sort of temperatures we had here on Thursday and Friday, where it was 25, 27 degrees. It's been a day where the city and the weather have provided a truly wonderful backdrop for fabulous racing, and many, many athletes today producing an optimal performance, including Darth Vader and various others in their garb, their different fancy dress outfits. Whatever makes you happy, whatever gets you round, that is good enough. The lead pack of the men going out at 63.25 for halfway, and then the winner coming home with negative splits so impressively. Lemmy Berhanu Haile winning in 2:05.14 in that men's race so impressively with his last 10k tearing away to win by over 2 minutes. And in the women's race, well, Bertukan Waldesura again winning by some 30 seconds from Evelyn Chirchir. Berhanu enhances his reputation with a supreme win and retention of his title in Prague. He is a force to be reckoned with every time he lines up, the 30-year-old Ethiopian. And at the other end of the age range, just 20 years old, the winner in the women's race, Bertukan Waldesura. She too has a massive future ahead of her in just her second marathon. She is the Prague champion. I do hope you've enjoyed the coverage here today. I certainly have. It's been a fabulous day in the capital of Czechia. The glorious Prague castle overlooks the city that has provided been such a wonderful host for the thousands of runners, over 10,000 in the marathon, many of them still out there. And of course, a good afternoon in the streets of Prague coming at them as well, with so many sights, so many bars and restaurants and cafes welcoming those tired legs. From all of us here in Prague, I do hope you've enjoyed our coverage of this 30th ORLEN Prague International Marathon. It has been a great day's racing here in Central Europe. It really has. The sky is getting more and more blue as the minutes click by towards midday here. But for me, Tim Hutchings, I'll say goodbye for now. And from the whole production team, hope you enjoyed the pictures and the great racing in Prague. Bye-bye.
Hodiny 41 minuta a 24 sekund od samotného začátku dnešního závodu. Což v praxi znamená, že nám do závodu, který jsou od 45, a to velmi od 2 hodiny 45. Vzhledem na to, že tempo tady dnes provádějí a jakým způsobem to nasačí ještě bude vypadat. Já se dívám, jak to vypadá, mezi obslužovány, takže za chvíliček juniorského maratonu míchá do skvělé liny. Mezi tím to byla Eva Filipiová, kdo se tam vyměnil na velkoplošné obrazovce a před maličkou chvilkou byla na dotočné dotáčce. A teď ale dívám do prostoru Pařížské, jak se tam si myslí, že běží Petra Pastorová. A to je závodnice, která dokázala, co žádná maratonky ani maratonec předtím. A to konkrétně v loňském roce, kdy vybojovala 6. titul na maratonské trati. A je to ona, to je Petra, jasná věc. Petra Pastorová, 6násobná česká šampionka na maratonské trati. Nikdo v dějinách nemá víc titulů na maratonu České republiky než Alešina, která je právě na nový kovany. 6. titul vybojovala v loňském roce, ten pátý rok 2019, kdy dobudovala. Dnes už je tento věk v konverci v čase 2:24:20, protne cílovou lajnu, 6násobná česká šampionka se nabíhá do cílové lajny, aby mohla vniknout po dobře odvedené práci v ulicích Prahy. Eva Filipiová bude nabíhat na nový komenec za maličký moment. Další z českých reprezentantek, závodnice, která svůj osobák 2:43:50. Vypíšíme si postihne po osobní rekord a myslím si, že Eva si ho dneska posune. 2:43:50, to je osobák Evy Filipiové, který dneska padne o dobrých 15 sekund. Eva Filipiová vylepšuje svůj osobní rekord časem neoficiálně na hranici 2:43:27. A
až do letošního maratonu u Evy Filipové 2:43:50. Právě z maratonu Prague 2023. Hele, moc gratulujeme k výsledku, k výkonu a také k osobnímu rekordu. Všechno už se bude chystat také na vyhlášení a na oficiální ceremonii pro ty nejlepší české ranže a také nejúspěšnější české ženy. Opět tedy na Staroměstské náměstí hezky stylově. Děkujeme za to, že zůstáváte společně s námi. Při pohledu na velkoplošné úraznice Prahy.
Ale sama máme do telefonu.
Osobním rekordu. Další úžasný výsledek pro knihy výsledků téhleté zkušené, ale stále bojovné atletky, která nedává nic zadarmo ani závodnicím, které chtějí bojovat za to medaile. Juniorský maraton a další speciální zelené číslo, a štafetový, protože tisíce, 10 000 už od roku 1997 juniorského maratonu, protože RunCzech běžecká série rozvíjá také s nejmladšími. Těmi, kterým může patřit budoucnost běhání a nebo také atletiky a sportu jako takové 10x4 km, 200 metrů a tohle to je pro finišmana, další štafety, další střední školy, dalšího gymnázia, závěrečná část, závěrečný závěr. A i on tady společně s těmi, kteří jsou účastníky 30. ORLEN maratonu Prague 2025 dobíhá téhleté velké shromáži ambiciozních běžců, kteří ještě musí dotlačit. Pojď! Závěrečné desítky metrů, které nejsou jednoduché. Na hranici 45 minut. Pro někteří se právě teď dostávají do cílového prostoru. A nejinak tomu bude také při dalším náběhu. Do pařížské ulice desítky už chystáme. Oficiální vyhlášení a za pár okamžiků. Za několik desítek vteřin si budeme moci představit nejúspěšnější závodníky. Nejúspěšnější závodníky, kteří reprezentují Českou republiku. Takhle dalších velkých borců, dalších úžasných žen, které jsou teď v polovině Pařížské ulice, aby mohli zvládli. A teď už jim pomůžeme. Po 40 kilometrech těch posledních 195. Tady už je jasná zpráva pro nás všechny, že mezi 10 300 účastníky mužů, žen, nejenom rizích profesionálů, ale také hobíků, také těch, kteří běží na poprvé v životě, jsou ti, kteří budou muset překonat jednu, 2, 3 krize, ale my jsme na ně připraveni. My tady budeme až do 16. hodiny, abychom vítali úplně všechny, abychom přivítali i ty, kteří napíší speciální příběh třeba na hranici 7 hodin.
Jak jsme slíbili, tak také učiníme a dopředu vám říkám, že za chviličku vidíte borce, který do toho dal fakt všechno a dává do toho hodně i teď, aby mohl mistrovství vítězit. Pokud nejste k tomu, máte chvilku, tak prosím buďte, protože tenhle borec si potom spát. Představte, že nejlepší české závodníky souboje o titul českého šampiona. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony of the Czech National Championships as a part of ORLEN Prague Marathon in the category of men is ready. Na třetím místě se dnes umístil bronzový medailistou českého šampionátu je the bronze medalist of the Czech Championship is Martin Edelman. Stříbrnou příčku dnes bere the silver medalist for Vít Padlička. Českým králem, mistrem České republiky, který do toho dal víc než všechno. The king, the gold medalist, the champion of the Czech Republic is Jan Havlena! Gratulovat těm nejlepším českým mužům přichází Karolina Polská, ředitelka Českého atletického svazu, která bude předávat medaile těm nejlepším závodníkům z České republiky v rámci mistrovství České republiky pro rok 2025. Karlo Kapalbo dostal novou roli teď drží kapačku českého šampiona a tak to má být, takhle funguje RunCzech. Tým dělá to, co je potřeba, tu chvíli, co je potřeba pro ty, kteří si zaslouží tu podporu a dnešní šampion ze sebe vydali všechno. Tohle bylo neuvěřitelné představení vůle, které nám předvedlo na 42 km a 195 metrech. Jan Havlena časem 2:21:12 vybojoval titul českého mistra doslova a do písmene do posledního centimetru. Když si získávají samozřejmě medaile pro mistry České republiky. Poháry vítězů ze skářské dílny a je to, tak předává Libor Marhaník, předseda Českého atletického svazu. He is Libor Marhaník, the chairman of Czech Athletic Federation, who is handing over the crystal trophies from Alcatraz Walks to the best Czech man. Tankovací karty od titulárního partnera závodu ORLEN a věcné dary od partnerů závodu hotelu Prague a Hedwea jsou připravené také pro ty nejlepší. Fuel cards by the partner ORLEN and gifts by the RunCzech partners Hotel Hilton and Hedwea are being handed over to the best Czech man. Dámy a pánové, na počest těch nejlepších českých závodníků zazní česká hymna. Ladies and gentlemen, the Czech national anthem will be played. Trojice nejlepších českých závodníků Martin Edelman, Vít Pavlišta a Jan Havlena. The best Czech man of the final standing, Jan Havlena, Vít Pavlišta and Martin Edelman. The best free man of the final standing of the Czech Championships. We will leave and we will to make sure that he is not suffering more than is absolutely necessary. Jan Havlena on the stage. Trojice nejlepších společně nastupných vítězů. Albo skryt. Jan Havlena, jakožto český šampion. Myslím, že se klidně může na chvilku posadit. My nechceme, aby Jan musel scházet dolů a nahoru, protože ještě na chviličku si Jana necháme nastupných vítězů. Takže se může ještě posadit, je to úplně v pohodě, protože Jan dostává ještě jednu speciální cenu, a to jednu ještě na tu speciální pozvánku, protože vítěz ORLEN maratonu Praha je automaticky zván na Osaka maraton roku 2026. A proto přichází Nagaoka Wansuke, velvyslanec Japonska v České republice, ředitel Osaka maratonu Akira Takeuchi a také šéf závodu osackého maratonu Yoshiko Kusama. The Friendship Cup between Osaka Marathon and ORLEN Prague Marathon 2025 is a symbolic collaboration between the organizers of the largest marathons in Japan and in the Czech Republic, which means that the winner of the ORLEN Prague Marathon 2025 receives an invitation to participate in the Osaka Marathon 2026. Conversely, the winner of Osaka Marathon is invited to participate in the ORLEN Prague Marathon. The ambassador of Japan to the Czech Republic, Mr. Nagoya Wansuke, as well as Executive Director Akira Takeuchi and Osaka Race Director Yoshiko Kusama are congratulating and handing over the chance to start the Osaka Marathon to Jan Havlena. Jan Havlena dnes se sebe vydal úplně všechno, doslova ale písmene úplně všechno. Karla Kopal může případně pomůžeme dál z pódia tak, aby Jan, který teď přebírá trofej,
která pro něj znamená i start na maratonu v Osace. Toho pak dneska doslova jsme neplné zuby. Jane, ale fakt respekt. Fakt respekt za to, co dneska z sebe vydal. Dámy a pánové, Českou republiku bude na maratonu v Osace reprezentovat český šampion Jan Havlena. Doufám, že bude platit, že s kapačkou tam, ale bez kapačky zpátky, tak aby to bylo daleko víc v pohodě. Zemi vycházející pro českého mistra, který tady dnes přesně ukázal to, jakou sílu musí mít mysl maratonce. Jaké odhodlání, jakou bojovnost, jakou odolnost musí mít maratonec pro to, aby se mohl stát tím pravým šampionem. Protože jen dneska ukázal, že jsme taky. Představíme vám nejlepší české muže, představíme také nejlepší české ženy, a to znamená také mistryně, vicemistryně a bronzovou České republiky. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony of ORLEN Prague Marathon, the category Czech National Championships in the category of women is ready. Na třetím místě se umístila finishing the third place was Eva Zelinová. Vicemistryní České republiky po loňském rekordním 6. titulu dnes bere the silver medalist is Petra Pastorová. A českou královnou maratonské distance pro rok 2025 je the queen of the marathon in the Czech Republic for the season 2025 is Tereza Rochová. Nejlepší vydává liberální předseda Českého atletického svazu. Czech Athletic Federation to the best Czech ladies from the final standing. Dámy samozřejmě získávají jméno medaile řady místních
rámci souboje o titul českých mistrovství. Gratulace k Tereze Bruchové, která dnes měla solo závod mezi českými výkonnými 2:34:04. Čas, který zapisuje ke svému jménu. Květiny těm nejlepším předává Karlo Kapelbo, zakladatel a prezident série RunCzech. The founder and the president of the RunCzech series, Karlo Kapelbo, is handing over and congratulating the flowers and congratulating to the best ladies of the Czech Republic after the Czech Championship standing of the Pohary ze sklářské dílny a jako jsou připraveny pro 3 nejlepší. Předává jim je Karolína Farská, ředitelka Českého atletického svazu. The director of Czech Athletic Federation, Karolína Farská, is handing over the special crystal trophies from Alpha Glass Force to the best three ladies of the Czech Republic. Nejlepší české závodníci z Few cards by title partner ORLEN, gifts by RunCzech partners, Hotel Hilton Prague and Hitler are being presented to the best 3 ladies of the final standing of the Czech Championships in the season 2025 here. Na počest nejrychlejších českých žen zazní česká hymna. Ladies and gentlemen, the Czech national anthem will be played. Tereza Bruchová, bronzová, stříbrná a zlatá v rámci mistrovství České republiky rok 2025. Nejlepší české maratonkyně pěkně pohromadě, které se předvedly v tak skvělém světle v rámci ORLEN maratonu Praha pro rok 2025.
Shake your body, baby, do that conga. No, you can't control yourself any longer. Come on, shake your body, baby, do that conga. No, you can't control yourself any longer.
během těch 10 minut jako zpreskuje, že jo. No.
Tribu komentovací, kteří vidí ve cílové lajně na hraně 3 hodin a 5 minut. A bude druhovat ten čas, který závodníci strávili na tribu a teď probíhají na modrou koberci směrem k cílové lajně a tady to vypadá na velkou spokojenost. These are those who are running at the pace of 3 hours and 5 minutes to the finish line on the blue carpet, and I do hope that this is the goal achieved and unlocked for the future. There's in the running and breaking the level of 3 hours and be absolutely stunning what we have so fast. But keep in mind that some of the greatest results are still yet to come, because we have just 3 hours. We have 7 hours on the limit, so there's still plenty of time to go, plenty of time to make sure that we have the true winners in the finish line. More and more guys and ladies will be coming to the finish line. The majority, the largest part of the majority, the largest part, to be precise, is coming between 50 and 4. That's usually where we have the largest part. If we divide the whole group of runners within 10 minutes, 10 minutes large slots of the finish time, the most are coming to the finish line in 3:50 to 4. And it's always doubling the number of those who are finishing over 4 hours. Jirka Fix je jedním z borců, který nám teď dobíhají do cíle, který se rokem dneska jakožto lídr pacemakerů, to je šéf týmu pacemakerů, kapitán RunCzech pacemakerů, kteří jsou teď na trati vedou závodníky na jednotlivé části do cílové lajny. Právě on dostal dneska možnost rozdvihnout si svojí velkou jízdu.
Diskvalifikovaný.
Zaběhnout stejný čas. Pacemakeri RunCzech pracují na tom, aby závodníci a závodníci skutečně na ten čas, který se stanovili. Aby se nemuseli startovat o to, jaké dříví tempo, ale jenom vpředu. Ale možná nejlépe díkat a pracovat na tom. Hodně naběháno. Na to, abyste se do cíle dostali v tomhle tempu. Hodně ORLEN maratonu Praha v roce 2025. Náběh do cílové rovinky je tak připravený pro všechny závodnice a závodníky, kteří jdou do svého tempa a svého rytmu, ať už reprezentují kteroukoliv ze 110 národností, které jsou zastoupeny na trati 42 km v rámci 30. ročního ORLEN maratonu Praha. Tak budeme ale vítat různých věcí a různých kultur, které se sjeli do Prahy toho, aby ukázali svůj sílu na trati 40 km a 194 km, tak abychom si s nimi mohli užít jak závodní vystoupení od prvního okamžiku, kdy začneme do Vltava, až do toho posledního, kdy už můžou jít slovy po svém dnešním výběru. Jsme na hranici 3 hodin a 10 minut. This is ORLEN, just check out his watch tomorrow. He's running the place he was aiming for, and I will tell you satisfaction, because 3:10 is what he is getting on the scoreboard while crossing for the finish line. Just running over. Ready for the champion. Připomínám limit 7 hodin, který ještě má spoustu prostoru, aby bylo, ale hlavně proto, aby závodníci a závodníci vběhli do cílové rovinky. Za pár desítek sekund vám představíme nejlepší z dnešního týmového závodu juniorského maratonu, protože 10členné týmy, které prošly jednotlivými koly v rámci krajských kol a dalších, kterými museli předoškoláci proběhnout po to, aby si vybojovali právo startu na tom hlavním finálovém závodě tady v srdci Prahy. A budeme představovat postupně trojici nejlepších 10členných týmů, kterých musí být alespoň 3 výhry. Jsme dnes viděli na trati a některé v závodském kruhu jízdím na 10x4,2 km na tempu, kterému konkurovat i těm vůbec nejlepším, alespoň o nějaký krátký čas. Zároveň se to týká juniorského maratonu, bylo opravdu hodně a semifinále 3400 účastníků, pokud bychom to srovnali s rokem 2022, 1790, s rokem 2023, 2320 a tentokrát bude více než 3000, takže ještě větší konkurence juniorského maratonu od roku 1997. Říkal ty základní parametry 4 km a 200 metrů pro každého účastníka a viděli jste to na výmový rytmus a zároveň na to soutěží jednotlivých členů, kteří už tady čekají na své parkáty, kteří právě musí dotáhnout tu závěrečnou část. A za pár okamžiků poznáme v tom celorepublikovém hodně prestižním souboji tu nejlepší školu, která tady probíhala se svými členy právě v momentě, kdy jsme představovali ty nejúspěšnější závodníky elitní kategorie mužů a také kategorie žen. 3 hodiny a 13 minut bez mála, tedy několik zbývajících minut a opět přivítáme také pacemaker vodiče, kteří vám pomáhají, ty, které můžete využít k tomu, abyste běželi lepším klidu, nemuseli jste si dělat na hodinky, nemuseli jste si hlídat své tempo, prostě aby to duše běželi pěkně za svým srdcem, co jste trénovali a jak se dokázali uspět v těch minulých závodech nebo minulých letech a také byla řeč o žestnici naprosto ojedinělých výkonů mužů, kteří tady běhají už od prvního ročníku a mají za sebou vlastně všechny běhy. Pokud se podíváme tady na 30. ročník ORLEN Maratonu Praha 2025. Také pána Strýcová, bývalá skvělá tenistka, česká reprezentantka, žena, která má na svém kontě opravdu hodně výsledků, včetně olympijské medaile, tak Aneta Strýcová, která tady byla už od nějaké 8 hodiny, to znamená, že čerpala tu respektive běžců, kteří se chystali do samého či pilotové vrabcové závodnice, která zůstává spolu s námi, protože je to důležitý členkou RunCzech týmu a stará se také o své pomečky, o závodníky a závodnice, kteří patří mezi už absolutní nejenom českou, ale také skvělou elitu. Brian, so Brian, so what is your first impression? What was your marathon?
I loved it. It's stunning going through all the old town and everything. I did Boston last week in London, and Prague is the best marathon of my 10 marathons I've done this year.
Best marathon. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for running at the Southern edition of ORLEN Prague Marathon, and you hope in 2026 you will be back on track as well as on the blue carpet to gain your next medal as the finisher of the 31st edition of ORLEN Prague Marathon. And we will introduce you to those who are running in the junior marathon category during the whole season, making sure that they will make it to the finals and then gain the first, second or the third place. Jak jsme slíbili, představím vám ty nejlepší 3 týmy v rámci juniorského maratonu. Vyhlášení je připraveno. Juniorský maraton roku 2025 se opět konal pod záštitou zastoupení Evropské republice v České republice, Ministerstva zdravotnictví, Českého atletického svazu, Ministerstva školství, mládeže a tělovýchovy. Je to 27. ročník největšího štafetového závodu na maratonské trati pro 10členná družstva studentů ze středních škol. V roku 2025 se uskutečnila regionální hala ve všech 14 krajích. Nejrychlejší školy se pak účastnily dnešního finále v rámci ORLEN Maratonu Praha. A ten letošní ročník je rekordní, protože jsme měli celkem 304 týmů, tedy přes 3000 studentek a studentů z celé České republiky. A jsem zvědavý, jak jednotlivé týmy zvládnou vystoupit na vstupě vítězů. Jdeme si pro 3. nejlepší tým juniorského maratonu roku 2025, který reprezentuje Gymnázium Matyáše Lercha Brno. Druhá příčka A, Gymnázium a střední odborná škola a střední zdravotnická škola Jelenice A. Vítězství se vybojovali s náskokem 37 sekund, časem na hranici 2,5 hodiny zástupci Gymnázia Antona Randy, Jablonec nad Nisou. Gratulovat jim přichází Paco, prezident Asociace mezinárodních maratonů a dlouhých běhů, the president of Association of International Marathons and Distance Races. Mr. Paco is congratulating and handing vouchers to the best 3 teams of junior marathon of the season 2025. Připravené ceny pro ty nejlepší vouchery pro 3 nejlepší týmy v rámci junior maratonu, juniorského maratonu pro rok 2025. Historicky nejvíc týmů poprvé jsme se dostali přes 3000 závodnic a závodníků, kteří dohromady poskládali přes 300 týmů, tak aby v 10členných skupinách, v 10členných týmech mohli naprosto vychutnat i tu, pokud prošli dneskými koly, finálovou atmosféru v ulicích Prahy. Nejlepší tým čas 2:30:14. Rozdíl mezi prvním a druhým 37 sekund, prvním a třetím pouhých 46 sekund. 3 nejlepší týmy také obdrží věcné dary od titulárního partnera závodu společnosti ORLEN. Předává je Viktor Wagner, zástupce zastoupení Evropské komise v České republice. Viktor Wagner, representative of representation of the European Commission in the Czech Republic is handing over the gifts that were given over by the ORLEN, meaning the council partner of the ORLEN Marathon Prague 2025. Gratulovat směřují těm nejlepším týmům, které zvládly a potom do velké finále. Když se podíváte zpětně na závěry z dnešního přenosu, tak se vůbec nebudete divit, že až samotném začátku uvidíte i zástupce juniorského maratonu, kteří drží tempo s těmi nejlepšími elitními atlety, kteří letí směrem cílové lajně a chodí těsně na nebi. Trojice nejlepších týmů pěkně pospolu nastupních vítězů. Na čtvrtém místě potom skončilo gymnázium a střední odborná škola Olomouc. Na pátém potom gymnázium Střeldy z Liberce. Ale od trojice nejlepších poměrně výrazný odstup. Zatímco trojice nejlepších týmů se vměstala na maratonské trati do pouhých 640 sekund. Až souboj o druhé místo rozhodlo pouhých 9 sekund konečného hodnocení dnešního finále juniorského maratonu pro rok 2025. V 27. pokračování největšího štafetového závodu na maratonské trati po 4 středních škol máme všichni pohromadě trojici nejlepších týmů. A právě na jejich počest zazní Gaudiamus. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gaudiamus will be played for as given to those who are the greatest in the Junior Marathon 2025. Gymnázium Matyáše Lercha Brno, Gymnázium střední odborná škola, střední zdravotnická škola Jilemnice A a Gymnázium Antona Randy Jablonec nad Tisou. Trojice nejlepších týmů juniorského maratonu roku 2025. A to také pro nás znamená, že učíme absolut můžeme vyvolovat pouze výhradně a jen těm, kteří budou mířit do cílové lajny. Ten koberec je samozřejmě připraven pro všechny, kteří zvládnou ten poslední rok 40 km až po 90 km dnešní závod na trati 30. ročníku ORLEN Maratonu Praha. Samozřejmě viděli jste, že skutečně jeden z posledních kroků může být jedním z nejproblematičtějších českých šampion Jan ORLEN padl těsně před cílem. Kvůli úplnému vyčerpání a na skutečně mohl jenom díky tomu, že měl v ruce kapačku, tak aby se dostal co možná nejdřív zpátky do rytmu a do pohody. Protože se dodělal úplně a to je všechno. Který ale dál pokračuje a do kterého ještě má dlouze času být na další stopy a výstupy účastníků a těch, kteří to opravdu zvládli. Na našem ročníku se má podle svých předpokladů podle toho, jak oni sami se zadali, aby byli spokojeni. DJ Enzym, tady spolu s námi samozřejmě o dalších závodů v rámci běžecké série. Pokud se podíváme na začátek letošní sezóny, Maraton Praha po ORLEN Maratonu Praha roku 2025, ale to nejdelší výběr na letošní sezóny 42 km na 195 km. Máme také do regionálních měst, ať už jsou to Karlovy Vary, České Budějovice, Olomouc. Samozřejmě také štafety na začátku podzimní části, 1 a 10, Věrelběh a respektive na 5 km, no a potom také musí nebo Liberec. To všechno nás nevine a prostě věříme, že
právě společně s vámi. Hledejte oficiální informace, tak jak jste zvyklí, bylo to na oficiálním webu RunCzech.com nebo také na sociálních sítích na Facebooku, kde jsou vyštěpované fotografie z jednotlivých závodů a jinak to neděje u ORLEN Maratonu Praha a nebo také Instagrama. To je jasný odkaz k tomu, abyste si mohli ještě jednou zaznamenat vzpomínky na náš trik, na to, jak vám dařilo, jak jste prožívali ten proces na začátku, 9 hodin před oficiálním výstřelu, prosím 30. ročníku té obrovské klasiky. No a postupem času budeme mít také pacemakry, vodiče, kteří samozřejmě běží na ten jasně daný časový čas, protože opět budou zhruba 20 minut, než se kompletně podle 10 300 závodníků dostalo na startovní vzítkovou koridoru až na podstavovní bránu, která se ale změnila na sílovou. Ať jsou to pacemakři od 3 hodin na 15 minut, po hranici 5 hodin, tak budou tady podle jednotlivých příkladů, podle jednotlivých barev skutečně s námi. Jak by se ale připomínal DJ Enzem, minimálně do 16, možná 16 hodiny a 30 minuty, prostě a jednoduše do chvíle, kdy přivítáme kompletní startovní pole, které to nevzdálně pustí a proběhne přes modrý koberec do cíle, do závěrečného 42 km a 195 metrového závodu. Bývalá skvělá česká medailistka, olympijská medailistka nebo prestižné čtyřiře, dvojnásobná medailistka Wimbledonu za 2019 a 2023. Já si říkám také rukavy po záznam. Mám to, protože ona hrála svůj respektive maraton 40 kilometrů a 150 kilometrů. Ano, necháme vyvítat, ale skvělý výkon, medailistka vás tady vlastně připravovala, tak jaké jsou ty první pocity, protože je ohromná výzva, aby se to prostě nejdodušovala.
Já vlastně ani nevím, jaký mám pocity. Já jsem strašně ráda, že jsem to dala, ale to asi přijde. Bylo to super.
Úsměv na tváři, a to je moc dobře. Vnímala jste diváky, ale už je nejenom tady, ale vlastně celé trati celkově zaznává. opravdu naprosto úžasný exkluzivní čas. Vy jste vlastně na startu věděla, kolik se vyběží? Moc vám gratulujeme a díky za to, že jste byla společně s námi. Děkuju. Děkuju moc. Bára Strýcová, bývalá tenisová, skvělá hráčka, tenistka Wimbledonu ve 40, také olympijská medailistka a prostě česká hráčka, kterou si pamatoval a dál bude pamatovat celý tenisový svět. Tak pokud se podíváte na čas, 3 hodiny, necelých 30 minut od startu a už drahou dobu. Bára Strýcová už je v cílovém prostoru. V tuto chvíli tedy i další, kteří můžou s vámi a podívat se hezky tváří tvář skvělému času 3 hodiny, 29 minut a 50 sekund. jaké to vlastně bylo na trati, protože podmínky vypadaly velmi dobře, teď začalo svítit sluníčko, ráno to trošku vypadalo na takové vlčí počasí déšť, tak bylo to vlastně maratonské ideální. Musíš vědět, že prostě, jestli někdo nespoluval, to nejsi ty, anebo Pepa, prostě jeden z vás musí doběhnout, tak jak si s tímhle vědomím startuje při tak rychlém čase.
Snažím se na to co nejvíce připravit.
A to se povedlo. Děkuji, Radko, ještě poslední otázku, uvidíme se v další části sezóny.
Ano, v Karlových Varech hned.
Děkuji, Radko, děkuji.
Děkuji a jste všichni skvělí.
chvíli to budou tisíce, které budou mít za sebou podruhé modrý koberec. A to znamená, že to byl nejenom ten startovní, ale také ten koberec cílový, protože ten je taky připraven pro ty nejrychlejší jednotky, kteří přijdou do cílové lajny klidně v limitu na samotnou hranici toho, aby mohli vyrazit. Ale je to bude čekat pravá finišerská medaile, připravená půjde a neboli, kteří zvládli v tomto případě ORLEN maraton Praha, tak budou zapisovat do svých historických tabulek, jakožto maraton, kteří především zvládli. 110 nationalities were represented among the 10,300 runners who have been joining us. To be more precise, I would say right now like 9,000 have been joining us in the streets of Prague, because several hundreds of people crossed the finish line. If you believe that we are over 2,000 maybe now, I need to check the stats to make sure that the speed, the pace of those who are right now coming through Babišská Street to Staroměstské square is magnificent. We are way below 4 hours. But make sure that in several minutes you are ready for a river. If you are ready for a river, runners will be coming to the finish line because a huge amount of runners are coming just before the 4-hour interval. And you can expect to see that the number of runners is rising. And especially going around, and I'm thinking about the real time, but the one that you can see on the screen, somewhere around 3:57. We always say that the fastest athlete will be 4 after. Sure that they can gain their level of finisher, that they can gain their level of those who work short enough to be finishing all 42 kilometers and 195 meters. And we will be cheering for them on the blue carpet till the very last moment, because 7 hours, that's the limit for all. Not just those who are right now in the finish line, but those who are coming close to the finish line, but also still in the course. That does not matter in all the last, because we are RunCzech cheering all the way till the last moment. So the last second of the 7-hour limit is up. We can welcome all great runners to finish on the blue carpet as the Germany athlete just a couple of hours ago. Yes, sometimes it will be hours, but it does not mean anything bad. It means that maybe those who are right for running over the finish line needed to do a better job than the top elite athletes did, because they pushed their boundaries of possibility even farther than the top elite athletes did, aiming for the course record here in Prague, in the ORLEN Marathon Prague 2025. And that's what we do enjoy, that's what we do love, the passion and the energy that is coming from those who are coming to the finish line. And that's why I'm so happy, guys, that you are staying here with us, cheering for them, supporting them in the last meters of the course that has been demanding, that has been hard, to make sure that they can be in the heart of the event, in the heart of the crowd.
Ja!
Až do závěrečného konce 3 hodiny a 43 minut. Samozřejmě ke startovnímu číslu také čip, abyste si podle svého startovního čísla podle vašeho výkonu našli také konkrétní čas ORLEN maratonu roku 2025. Úspěvy, samozřejmě čerpání, to všechno patří do 40 km a 190 km. Ať už to nabíháte do Pařížské ulice, díky za to, že dál zůstáváte skvělí fanoušci a vždycky to bylo krátce předvádění startovního výstřelu přesně 30. ročníku ORLEN maratonu Praha. Průběhu konkrétní dvouhodinovky, kdy jsme tady očekávali ty nejrychlejší. No a samozřejmě teď po 3 hodinách a 45 minutách další výkony. Další spodní cíl, nebo možná cíl, který budou posunovat ještě v roce 2026 tady v Praze. A nebo také společně s RunCzech běžeckou sérií pokračovat dál. pokračovat budeme od 17. května za 2 týdny Matone Running Festival Karlovy Vary. Po dalších 14 dál 31. května Matone Running Festival České Budějovice a ještě jeden běžecký festival v Olomouci 14. června. Poté se budeme těšit také na červen konec tohoto měsíce a udělení štafetu stejně jako začátek září na překročení na 5 km a vyročení na 10 km. Stejně jako ten závěrečný běh a závěrečné oba starty Matone Running Festival Ústí nad Labem anebo Matone Revenec hodně robíte až do konce sezóny 2025. Sledujte webové stránky Instagram a Facebook a hlavně poslední část běžecké rodiny u největší běžecké série, která má také nejvíce takových známých pohůrů fyzickové aktivity, nejenom díky sebevěcnosti, ale také se zážitky, které nebudete chvíli. Doplňujete rychle pohoda ekonomiky, ale hlavně medaile, originální medaile, kterou musí pověsit na sebe. Děláte na parkečky, hezky na tebe, velká odměna za to, že jste dali startu až do cíle. 3 hodiny, 6 minut, milionový střelu 8 000 a 300 účastníků, kompletní maratonský víkend, pokud byste se podívali i na nesoutěžní běhy, třeba rodinnou díly, více než 13 000 účastníků, tak to bylo nabité sobotu, a hlavně dnes, 2025. Gratulujeme, vítáme naši fetišery, protože tohle je velmi úspěch, který vlastně jasně ukázal a chtěl dokázali, že se nebojíte velký výzev. Když velká výzva, tak je to značně maraton dominantový a centrem Prahy, tak jak se může dívat na atmosféru. Ještě dostaneme času do konce limitu, který je na 7 hodin, na minimálně do 16 hodiny, kde jsme se všemi, kteří slaví váš běh, kteří jsou k dispozici, pokud jste připravili krizi, právě teď se dostáváte. Děkujeme moc.
Jdeme do cílové linky a 45 minut. Teď máme na běhy na modrý koberec jdou. V roce 45 do svého místa na rozdíl vystoupení. To znamená prostě jednoznačně a jasně. Tohle bude dáno jasně. Jdou v roce 45. Zíš 5 minut. Svoji sílu, svoji sílu, ale teď je na druhý, protože ani ne za 3 hodiny. Když se nám na to vypadá vlastně dlouho. Ano, připadá vám pokud vidíte, rozhodně platí, tak musíte pořádně natrénovat. Jak už nám naši pacemakeri ze síny, pak nějaké na mě nemocí koberec, všichni, kteří tady teď nabývají, jdou. That's the time if you want to see the result list, if you check out the names of those who are right now on the blue carpet because RunCzech pacemakers are giving you best performance 3:45 is what you will see. That's what you will check and then you are getting when you're running with the RunCzech pacemakers in the RunCzech community. They did once again an amazing job meaning that these runners are hopefully gaining what they were preparing for and ready for in the season 2025 in particular in the ORLEN Prague 2025. Make sure that they made them doing an amazing job. Doing so in every single step needed to become the finisher of the ORLEN Prague 2025. Because that's what we are waiting for. That's who we are waiting for. On the wrestling blue carpet that was prepared and will be prepared. Not just for the only two athletes, but for every single runner aiming for something to win. The link of 7 hours prepared in the Czech Republic as a part of the RunCzech series. And we'll be continuing more races in February. It's well known for fantastic fans that are cheering as well on the years for every single runner in the streets of one of the greatest cities in Moravia, part of the Czech Republic. Well, welcome to join us today, Charlie. We'll be very happy to have you, not just in Prague, but in any other way that you need to make sure that you are running as much as you can. You can find all the information on our website, RunCzech.com.
Tady pacemakeri na 3 hodiny a 45 minut, aby kopírovali právě ten čas, který se mluvím. Sledujeme další závodníky a další našeho kamaráda Františka Kučela Pratovou, který právě tomu doběhl, necháme ho vydíkat, ale jakhle už je velký novinér, tak Pavel, jenom se pokusím opravdu příště, protože jsem si povolil hodin, bychom odečetli 60 a tak dále, tak to bylo prostě závodně opravdu super. Jak to kontextu předcházejících provodů hodnotíš ORLEN Marathon 25?
Bylo to těžké. Takový trojkou. OK, trošku jako různě, to si dalo. A ve finále jsem jako, to se na mě dneska.
To je v pořádku. 42 km a téměř 200 metrů k tomu. A František říká, že je opravdu hodně unavený, ale jsi spokojený s tím výkonem nakonec vlastně i s tím finálovým časem.
No je to pod 45, takže jo.
Já ti gratuluju.
Díky moc.
Necháme Frantu vydechnout. František, který samozřejmě trénuje vedle dalších povinností, které máme v svém životě a jasně tak ukazuje, že když chcete, tak můžete. A těch tam příběhů jsou desítky, stovky, ale možná tisícovky, tedy 3,55 pro další, ať už kámarkáky a nebo skupinky, které teď běží hezkou spolu mezi tím, co jsme dnes už poznali ty nejrychlejší v absolutním pořadí. To je opravdu jasná věc, vyhlášení kategorie mužů žen a také kategorie mužů žen a také juniorský maraton v tom velkém soukolí a soukolí 10 000 a 300 běžců, 110 národností, Česko-Francie, ale také Velká Británie, Slovensko, Německo, Polsko, bude to pokračovat dál a dál. Letošní rok se s novým globálním partnerem je zástupce společně s panem primátorem byli 9 hodin oficiálního zahájení, oficiálního výstřelu letošního 30. ročníku. Co se týká ale nejenom skvělé atmosféry tady, na Staroměstském náměstí, kde 106 zemí přenos právě z letošního maratonu. To znamená, že do celého světa se propula krása Prahy, jednotlivý dominant podukantráče a vlastně téměř železnická s rokem 2024. Pokud nás se podíváme na to, co závodníky čekalo, tak to byla rychlá tráče, která nabízela úžasné výhledy na pražské památky. Startní cíl je tady u nás v samém srdci Prahy, na Staroměstském náměstí. A to je dopravy, protože musel kolem sedmostí a obrovnický ikon národního končícím ulice Národní a Nacionální Pražná brána, Staroměstské náměstí, kdy start cíl, ale také Pařížská ulice Dům, nebo nádherné výhledy na Pražský hrad a také Karlův most. To vás neminulo, pokud jste byli součástí jak startu, tak také už triumfálního modrého koberce, kde můžete slavit, kde se můžete slát, kde můžete vydýchávat a hlavně pokračovat dál pro originální zaslouženou medaili, že jste to dali v sezóně 2025.
Bude to za chvíli náběh na 4. hodinu a jak jsem slíbil, tak také za chvíli uvidíte, jak se začne brutálně plnit Pařížská ulice. Bude to trvat doslova do písmene pár desítek sekund, kdy budeme mít opět doslova hlavu kafe při náběhu do prostoru dnešního cíle, tedy směrem na Modrý koberec, protože za chvíli bude doslova do písmene zaplněná smalová rovinka v Pařížské ulici, protože teď se dostáváme přesně do toho okamžiku, kdy žádná 10minutovka není naplněná závodníky, ale víc než právě ta, která nás čeká. Protože teď se budeme dostávat k hranici přesně 4 hodin. Poznáte to samozřejmě přesně podle toho, že na to nejpopřejší série radši Čile, tam přesně ukáže, jaký je ten reálný chvílný čas u jednotlivých závodníků, kteří jdou do cílového prostoru, protože tam je většinou ještě dost volného místa pro to, aby oproti tomu oficiálnímu času vybojovali svůj vytoužený čas, protože na 4 hodinách je to velmi často, velmi tvrdé. Ale víme, že právě většinou to bývá dvojnásobek závodníků, kteří dostihnou těsně pod 4, než těsně nad 4 hodiny. Což je přesně to, co dává dlouhý běh do života průštění ulice. Okamžik, když je to 3,59 nebo 4 hodinama, to není hodně zavěraný kilometr. To ustále maratonské trati fakt jenom o té obě. A ta hraje strašně velikou roli. Strašně velikou roli. Do kilometru do písmene každého kilometru, ale největší když člověk dostane do krize, protože při maratonu je jenom výjimečně někdo, kdo krize nedostane. A v okamžiku, kdy to krize dokáže vykonat, kdy dokáže zvládnout, tak si dojde pro ten svůj dobrý výsledek jenom na hlava. Ale na hlavu, protože to se pak do života zatraceně hodí, když člověk může posouvat svoje hranice a umí to. Do každého okamžiku, ať už je do čehokoliv, nemusí to být jenom 42 km a 75 metrů toho konečného hodnocení. Bude to být cokoliv jiného. Já to se opakovat. To je z největších průlomů české historie. Já je běžce. A beru lidi do světa. Nikdy. Po hranici, ale to na chvíli. Samozřejmě vždycky musí hlavně je to, aby člověk dostal zdraví cílové lajny, na výkladě trati se to udělat, ukořit nějaký problém velmi rychle, ale na to člověk musí dát samozřejmě velký pozor. Dnes máme na trati závodníky a závodnice, co jdou jednotlivou kategorii, co jdou individuální souboj, ale máme také ty, kteří pro ostatní, ať jsou to z charakterních organizací, jsou hlavní jsou Českého rozhlasu, ale jsou to také ti, kteří běží v rámci projektu RunCzech, znamená teď že se svým manažerem týmu na modrý koberec, aby si mohli vyznat společně doběh do cílové lajny, cílovou bránu ORLEN Marathon Prague v roku 2025. Ten podcast rozhodně má být vyhledný místo organizace, která spolupracuje s RunCzechem dlouhodobě, vznikla kolem studentů třetí lékařské třetí lékařské fakulty Univerzity Karlovy, ale napadly se další lidé, kteří chtějí pomáhat, kteří pomáhají, aby si mohli kteří by jinak běžet sami nemohli, kvůli zdravotním problémům, za které můžou a které jsou dány prostě jenom tím, co mají napsané genetické knize svého života. Jsme moc rádi, že takový lidé, kteří pomáhají ostatním, jsou s námi a jsou jedinou součástí. RunCzech platí to i pro dnešní 30. ročník ORLEN Marathonu Praha roku 2025. A teď se podívejte, bylo to pařížské. Když se podíváte od Plzně 42 km směrem k řece, tak tady už se volné místečko hledá jen těžko. Tady se budeme dostávat přesně do toho okamžiku, kdy nám nabíhá ta obrovská porce běžných bodů do cílové lajny. Můžou si proslužit splněný plán od 4 hodiny v rámci maratonského vystoupení.
Running with RunCzech a my už tady máme naši skupinku. Tak jenom na volnou vás poprosím. Prosím, pojďte ke mně. Ahoj, poprosím o jméno.
Kristýna.
Kristýno, tak Kristýno, pojďte nám představit vašeho kapitána. Tak kdo vás takhle táhl 42 kilometry?
To byl Natan.
Natane, ahoj. Tohle to je Natan. Jak jsi si to tak dal? Ahoj, společně s Natanem. Natan úspěch na páři. Tak jak se běželo, jak se cítila atmosféru, jak jsi s tím Natan poradil? Natan, skvěle, pro vás to byla velká výzva, tak ještě jeden názor. Natan vypadá naprosto spokojený, jak se měli atmosféru podporu, nejenom na startu v cíli, ale po celou trať. Ano, pivo, prosím. Děkuju moc. Natane, ještě jednou díky. Ještě jednou pozdravím Natana. Ještě jednou. Natan, ahoj. Loučíme se. Děkuju moc. Espaňa se tomu také hlásí. Running with RunCzech a my uvidíme ještě další parťáky a parťačky téhleté skvělé skupinky, protože připravili určení 10 000 akcí za účastníků, tak hned tam se viděli tedy speciální drezy RunCzech. 4 hodiny 10 minut. Pojďme společně s námi napravo nalevo. Rád to podporovat ty, kteří se právě dostávají do cílového prostoru, protože je to opravdu skvělé, plné úspěchu, ale také vyčerpání. Co všechno patří na 40 km a 125 metrů. Dostatek času, vyrůstáváme, nenaplujeme. Je to vypadá na 15., 16., 19. nebo 20., ale teď už spíše 30., 35. kilometru. Ne, tohle maraton, tahle dvojnásobná distance. Když už to maraton, další závodník, to je největší série, která má nejvíce zlatých známek a nejvíce ohodnocení, co se týká právě světové atletiky. Speciální lejly, které jasně ukazují tu obrovskou kvalitu nejenom ve startovním poli, ale také zázemí a servisu pro závodníky. A platí to také po 4 hodinách a 11 minutách.
hodin. Ta legendární 4hodinová hranice znamenající většinou to, co si člověk zlomí v tom, že v hlavě to hledá, tak je právě v tuhle chvíli prolomena. Na hranici 4 hodin nám dobíhají další desítky běžců. A podívejte se do pařížské teď, vidíte ten rozdíl v tom, jak výrazně větší část závodnic a závodníků máme těsně pod 4 hodiny, ještě těsně nad. Což ale pozor na to, že ti, kteří tam teď nabíhají, můžou jít ještě pořád pod 4 hodiny, a to z toho důvodu, že startovali v zadních koridorech. To znamená, že odečítají výrazně větší čas než ti, kteří startovali v těch koridorech, které byly třeba hned na začátku startovního kole. A tam ten rozdíl tvoří několik minut. V tuhle chvíli se dostáváme na hranici 15 minut a ve srovnání s oficiálním časem versus časem, který si zapisují jednotlivé běžci a jednotlivé běžkyně do svých tabulek v rámci svého dnešního maratonského vystoupení. Protože to je něco, co je potřeba, aby bylo vidět v okamžiku, kdy sledujeme ty nejlepší závodníky. The Spanish fans are right on fire to make sure that they are properly chilling out all those who are becoming the finishers of the Spanish edition of ORLEN Prague Marathon in the season 2025. Ale spousta času, jenom kousek za limitem jeho polovině dnešního závodu. Teď máme ještě hruba minus polovinu závodu, tedy hezkých pár tisíc, které budeme vítat v silové rovince v Pařížské ulici a pak rovně samozřejmě na modrém koberci připraveném a už nutně, a to je dobře, pošlapaném na do cílové liny připraveném pro ty, kteří dnes zvládnou celé maratonské klání až do samotného posledního kroku, který je pro ně nachystán v rámci 62 km a 195 metrů v rámci 30. ročníku ORLEN Maratonu Praha roku 2025. Takže to jsou přesně ti, na které rádi a moc rádi na čekáme a budeme čekat dál. Po okamžiku se dostáváme do další fáze. Vítáme těch nejlepších závodníků a závodníků. A to také smíšou a stimulujeme. Někteří běželi na 4 hodiny. Šimona Míša, můžu poprosit. Tak Šimone, prosím tě, teď jste doběhali, jak velká parta s vámi. Bylo to v klidu, v pohodě, nebo to bylo nějaké napínavější v cílovém prostoru?
Počasí šlo to dobře a běžela s náma pak velká skupina a všechno problémy.
Míšo, jestli to že na ty 4 hodiny určitě to třeba, jak bylo řečeno, je zásadní opravdu pro ty, kteří třeba mají naběháno a chtěli by si udělat nějaký osobák, tak jak velká skupina svého pohledu a hlavně, jak si vy a všechny hezké ovečky podle průběhu vlastně celého maratonu.
Bylo to úplně skvělý, tolik pozitivní energie na jednom místě, bylo to super. Tak děkujeme všem a gratulace obrovská.
My taky děkujeme. Simone, ještě jednou závěrečnou otázku. Míše už moc věku, teď už porovnávat maratony, půlmaratony, tak kdyby si měl pěkně od začátku do konce říct nějaké zásadní momenty právě toho letošního maratonu, něco se týká očekávaček, atmosféry, jak se to prožívali ti, kteří běželi společně s tebou?
No, atmosféra byla super. Taky to, co hledalo ty pařížský lidi, fakt bylo to super. A z těch očekávaček, tak to měl RunCzech perfektně zvládnutý.
Super, děkuji moc, děkuji takhle na dálku už, Simone, Míšo, díky za vaši práci, že jste běželi společně s RunCzech Pacemakers, konkrétně na 4 hodiny, za nějakých 15 minut se tady objeví Honza Mareček, Štěpánka Markolová a samozřejmě také časy na 4:32, na 5 hodin, jak už bylo řečeno, samozřejmě občerstvovačky, osvěžovačky, co budou pak ještě 2,5 km a společně s vámi jenom fanoušcem a také ti, kteří na jubilejním maratonu Praha, ORLEN Maratonu Praha, poslouchali radiožurnál Sport, tedy tradiční a dlouholeté hlavní mediální partnery RunCzech běžecké ligy, radiožurnál Sport je navíc jediné sportovní rádio v Česku, které nabízí komplexní sportovní zpravodajství a pěkně živý informovali
Diváci radiožurnálu Sport také o tom, jak se dařilo závodníkům na čele letošního jubilejního 30. ročníku. Připomenu, že samozřejmě všechno mapoval také sportovní kanál České televize společně s Realitou Vteřinovou, která je obytnou a už úplnou součástí jednotlivých závodů RunCzech běžecké série. Teď se díváme ale do tváří těch, kteří si hezky podmanili letošní maraton tady v centru v Prahy o 4 hodinách a 17 minutách od oficiálního výstřelu.
nejrychlejší čas, zapojili ty největší příběhy, do možná teprve zapíšeme. Nejrychlejší atlet na trati, 40 km v roce 90. ročníku maratonu Praha. Běžel čas na hranici 2 hodin 5 minut a 14 sekund. 5 sekund za traťovým rekordem, který ho udolal. Do roku 2.05. Což ale znamená, že ten největší příběh byl už napsán. To v žádném případě ne. Pokud jej chcete vidět, tak se dost možná píšou, že to budou dostat za pár hodin, protože tam jsou ty nejsilnější příběhy paradoxní tratě. Ty málo kdy bývají nejrychlejší, ty naopak bývají těch, kteří, řekněme, na polově duší svoje startovné zdraví na trati o poznání distančnosti, kteří to jenom provezou ve 2 hodinách a v 5 minutách a jsou křílové. Protože i na ty misi samozřejmě budeme čekat. Okamžiku můžu to bude také lítat. Okamžiku si půjdou pro medaily. Protože to maratonovací akce je RunCzech víc než hodně. Nám záleží jenom na těch nejrychlejší. A když se počkáme i na ty, kteří půjdou do cíle klidně jako úplně poslední, toho, který si nejvíc vychutnává. Trati tady v srdci Prahy už máme za 25. kilometrem, což znamená, že už se dostáváme poloviny závodu. V druhé chvíli už se blíží k nějakému 28. kilometru. Uvidíme, jak to bude vypadat přesně, že právě v tuhle chvíli, co to říkám, tak jsou přesně prokuli 27. kilometr. V tuhle chvíli dostávám přímo zprávu z tratě od Tomáše Vedovského, který koordinuje celý průběh téhle monstrózní akce, která se zhruba 10 000 běžců na trati, 10 300, aby byl přesný, a k tomu zhruba 2x až 3x tolik fanoušků po trati. To znamená, že se bavíte dohromady o nějakých 40 nejméně tisících lidech, kteří se chystají nějakým způsobem zapojit do toho dnešního závodu v různých rolích, v různých podobách. Ale to je samozřejmě obrovská organizační za toho, aby všechno ve týmu série RunCzech dokázal zvládnout, aby se mohli doufám dobře bavit na trati i kolem. Díky moc za to, že jste tady s náma a že doufám, budete i dál v okamžiku, kdy budeme vidět lidi, kteří jdou na další časy, které jsou plně nachystané, aby listiny a výsledkové etapuly, tak jak dokážou zaběhnout v rámci svého dnešního maratonského výkonu. To znamená, že všechny závodníky už máme za kvotou 27 km a v okamžiku výjdu v rámci covidu, protože limit je nastavený na 7 hodin, ale zároveň jsou nastavené limity na tempo na 1 km, což znamená, že závodníci musí malinko checknout. Je takzvané safety body, checkpointy, je to z toho důvodu, abychom tak nemohli vytečenou dopravu, takže krok, ale také abychom mohli zajistit, aby v okamžiku, kdy se nám stavný kolo, pardon, kolo příliš natáhlo, mohlo by to být zbytečně nebezpečné. Tím, že by závodníci neměli zajištěnou takovou podporu. Občerstvovací stanice jsou na každém 2,5 kilometru. Platí, že trati jsou jenom music pointy, ale také medical pointy. Jezdí tam zdravotníci na kolech s defibrilátory, aby dokázali případně pomoct, a naprosto fantastickou práci. Zvláště zdravotníci střílí, kteří pomáhají těm, kteří se vydali všechno a nakonec se zapomínají. Je to obrovský dík za to, že tady opravdu pomáhají. Neodhadli svoji sílu, neodhadli tu energii a dostali do sebe prostě příliš mnoho. Víc, než by bylo třeba chodit. Čili obrovský dík všem, kteří se zapojují do toho, aby si ti, kteří jsou na trati a kolem trati, mohli užít tu nejlepší atmosféru a odnesli to možná nejlepší. Doufám, že to bude platit i pro ty, kteří nám teď namíchají směrem k cílové lajně. Tohle z toho důvodu, že se blížíme k další hranici, v tomto případě 4 hodin a 15 minut, které nás budou dělit od startovního výstřelu na ten čistý čipový čas, protože každý závodníci nese svůj čip a to v praxi znamená, že každý přesně ví, jak běžel v fázi závodu v cílové rovině. 4:28 se svítí na logobočné tabuli. My jsme ale v tuhletu chvíli na hranici 4 hodin a 14 minut. To je ten čas, který ale reálně platí pro závodníky a závodníky, kteří teď jízdí do cílové lajny, protože oni půjdou pro svůj čas po 4:15 naprosto suverénně a jednoznačně. RunCzech Pacemaker totiž odvádí svůj práci tak, jak se sluší a vlastní, a tedy naprosto přesně. Že pan Rapuš tady zdraví svět ve svém druhém maratonském vystoupení nám míří do cíle. A poprvé v roli do cílové lajny s tím partákem. tu partu pěšky na běžku cílové lejny na 4 hodiny 15 minut. Ten čas samozřejmě trefili naprosto přesně, skvěle, že máme tolik pomocných běžců, kteří tohle sledou a kteří sledou i tenhle čas zaběhnout v rámci dnešního vystoupení, při kterém máme prakticky ideální čas, když sluníčko svítí víc, než byla předpověď, protože to vypadalo, že bude prakticky úplně zapřeno 50%, ale 100 just right now crossing to the finish line. It does not matter if you are a man, a woman, or a chicken. I'm not really sure. A rooster maybe. Yes, is it right? Representing the country of France and crossing the blue carpet. Tím běžeme také spolu s vámi, co by pacemakeři, informace pro Jana Považana. Pokud by nás slyšel Jan Považan, tak tady v prostoru cíle o zvuku. Tak je to vyřešeno, skvěle. Je to nejlepší zpráva. Honza, který už má za sebou také závod, tak už má také všechno, co mu patří. A rychle tedy na 4.15. Štěpánka, Honza, teď už také jdou pro svůj medaili. My je ale ještě odchytneme, protože jsou tady spolu s námi. Honzo, Štěpánko, ahoj, ahoj, ahoj. 4 hodiny 15 minut, tak nejprve Štěpánko, ty s úsměvem stejně jako při půlmaratonu, tak ty první pocity, několik desítek sekund pro doběhu maratonu, jaké to bylo, jak se dařilo těm, kteří běželi spolu s vámi?
Bylo to strašně
dlouhý.
Bylo to dlouhý, ale bylo to skvělé. Lidi kolem nás perfektní, vlastně se nás držela skupinka, která se odběhla, mám obrovskou radost. A to je Honza,
Štěpánko, ještě řekni, jak výrazný rozdíl, samozřejmě kilometry jako takové, ale půlmaraton versus maraton z tvého pohledu vodičky, tak je to opravdu úplně o něčem jiném.
Já jsem moc mluvila. Já jsem si pak šetřila energii. Já jsem strašně chtěla jet za těch lidí pozitivní energii, ale fakt na tom maratonu si musíš šetřit na sobě, bohužel.
Štěpánko, díky, protože tady opravdu si každý musí nechat, že pokládám síly, i kdyby přišla krize na 35. 37. kilometru, tak Honzo, jak to je? Teď odpovídá tedy náš další parťák Honza Mareček, právě 4 hodiny a 15 minut, který běžel společně se Štěpánkou s tím speciálním žlutým cílem, tak rozdíl půlmaraton a maraton i svého pohledu, Honzo, prosím.
No, matematicky je to 2x tolik, ve skutečnosti je to 4x tolik. Tolik v matematice, maraton versus půlmaraton, ale perfektní. Se Štěpánkou jsme bojovali na 35. Přišla maličko krize, ale zvládli jsme to.
Jsou právě v tohleto chvíli a to nemusí být Štěpánko, to můžou být další a další běžci, to se může stát komukoliv z nás, možná třeba i tobě, Honzo, tak jakmile přijde krize ve 35. kilometru, je tam nějaká rada zpomalit, nebo to naopak zkusit jako natáhnout a co nejdříve to mít za sebou, je nějaká univerzální rada.
Tady je dobrý, že 35. kilometr už je v místě, kde se cíl jenom přibližuje, takže kdyby to měl člověk dojít po 4, tak to dojde.
Jaká byla ta vaše skupinka? Vycovali jste, Štěpánka říkala, radši držela ještě energie, tak aby opravdu nedošlo, jak se to mal ty.
Jo, bylo to tak. Od začátku stejná, jsem tam někdo přiběhl, někdo odpad, ale jako vždycky, jako každý rok, bylo to super.
Ještě Honzo poprosím, jaké byly podmínky. Ze začátku to vypadalo na možný déšť, teď svítilo sluníčko, tak kdybys to tak nějak uzavřel, ORLEN maraton 2025 z pohledu podmínek počasí.
Já si myslím, že to je naprosto perfektní. Občas maličko klopalo proti, ale myslím, že i dneska byli opravdu skvělí.
Honzo, děkuju moc.
Já díky všem.
Štěpánko, děkuju, gratuluju ti a uvidíme se při dalších závodech.
Těším se, tady mě celou moc pustí a pak jdeme.
Děkuju moc, Štěpánka a Honza, 4 hodiny a 15 minut. Mezi tím, co jsme společně mluvili, tak se tam objevovali
další běžci, běžkyně, tak v komunikaci, aby ještě poděkovali právě i téhleté dvojici, která dokázala vést, která dokázala radit a také nastavit ideální tempo právě na 4 hodiny a 15 minut. Marťák Danstak ale o tom mluvil, protože se běží na čipový čas, takže ne 4.15, ale možná 4.27 a něco podobného budeme sledovat také u následného času na 4 hodiny a 30 minut. Další dvojice teď ale ujíháte do cílové rovinky k modrému koberci a my vám gratulujeme k výkonům. Medaile, které jsou připraveny právě pro vás.
In the morning at 9 a.m. we witnessed the start when Moldova, the opposition of this medal was playing, and 10,300 runners started in the street in the capital city of the Czech Republic in Prague. They were flowing, creating a river of runners running towards the river of Moldova, starting in Pališka Street. You saw the magnificently, you saw the magnificent performance they did delivered in Prague. You can see the true power. Well, they are coming back from the opposite direction towards the blue carpet. They witnessed the blue carpet once, when they are not on the starting line, so crossing towards the certificate mark. It may be quite a hit to a run, honestly, when you know that you have a couple more hours of hard work to get back to the same place. But they manage, and right now we are coming to the finish line somewhere around the town, around the time 4:25, I would guess. It depends naturally on the corridor that they have been starting from. It's very spread out because it took 21 minutes to start the whole group of the runners competing here in the street. Which means that naturally we'll be waiting for all of them and having great fun doing so while coming towards the finish line with a total of 7 hours. More and more are right now coming to Pališka Street, which means that we are ready to go to 4:30. 4:30 will be the next time, the next level to beat, the next limit to break to become the finisher of the 30th edition of ORLEN Prague in the season 2025. And definitely a great result. 8 by those who are running. Running here in 42K, but naturally, if you want to join us, I do recommend to start with something a little bit shorter, a little bit less exhausting than the marathon is, because it is very exhausting. Honestly, it's pretty exhausting. It can be pretty hard, not only running at the speed, high pace, but also just running for a couple hours. It's pretty exhausting stuff. So please, do not push it way too hard at the very beginning. Give yourself some space and start with something like a 5K ring marathon running festival in Czech Republic or in February. Start with 10K run, start with a half marathon, and then push it up towards the marathon next year. There's still plenty of time to go. Push yourself in the start, give yourself a break, give yourself time to prepare. If you are not a runner, do not start running. Just start walking for long, fast walks to make sure that your body is ready, that you maybe even lost some weight, so it's much more pleasant to your movement system. It is much more comfortable for your muscles as well as your joints as well as to make sure that you are truly set. If you want to run with us, we will be very happy if you do. very happy to meet you. You can find all the information on our website, RunCzech.com. There you can it's the place where you can find also the results of the race, but also the plan and registration for the races to come. Not just this season 2025, but actually in the future. We'll be very happy to have you in the start line of the next event, maybe even in this season. Pokud si říkáte, že byste tohle měli začít taky jediný chyba, pokud se tady zrovna nedíváte na jednoho z běžců, který má zdobené tričko, což Safirovek maratonu patří, nebo zdobené bradavky, tohle se můžu skutečně během a vytrvalost klubu vystává, v okamžiku, kdy můžete mít zdobené tričko, křesela, bradavky a tím pádem je rozhodně ruce. Opravdu to docela dost bolí, proto zkušení běžci zaletí leukoplastem bradavky tak, aby se nerozetřeli do krve, ale pokud uvidíte někoho, kdo má krvavé pruhy na svém tričku, tak to neznamená, že by tam bylo nějaké velké zranění, je to jenom opravdu nepříjemné. Pokud byste tohle chtěli zažít taky, nemyslím to zranění, ale myslíte že si do cíle pro svůj medaily, nezačínejte hned s maratonem. Dejte si čas, pokud jste běžci, nezačínejte běhat, začněte nejdřív chodit, abyste případně ztratili i nějakou váhu, pokud tam je váš pohybový aparát netrpěl, protože když se vydáte do běhu, dobře zvolíte běžecké puty a nešáhne to vůdničem, co nám toho ničeho místo toho, aby vám to pomáhalo, začněte postupně. Můžete samozřejmě vyhledat RunCzech, můžete se samozřejmě zapojit do postupných běhů, které se postupně přidávají tak, abyste nešli do maratonu. Zapojit se do matově ranění, v Karlových Varech, v Olomouci, nebo třeba na podzim, pokud mají adidaské složeny na 5 km, kdy se běží od lodí Prahou, se na náměstí republiky, parádní závod jenom pro holky. Potom a večer nás bude čekat desítka, kdy se běží noční Prahou. To se dělá jednu z nejrychlejších tratí na světě. V rámci jenom a pouze umělého osvětlení. A to je velká paráda pro to, abyste si mohli zažít ten parádní závod. A budeme moc rádi, pokud to budete s námi, že to najdete na webu runczech.com a budou jednotlivý závody, ale samozřejmě tam najdete i výsledky těch dnešních případních předchozích, stejně tak jako lidé na ORLEN, i ze závodů z toho, ale runczech.com, abyste věděli, co vás také může čekat, co bude stát se 12. Je to 100 000 dnešních kteří posouvají tohle hranice zemědělství na dalších vězích, jako na co se to nazývá. První silové chytná vteřina teď míří právě do modrý koberec do hluboko po 4 hodiny a 30 minut, protože s Jardou nám přivádí další skupinu blížkých národů. Díky právě na kurzu 4,5 hodinu, pokud začalo počasnou. Máme jsme včerejší problémy, mohli ještě zapadit s nimi to je celý 30 km až 95 metrů, takže právě to budou mít domácí, kteří se teď dostávají do závěrečné části svého dnešního závodního vystoupení. Závodního vystoupení v rámci 30. ročníku ORLEN Praha. A už je budeme mít pěkně právě na 4,5 hodinové hranice. Kompletní maratonské zadání ve svých nohou a také hlavách. Do nohou se to propíše dneska večer a zítra ráno a potom si půjde za 2 dny. A propíše se to poměrně hodně nohy budou bolet, ale samozřejmě platí, že když dáte dobře regeneraci, tak to bude mnohem lepší. Po dnešku je dobré se zavodit, poslat tam vodu, jak to potřeba. Pokud půjdete na polo, tak začněte ideálně tím nealkoholickým, ať zbytečně nebrzdíte svoji regeneraci, protože díky tomu to bude pro vás potom daleko příjemnější. A zítra na chviličku, když to jenom trochu půjde, roztočte svoje nohy, nedělejte žádnou rychlou, žádný rychlý trénink, v žádném případě, ale jenom na chvilku, na pár kilometrů roztočte svoje nohy, tak aby mohli to možná nejlépe regenerovat. Moc se vám to vrátí za dalších pár dní, kdyby to měla být jenom nějaká procházka, roztočte nohy, ale na chvíli během zítřka, když to jenom trochu půjde. Tak to byste mohli v dalších dnech se potom vrátit do tréninku a hlavně jste byli co možná nejvíc v pohodě do všech dalších dní. 4 hours and 30 minutes, that's the time that we will see on the scoreboard of Delmar right now on the blue carpet, crossing towards the finish line of ORLEN Prague Marathon 2025. Those who spent just 4 hours and 30 minutes in the course and 15 more minutes waiting in the start line to cross, waiting in the lineup to cross the start line, to be more precise and to say it correctly. Thank you so much for all the running. Thank you so much for staying and cheering for those who are running. To make sure that you have a great time in this amazing field. Of the 7-hour limit that has been set every single runner. The last runner in the course has just crossed the 29k mark and is keeping the pace of 7 minutes per kilometer, which is right on the edge of the limit of 7 hours. And that's something that is not unexpected, because we do know that we have runners who are hard-working, who are working, who are combining the road and the run, and they know how to do it. To be precisely within 7 hours in the finish line. They know how to keep the pace of 6 hours to make sure that they are the right seconds on the limit of the course.
Fotografie na památku, které teďka přibývají u těch, kteří zvládli závěrečné stovky metrů. A když už se podíváme na dnešní závody, ještě jednou připomínám, 10 300 běžců, více než 100 národností, opravdu z celého světa. Zároveň ale také RunCzech, běžecká série, která mi hudobně pomáhá, která pomáhá těm, kteří a právě proto se můžeme dodat také na hlavní akademickou partnerem, který s vypuštěnou našeho politického času, který pomáhá běžce zdravotně postiženým. Už od roku 2003 se ve světě snaží, aby nevědomí slabozraci mohli směřovat k nezávislosti a kvalitu co nejlepšímu železu podle vlastní volby. Finančně podpora, která se prostě nevědomým a slabozrakým ještě posunula v pohledu hlavě. Lidi, kteří čují a samozřejmě využívají co nejlepším způsobem. Pokud jsme si povolili startovné, pokud jsme podporovali, tak také pro světlu a to mimo jiné. A ještě jedno speciální poděkování, které bude následovat ještě několikrát, aby se uvědomilo našich silných dobrovolnících na Orlen maratonu Praha 1194 dobrovolníků, důkladnímek, jak potkáte, jako neposkladatelné pomocníky, protože se má skutečně pomáhat zázemí na trase, na podporovacích slednicích. Start, cíl, všude tam, kde jsou prostě nejjednoduše potřeba. Pomáhají běžcům a běžkyním, aby si splnili další sny a další metu, dalším vytčeným cílem pro celou řadu z vás, že být třeba 5 hodin a do toho ikonické hranice času se také dostáváme od startovního výstřelu, od 9. hodiny, startovního výstřelu 30. čtvrtku, maraton ORLEN Praha 2025 se dostáváme pěkně jistě v dalších minutách. Aktuální čas 4 hodiny 52 minut. Ještě jednou připomínáme, jak dobře píšete, pokud čekáte na své favority, na své kamarády, rodinné příslušníky, že 7 hodin, ten čas chvílemi, oddáváme až do 16. hodiny. A společně s námi také running with Golden Card a pojďme si po vás. Ahoj kluci. Ahoj. 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 Tak kluci, ještě tady máme výkonu našeho dalšího kamaráda. Pojďme ale k vašemu kapitánovi, tak kdo vás dneska proveze 42 km.
Možná Víčka, Brácha, Státa, Víťa a
skvěle, celý váš tým a pozdravujeme a máváme také vlastně kompletnímu týmu. Ještě jednou poprosím o jméno vašeho hlavního kapitána. Ondra, který se to užil. Ahoj Ondro. Ondra to skvěle zvládlo. Tak kluci ještě řekněte, jaké to bylo, jak se dělal atmosféru. Tam to bylo opravdu euforické. Na startu i v cíle, tak jaké to bylo na trati.
Na trati to byl Daniel, to byla pěkná. Já se na to konzultoval. Je to nadšený, pomáhali zprostát, to bylo nadšený.
Kluci, vnímali jste, je tedy pravda, že jste vnímali, že Ondra prostě vnímá každý kilometra, že se to užívá, že to prožívá.
Jo, užívá se naplno. Vždycky rádi se můžu řešit těch závodů a že se může úžasný a běžet.
Pánové, děkuju moc. Ano? Jo, takhle, Ondra, že jako kyselý cíle a prostě ještě jednou více další 32 kilometrů.
Když ti řekl, ne, tak ještě ti řeknu.
Tak je dobrá zpráva, protože se uvidíme i příště. Ondro, gratuluju ti, loučím se s tebou. Kluci, díky moc. Díky.
hodin výstřelů, což ale v praxi vůbec neznamená, že se dostáváme na 6. hodinu. V případě těch, kteří míří cílové linii, to ani nebudou. Tady máme ještě dost času i ve srovnání s hodinou pátou, protože se nám bude teprve překlápět, což bude oficiální limit, znamená, že nám zbývají ještě 2 hodiny pro všechny závodnice a závodníky, aby se dostali do cílové linii. Tady ale samozřejmě platí, že potřebujeme víc než 4 hodiny, než závodníci, kteří teď jdou na 5. hodinu cílové linii, tak se dostali do cíle. To znamená, že teď, pardon, na start. To znamená, že tady počítejte, že ten reálný čas je zhruba o 15 minut nižší, než tady, který vidíte na tabulku cílového plánu. Závodě, ve kterém jsme měli dohromady na 10 300 měsíců, 110 různých národností, které nám budou nechali do cílové linii. Tempu a rytmu, který je připravený podle toho, jak to zvládne na 42 km a 195 metrech. Takže to je samozřejmě velmi individuální. Je jasné, že jsou vyšší podle každý, jak potřebují. 110 nationalities representing an close running today at the start. Just 5 hours ago, we had 10,300 runners keeping their best place from the very beginning till the very end, which means that we have 2 more hours left. And we have a chance to enjoy the blue carpet in the way that you like. Because it is the best thing you can do. But I'm not trying to break your personal best. Just enjoy the last couple of meters. You will not win anything over there. Just an injury potential. Just enjoy the feeling that you are the finisher of the marathon, which is not a small thing, man. It's not a small thing at all. So just enjoy it. Try pushing just a couple of seconds. It's not more. It's not zero. Much better is to have a great time on the blue carpet that is prepared for the winners and for the finishers that you are right to be coming. That's what we want to see. You have a great time even in the last part, in the last meters of the course that has been prepared just for you, running here in the streets of Prague. Just for you, all the participants of the 30th edition of ORLEN Prague Marathon 2021. The last one in the course is still keeping the pace of around 10 minutes per kilometer, which means that he or she will be right on the edge of the limit that has been set for today's program. But that, as I mentioned, is expected because these ladies and gentlemen are able to keep the pace accordingly. Going for it. They know how to do it. They make it at the time of the life. They make sure that they are enjoying every single step of the world. They're enjoying the magnificent view of the city of Prague, the historic capital city of the Czech Republic. Because you need to cross 7 bridges, cross over 10 times in total. You need to make sure that you are now having a magnificent view on Prague Castle, the largest seat of a president in the world that is still being used. You need to make sure that you are enjoying while crossing the Charles Bridge, a part of the UNESCO list. It is truly unique and prepared for today during the ORLEN Marathon Prague 2025, just for the runners that they can own it in the best way possible. Running across it towards the next stage of the race.
pozdravím všechny běžce. Gratuluju všem, co dokončili. Děkuju tady svojí stoupence, která mě táhla v Himalajích na maratonu a která mě táhla i tady. A super vyznačení, skvělá trasa, výborný, moc jsme si to užili. Pro nás je to první maraton, pro mě už několik tady, pražský maraton. Já děkuju organizátorům, s kterými to bylo. Moc děkujeme.
Ještě jednou závěrečnou otázkou, Petře, moc vám gratuluju, jak jste to dali. Samozřejmě jste se i vy museli vydýchat, protože je to ohromná porce práce, 42 km, 195 metrů. No prosím, jaká byla atmosféra na trati? My to máme tady v cíli, ale jak to vypadalo prosím na trati?
No, úžasně, všude byla nějaká muzika, občerstvení, takže to mělo pohybu.
Petře, ještě jednou musím říct, že fakt je to skvěle zorganizovaný. Musím pogratulovat, jak to je zmáknutý všechno do detailu. Atmosféra vždycky, líbí se mi vrtá na začátku, když se startuje, je to hodně takový emotivní. Myslím si, že než aby se tady trhaly rekordy, nevím, jaký má Tereza Hrochová, Fejfar a podobně, ale ostatní je to spíš zážitek tady v Praze. Moc děkujeme.
Děkuju moc, děkuju vám oběma, protože tohle jsou ty pocity, které si užíváme společně s vámi. Velká radost za to, jak jste dali vlastně všechny nástrahy maratonu a nástrahy 10 kilometrů, protože je to ohromná výzva. Když jsme tady mluvili s Petrem Wagnerem a Petra, tak ještě jednou na dálku moc gratulujeme a Petr, který už má za sebou velké sportovní výzvy, ale určitě i tady platí, že tady je možnost pěkně si zapsat do sportovního srdíčka další splněný cíl. Orlen maraton roku 2025, 5 hodin 7 minut, to je ten start od oficiálního výstřelu. Samozřejmě u svého startovního čísla a tak to bude platit také na dalších závodech RunCzech běžecké série, protože čím jasně určí náš konkrétní čas. A my, jakožto členové kompletního týmu RunCzech, budeme zůstávat pro všechny, kteří zůstáváte, pro ty, kteří ještě jsou na trati, a my zůstaneme pro všechny, kteří jsou na 33., 4., 40. kilometru. Prostě a jednoduše, ještě za 16. hodinu, ještě za limit 7 hodin, budeme mapovat a přijímat informace o tom, kde máme ty naše poslední běžce, ale vítěze z té druhé strany výsledkové listiny, kteří jsou takový důležitý. Stejně jako vlajkonoši, kteří zůstávají a jasně ukazují, že společně s námi na Staroměstském náměstí byl opravdu celý svět. Užívejte si atmosféru. Maraton 2025 s novým generálním manažerem ORLEN, aby modrý koberec přinesl co nejvíce úspěchů těm, kteří musí zvládnout závěrečných 30, 20 nebo 10 metrů. Gratulujeme a zůstáváme dál s během 1 hodin a 9 minut od oficiálního výstřelu. 2025 ve spolupráci s ranním žurnálem, který právě běh proměnil každé 2 kilometry. Pulzující festival s 15 hudebními body a také fanzónami, včetně speciálního hudebního bodu ranního žurnálu s živým přenosem, protože Airstream je speciální místo pro rozhovory i pro radiožurnál a radiožurnál Sport, tedy jediná čistě sportovní stanice českého éteru, Česká televize, jenom díky přenosu také zprostředkovávala jednotlivé výkony. Co se týká letošního ročníku, připomínám ale 106 zemí, které měly signál pro to, aby spolu s námi, kteří jsme přímo nastartovat ty cíle na Staroměstském náměstí, mohlo sledovat jednotlivé výkony závodníků napříč kategoriemi. Když se podíváme na nejlepší české závodníky, případně nejlepší zahraniční závodníky závodu, zlatou známku kvalitu uvidí pojem RunCzech, tedy opravdu zlatá známka, která znamená splnění těch nejpřísnějších kritérií, co se týká závodníků, servisu a také tratě. Živé přenosy, jasná záležitost a společně v 9 hodin, kdy startovalo 10 300 účastníků, teď už tisícovky z nich, mužů a žen, běžců, běžkyň, amatérů, hodíků, ale také profesionálů, jsou v cílovém prostoru, ruka nahoru a velké poděkování těm, kteří se teď dostali skrze hodný koberec až do cílového prostoru po 5 hodinách a 13 minutách. Ještě jednou velké poděkování také dobrovolníkům, více než 1100 dobrovolníků, konkrétně tedy dnešní den, kdy byli naprosto přesní, abychom ocenili práci těch, kteří jsou na startu cíli, odebratě, ale také na občerstvovacích a osvěžovacích stanicích, protože opět platilo, že občerstvovačky a osvěžovačky by byly přichystány zhruba každé 2,5 kilometru, tak aby se každý cítil naprosto komfortně. 16 občerstvovacích stanic, 8 s jednotlivými nápoji a 6 000 litrů vody a 16 000 litrů izotonického nápoje, tak aby se dostalo opravdu na každého. Závodníci, kteří tedy startovali u nás na Staroměstském náměstí, proběhli Pařížskou ulicí přes Čechův most, na Malostranské náměstí až na Karlův most. Po jeho přeběhnutí se vydali Křižovnickou na Mánesův most. Za ním následovala původně klikovaná, která končila a běžci se naměřili v Holešovice k Nebeskému mostu a po jeho zvolání se vrátili sem k nám. Tady jsme viděli tedy běžce vlastně v té druhé části jejich závodu. Potom následovala ulice Celebná na Příkopě, národní střída, zpátky v Vltavě, opačnou stranou Kronského nábřeží, po zpáteční předběží Kaleckého mostu se běželo z Strakoniců na další otočce, no a pěkně směrem na Holešovice a zpět na Staroměstské náměstí, jmenuje ten výčet je neuvěřitelný. Mezi tím také celá řada dalších ikonických památek, co se týká Prahy a i srdce České národní divadlo Cílům nebo Pražná brána, zároveň také budou dům a naprosto exkluzivní vědy na Pražský hrad a také Karlův most. To všechno čekalo na ty, kteří doběhli, anebo také čeká na ty, kteří jsou 5 hodinách a 15 minutách ještě na trati.
More and more runners are coming closer and closer to the finish line according to what we are learning from the board. We should have the runners who are aiming for the limit right on the edge of the limit in the finish line, right at 4 p.m. because that's the time where we will be closing up according to the official limit. Running with those that can't, the organization that is helping to kids that would not have a chance to run by themselves, to enjoy the atmosphere of the big race of the 30th edition of ORLEN Marathon. Are coming to the blue carpet to celebrate their great achievement as well as to gain the medal of the finish. That's a deserved for the whole team. It's 5 hours and 17 minutes on the big screen, which means that we are getting closer to the actual 5 hours lane. Sorry, which means that our pacemakers, yes, they are there. I'm not missing a beat while watching our two ladies that are always keeping the pace with them running. And in this case, over 5K. Pavli and Darcha right now, right on the edge of the blue carpet, making sure that the whole team aiming for the 5 hours is within 5 hours, not just on the blue carpet, but in the finish line. Doing once again a magnificent job to keeping not only the pace, but also keeping up the spirit who are running with them, because these two ladies talk quite a lot while they are running. If you want to, they will help to ask any questions to make sure that you are not thinking just how tired you are, how exhausting it is, how difficult it is, or you can think about something else because they're trying to probably talkative and ready to help you out in any way possible. Running the 42 kilometers and 135 meters. Se svojí parťačkou. To je dvojice, která pokud se podíváme právě na ten velký dav závodníků a závodnice, kteří za mnou ještě jednou užít, tak aby jsme společně prožili i s Darčou to, co udívala právě voda. Tady, ahoj. Tak kde máte partičku? Pro medaile tady jsme viděli ještě další poděkování, tak musím nám to zhodnotit, protože vy jste běželi 5 hodin a často se říká, že ten nejdelší čas je to taky specifické. Strávíte hodně času na přímo jednotlivý kilometr, tak jak to bylo.
Je to pravda, je to dlouhý, ale je to krásný, je to bylo skvělý počasí, tak jsme se že užili. Všichni, kteří s náma chtěli doběhnout, tak doběhli, tak vám to radost.
Vy jste přiběhli s úsměvem na tváři, měli jste vůbec nějakou krizi, ty nebo Pája? Když se nemáte rádi. Jak velká byla skupinka? Jak ty vnímáš právě tu hodnotu 5 hodin? I tebe se zeptám, jaké byly podmínky z tvého pohledu?
Dokonalý. Dobrý počasí, nebylo zima, nevyšlo.
Říká Darča, která se ale nikdy nestěžuje, takže kdo ví, jak by to bylo, kdyby to třeba nebylo. Co můžeme od tebe očekávat na dalších závodech? Potkáme se, uvidíme se.
Určitě my se těšíme na další maratony.
Tak my taky, děkuju moc. Ano, děkuju, těšíme se. 5 hodin, tak tedy Pája a Darča, to byl ten závěrečný čas, který nabídli naši pacemakeri. Holky a kluci tohle skvělého týmu RunCzech Pacemakers. Najít je můžete třeba na Instagramu, aby i vy jste věděli, kde, co, jakým způsobem a abyste si poradili s nástavami, jaké věříme dál s úspěchem v 5 hodinách a 20 minutách. are celebrating those who are able to run 42 kilometers and 195 meters and more are to come to fit in this very category. In the third edition of ORLEN Prague Marathon, we have more and more runners coming on the blue carpet. Several hundred are still in the course. And in the next couple of minutes, in the next half an hour, you can expect to see quite a lot of runners who cross the finish line under the limit of 6 hours or under the level of 6 hours. Because usually it takes just a part of the, in this case, a huge number of participants to run just before the limit expires. Usually it's just I would say runners that come just before the limit expires. Usually the majority, huge majority of those who are running towards the finish line would fit within the limit of 6 hours. But in this case we have 7 hours to go, so still plenty of time for everyone to come to the finish line. We have a great time with the blue carpet to make sure that they can get in the middle of the finishers that is well deserved for those who will cross the blue carpet for a second. Starting while finishing as the finishers of the 30th edition of ORLEN Marathon Prague in the season 2025. Okružní lídry nám svítí aktuální časovou výstřelu 5 hodin a 30 minut. Víme, že nám zbývá ještě hodina a půl do limitu. V tomto případě je tady započítána do toho limitu i ta doba, která uplynula od startu dnešního závodu. Je tam těch 20 minut daných navíc v rámci toho limitu, který nastane. To se tam počítá takzvaným nultým kilometrem, kdy závodníci jsou na 0. kilometru nikoli 0,0, ale 0,20. Je nastavený ten program, jak je nastavená ta pravidla tak, aby to bylo fér pro všechny závodníky v rámci jejich dnešního vystoupení, a to nejenom dnešního, ale v rámci jakéhokoliv závodu RunCzech, aby to bylo co nejférovější a tedy samozřejmě podmínky dané dopředu, aby všichni věděli, na čem jsou a co můžou čekat. To se tady počítá s tím takzvaným nultým kilometrem, znamenajícím zapsaných 20 minut pro to, aby závodníci mohli co možná nejlépe a Praha, ORLEN Marathon Praha, a budeme pokračovat 17. května. Nás čeká maratony Running Festival na Karlových Varech, která zbudí 31. května. To jsou České Budějovice v polovině června 17. Budeme závodit v Olomouci tradičně skvělí fanoušci, kteří zůstávají do úplného konce, což kteří bude platit i dneska, kde je pravda typicky velmi horký závod, na těch polovině června, ale padají tam zajímavé časy a hlavně tam jsou skvělé podmínky z hlediska toho, že se lidé vykoupí proti týmu maratonského klání. Jeden z mužů, který teď bojuje o svůj šanci dostat se na modrý koberec, to vůbec nemusí hrát. Teď je tady v brutální křeči, brutální bolestech, ale ještě si jde dát high five s holčičkami, které tady jsou. It was a good job, Gary. Gary is experiencing quite a lot of pain. He's right now having spasms in his legs, and it's brutal. And I'm not speaking about the brutal that he's on his shirt, because he's running for brutal for the UK, but he's experiencing a brutal pain in his legs. But still, he found the energy to go to a high five to little girls that are standing in the court. I would say like 4 or 5 years old, but Gary, despite the pain that you can see on the blue carpet, came to them, I would say a few more meters, like every meter hurt as well, to give them a high five. Gary, I love that. I love that, Gary, and congratulations for becoming the finisher of the ORLEN Prague 2025, because you will make it. Thanks to Run for great attitude. Už na 34. kilometr se nám dostala poslední závodnice, nebo poslední závodník, to znamená, že zbývá půl pouhých 8 kilometrů do toho, aby se dostala do cílové lajny. A to tedy také v praxi znamená, že by měl držet ten nastavený čas velmi dobře s ohledem na limit. Hlavně teď rychle počítám, měl by se dostávat tenhle závodník nebo závodnice do cíle jenom kousek nad limitem, takže doufejme, že to zvládne. Zkrátí to na nějakou 7 hodinu a 4 minutu, jestli teď dobře hlavně počítám, což by znamenalo někde kolem 16:04 bychom tady měli mít posledního závodníka a tím pádem všechny závodnice a závodníky, kteří zvládnou 43 metrů a 195 metrů už cílové. Samozřejmě byla velká paráda a věřím, že tohle podaří dosáhnout a budeme je vítat. Pravé vítěze, kterými samozřejmě jsou, protože jdou na svůj závod, jdou na svůj výsledek, jdou na svůj čas, tak jak potřebují pro to, aby zvládli co možná nejlépe svůj výkon. V okamžiku, kdy máte za sebou maratonský distanci, nesprintujte do cíle, vaše tělo na to skupiny není připravené. Vaše tělo, pokud držíte na hranici 5,5 hodiny, je nastavené na nějaký rytmus, vaše svaly, které nejsou ready na to, riskujete tím zbytečně nějaké zranění, jenom na pohodu skvědu, když toto tempo, které jste si nastavili, nejde slučila. Zítra trošku roztočte nohy, dneska přímě slavte, ať jste trošku uspaní. Na zítřek můžete se zase vrátit do svého polotočení, jenom samozřejmě tréninku, ale taky práce, protože ano, zítra pořád bude možný, když vás budou požilovat. Ano, hodně platí a potřebuje.
krásně vyřečená část. Pojďme si to ještě jednou hezky dát do kontextu. 10 300 městců, 110 národností a zároveň měl také kompletní maratonský víkend, který jsme sledovali právě od včerejšího závodu soutěžních běhů. Ty součástí doprovodného programu a doprovodných běhů, to znamená více než 13 000 běžců a běžkyň. Dnes 9 hodin jenom Orlen maraton Praha, ale také součástí mistrovství maratonu, které splnila roli favoritky 19 členového mistrovství Evropy Jana Hrupová. Zároveň také další starty, včetně finále juniorského maratonu 10x4 km a 200 metrů. Pacemakeri, bojníci, kteří byli připraveni a odvedli obrovskou rozhodnutí svoji práci od 3 hodin a 15 minut až po 5 hodin, teď už ale 5 hodin a 5 až 40 minut. Takový je čas, pokud bychom se podívali na limit, který je ještě k dispozici těm, kteří jsou na trati. Ještě dostatek času, ještě do 7 hodin, do 16 hodiny. A když najdete 7 hodin na takový časový limit, samozřejmě bereme čekový čas, protože zhruba 20 minut se závodníci a závodnice, běžci a běžkyně dostali z jednotlivých koridorů do prvních 10 metrů, tak rozhodně nekončí 16, ale budeme pozdravit s vámi do 16, 20, 25 minuty. Jak moc bude potřeba proto, abychom všem závodníkům dali 100% pozornost a 100% péči. Protože vždy je důležitý ORLEN a Beautiful, každý je naším vítězem a už vyjde do druhé strany, když jsme dohodli svět. 46. Děkujeme za to, že zůstáváte na Staroměstském náměstí. Pokud chtějí vzpomeneme na ty záběry překonických výsledce na velkonoční rozhodce, tak je to velký zážitek pro běžce a to také díky tomu, že dál tlačíme, tleskáme a podporujeme ty, kteří jsou na trati až na modrý koberec a jak bylo řečeno, zůstáváme se skvělou muzikou a s vaší energií těch, kteří tleskají a podporují další dvě dámy, kterým zbývají poslední desítky metrů, dokonce i závěrečných 195 metrů od těch předešlých odběhnutých 42 kilometrů.
Because you look at me, that is the teacher. That we want to see you. Those wants to be here. Together, my God, because they want to work for us to work. Now, when you look at me, you want to work a lot because that's what it is. You are strong and just enough. Guess what? We are from even after nearly 6 hours because making sure you know you worry about the time it's waiting for you just next to you, just after just behind the first curve after the blue car is sacrificed for one of our main players. Never for the finisher of ORLEN Prague 2025. Make sure that you set the report on this track in your own so everybody who's coming for this meeting knows that he or she is dealing with a marathon runner. Because that's the skill to be well cherished and personal right here. We have still more than an hour left, but the limit is up. We can work on every single runner. On the blue carpet, coming close up to the 40 kilometers and 195 meters to the blue carpet. As you can see, finishing area. Anybody who is not needed because this technical road to the finish line, so he actually can help out to celebrate for his runners. His program will be pointing to make sure that they are in time on a blue carpet to bring their medals for the exhibitions. When you come to the finish line, you can see the gate. When you come to Pařížská Street, you can see the gate, you can taste the blue carpet and the swimming pool also. But it's still quite far, honestly. If you can talk to the people on the finish line for those who are coming to walk into this service edition of ORLEN Prague Marathon. It's a day move 500 meters that you can truly enjoy. Thanks to the amazing fans who are still staying here with us. This time we have nearly 6 hours since the start of the race here in the morning. Thank you so much, we do appreciate it. Every single one of you staying here with us for the very last moment of the race. We have still 1 hour left to the limit. As been said for today, also still 60 minutes left. The people will decide 64 minutes left for all those who are in the course to make sure that they can make it towards the finish line. The last runner in the course right now crossed the 36k mark, which means that Yoshi is just 6 kilometers left to the finish line, which is amazing because the current pace was somewhere around 10 minutes per kilometer. It would be absolutely perfect within the limit of 7 hours. And I do hope she I'm not really sure who's in the place that we continue to be in the first place from the good perspective of the current standing here in the ORLEN Marathon Prague race in the season 2025, which means that he or she will, I hope, become in 1 hour as a true winner of ORLEN Prague Marathon 2025. And definitely we'll be staying here making sure that we can help out to do our best so he or she can truly enjoy. There is a group of 10 people that is at the end of the over 10,000 runners that has started in the streets of Prague, which means that we will have to figure out who will be the kind of the winner from the right perspective of the results. We'll find it in an hour. So you how we will stay here with us to make sure that you can also figure it out. We'll be enjoying as the last runner the blue carpet of ORLEN Prague Marathon 2025. Na samém závěru startovního pole dnešního závodu na 40 km a 195 metrů máme aktuálně skupinku asi 10 jezdců. Uvidíme, kdo nakonec získá vítězství ze správného pohledu na startovní místo. Takže pokud se dobře podíváte na výsledkovou listu, budeme mít vítěze, který se tomu aktuálně mezičasu dostali přesně na hranici 7 hodin. Bude to být o pár desítek před 7 hodin, ještě jim zbývá 6 kilometrů, protože aktuálně jsou závodou připravené 6 kilometrů, ještě 6 kilometrů a takovou tomu do tempo, které trčili v poslední hranici 10 minut kilometrů, takže to ostatní nastavené i proto, abychom mohli držet zabezpečení na těch posledních domluvené, i samozřejmě pomohli s policií České republiky, s místní policií, kteří obrovským způsobem pomáhají, aby mohl celý závod bezpečně a dobře proběhnout. Velký dík za to. Samozřejmě i 2 000 dobrovolníků, kteří jsou rozesedni po trati, se nám budou postupně také stavovat cílové bráně, pro které ale ten dnešní závod se výhledovým limitem velmi často ještě určitě nebude, protože samozřejmě je všechno potřeba dát zpátky do původního a demoličního stavu. Proto se tady, jakmile skončí závod, to uvidíte, jak se mi strašně rychle. Jakmile se dostane poslední závodí do cílové liny, tak tady za pár desítek minut v podstatě nebude znát ulicích Prahy, kromě toho, že budou o něco čistší, protože za běžci jedou čistící vozy, které vyčistí všechno, co tam zůstává, protože někdo může odhodit nějaký gel, nějaký kus. Zkrátka rovně třeba i banánů nebo něčeho podobného cestou, to rovnou čistí vozy, takže to Praha zase čistá i po proběhnutí více než 10 000 běžky a běžků do cílové lajny do dnešního maratonského na 36 km tak máme skupinku 20 běžky a běžců, kteří jsou v závěrečné fázi svého dnešního závodu za hodinu. Přesně chytli, protože o téhle chvíli přesně 1 hodina do konce limitu ještě zbývá.
Od startovního výstřelu 30. ORLEN maratonu Praha roku 2025, kdy se můžeme vrátit o několik hodin zpět a také také připomenout, jak se dařilo těm úplně nejrychlejším. Samozřejmě naši vítězové a další, kteří si rozhodně zaslouží svoji medaili na krk, se dostávají do cíle právě v tuto chvíli. Co se týká ale ORLEN maratonu Praha, právě v letošním roce, tak tomu v tom absolutním pořadí královali etiopští vytrvalci. Mistry České republiky se pak stali Jan Havlena a Tereza Hrupová. Pojďme se ale ohlédnout ještě o něco blíže, protože, jak už jsem připomínal, v obou elitních kategoriích tedy se stali vítězi, ti, kteří reprezentovali Etiopii a etiopskou školu běhání v prvenství v závodě se startem i cílem tady na tomto ikonickém pro nás všichni stanovnickém náměstí obhájený loňský vítěz Leny Berhanu Hajla a také absolutní pořadí žen, kde povládla jeho krajanka Suda. Prahy velmi dobré účastní, jako taková se pohybovala okolo 15 stupňů. Letos na mistrovství Evropy skončila hlavní favoritka Tereza Hrupová, která tedy splnila roli favoritky, dvojnásobná olympionička, uskladala svou premiéru na mistrovství republiky v maratonu suverénním vítězstvím a velmi vysokou kvalitou a také se ještě museli vyvinut náskokem výkonem 2 hodiny 34 minut a 4 sekundy se tak Terka navíc prosadila na nechutivém 7. místě v absolutním pořadí. V rámci možností jsem si vypůjčila tento zajímavý závod, budou si to muset ale ještě zpracovat, tak to řekla bezprostředně po doběhu do cíle právě letošní vítězka Tereza Hrupová, nová česká šampionka. Vícemistryní republiky se stala zkušená Petra Pastorová. Domácím šampionátu maratonu má tak sbírku neuvěřitelných 6 zlatých, 1 stříbrné a 1 bronzové medaile. Třetí Ceníkov vybojovala pak Eva Filipiová. Viděli jsme ten její opravdu super čas, pokud se podíváme na výsledkové tabulky a na maraton jako takový podání bronzové Evy Filipiové. Samozřejmě také celá řada velkých osobností byla na startu. Když se podíváme na české muže, tak připomeňme také dvojnásobná vítězka wimbledonské čtyřhry Barbora Strýcová, která byla 20. závod a za kvalitní čas 3 hodiny 18 minut a 39 sekund. No a teď ještě odběhneme mezi muži, protože ORLEN maraton Praha a zároveň tedy vítězství pro 24letého šampiona Jana Havlenu. Běžec, který se připravuje primárně v Švýcarsku, porazil všechny zkušené soupeře a zcela vyčerpaný propulsou v čase 2 hodin 21 minut a 12 sekund. 8 sekund za tím pro 38. medaili domácí šampionátu. Vít Pauliška, ale ta obrovská stálice českého běhání, bronz vybojoval v dramatické bitvě loňského mistra Martin Toman. Tak to jsou tedy ti, kteří brali medaile z pohledu českých závodníků. To se ale vstaly časy okolo 2 hodin a 20, 25 nebo 30 minut, pokud ještě nahlédne také pod podličku nejrychlejších žen. Teď jsme u hranice 6 hodin 4 minut a dál zůstáváme s běžci a běžkyněmi 30. ročí tady v Praze. Poprvé v roce 1995 to byly stovky běžců. Na druhý chvíli se ještě podíváme v dalších desítkách minut, ale váš podpis patří dalším úspěšným účastníkům, kteří zvládli od 1. až do 42. kilometru letošní velkou výzvu 4. května 2025.
běžíte maraton, získáte nepodcenitelné zkušenosti. Pokud jich naběháte pár desítek, získáte ještě další. Za chvíli se na modrém koberci objeví borec, kterého podle jeho stylu poznáte okamžitě. Když si splaví modré píku s čepicí, která je bílo-červená. To je borec, který dneska běží 28. maraton tady v Praze z 28 mužů. 77letý borec, který běhá neuvěřitelné množství maratonů a půlmaratonů v každém roce. There are some stories you can enjoy and some stories that you need to laugh. And the man who is right now with the white red cap coming to the blue carpet is a true hero of what you can see here in the streets of Prague. He is František Večeřa, right now finishing his 28th marathon in the streets of Prague. Out of 28 he could have ever participated. He is 77 years old and he is speeding up towards the finish line. František Večeřa zatopil podkopem na vesném 28 možných pražských maratonů dobíhá do cíle hluboko pod 6 hodinami. 77letý borec, který svým nezaměnitelným stylem sází 1 kilometr za druhým, má na svém kontě neskutečné množství maratonů a půlmaratonů a ta frekvence, se kterou je běhá, je absolutně šílená z mého osobního pohledu, protože to, co tenhle týpek zvládne, je naprosto excelentní. František Večeřa říkal, že nejhorší byl doba covidu, ne protože byl covid, ale protože nebyl závody, on tak nemohl běhat. To byl ten největší problém, který s ním měl, protože říkal, já potřebuji běhat, to je další cíl, abych zase mohl jít do nějakého závodu. Dnes v cílové lajně připravený i věřím za chvíli na rozhovor, aby jsme slyšeli, co si myslí o svém 28 možných maratonů z ulicích Prahy, protože František Večeřa je jeden ze 6 borců, kteří dneska nastoupili po 28. do ulic Prahy. Spolu s ním Radim Kotlova, Oldřich Vysoudil, Milan Ekatial, Pavel Kratina a také Daniel Dvořák jsou těmi, které máme 28krát 28 možností. Přinejmenším na startovní trošku, ale věřím, že v jejich případě i v cíli.
A pan František Večeřa, pane Františku, když se tady dával takové exkluzivní rozhovory novinářům, tak řekněte, že jste byl na každém ročníku od roku 1995, můžu prozradit, letos 77 let, vypadáte ale ve skvělé formě, tak jaký byl ten maraton roku 2025?
Tak líbilo se mi to, já myslím, že nikdo nevěří, že by to bylo špatný, protože povedlo se nám počasí. A to je důležité, že nám nepřišlo, protože já si třeba pamatuju na ty leta, že jsem 3krát zhubnul. No, to je takový nepříjemný, no tak to k tomu patří, protože každý závod má prostě svoji duši, svoji krásu.
Vy jste hodně nad věcí, je to vidět, ty zkušenosti máte obrovské. Díval jste se ale také na čas, je ten čas něco důležitého pro vás?
Tak dneska už se na to dívám trošku jinak, třeba když jsem v roce 1995, tak jsem proběhl takový šlupka, co jsem zaběhl za 3,50 let, zaběhl za 3,24, že jo, pochopitelně to nekam říkají, no dneska mám nějakých asi 6,07, no já jsem spokojený, protože já si vydám čas, protože já chci říct si všem závodníkům, kteří se zúčastní, prostě každý, kdo to doběhne, je vítězem, to je logický.
Ještě mi řekněte, 77 let, obrovská forma, ale znamená to, že jste se vlastně do světa maratonu dostal někde na hranici 50. Tak jak byste se vlastně dostal k běhání a k tomu dlouhému běhání na 42 km?
No tak u mě je to jednodušší, protože tenkrát já zase v 85. roce, tak jsem jezdil železného muže, takže tam je 3,82 na kole a běží se maraton. No a pak když se tady v roce 1995 vzniklo, že tenkrát bylo 37, a bylo pak 47, s klukama jsme si řekli, hurá, jdeme se podívat, kluci říkali jiné desítku, tenkrát v 95. běžela desítečka, já říkám, tak na desítku nejdu, já to budu maraton. No a tak to vzniklo,
Děkuju moc za rozhovor a prosím velký potlesk pro muže, který má od roku 1995 kompletní sbírku všech maratonů Praha, pana František Večeřa. Františku, děkuju.
Já vám rád děkuju, že jste tady přišel za mě dcera, koukám, tady přinesla, to víte, já mám rodinu na tou správnou, prostě, která si dělá legrace a to přeju prostě každému, tak to má být v každé rodině.
Necháme přiskočit dceru, ale ještě, než oficiálně přiskočí hezky na fotografii. Dobrý den, tak prosím jenom váš komentář. Vlastně ten výkon a ta neuvěřitelná bilance.
No, teda senzační sport, pro mě velmi důležitý, jak vidíte,
Super, děkuju moc. Ano, a se speciální stužkou pan František Večera, muž, borec, legenda maratonu Praha, ORLEN maraton roku 2025, také s běžcem letos 77letým, který si opět podmanil 42 km a 195 metrů. Františku, gratulujeme, děkujeme a těšíme se zase za rok. letošním roce, pokud bychom se podívali na domácí scénu, domácí sezónu RunCzech běžické série právě v letošním roce, tak zatím maraton Praha na několik desítek minut se stane ale minulostí i ORLEN maraton Praha. Dovolte, abychom vás pozvali také na další závody RunCzech v roce 2025. Za 14 dní 17. května Maton Running Festival Karlovy Vary. Running Festival a opravdu různé závody, včetně půlmaratonu 21 kilometrů a 97,5 kilometrů 31. května v Českých Budějovicích. 14. května pak Olomouc. Samozřejmě nebude ani v letošním kalendáři chybět pražská štafeta, Unicredit pražská štafeta dnech 24. a 25. května. Po letní pauze 6. září a nedal prodloužit na 5 a Pirel večer na 10 km. Závod, kde je vždy maximálně nasazení těch nejlepších závodníků a také závodnic. Maturitní festival Ústí nad Labem 20. září a tím posledním závodem jako tradičně v posledních letech pak Liberec, Antony Liberec, druhý rad a Teolzina. Už se budeme těšit také na sezónu 2026, ale hodně předbíháme. Jsme v první části letošního roku 6 hodin, bezmála 25 minut. Modrý koberec a další závodnice. Teď už ten počet samozřejmě bude o něco nižší, už jsme za tím hlavním hypem nějakou hodinu a půl, možná 2 hodiny. Nedávno tady byl opravdu velký proud a velký láček běžců a běžkyň, rychlých a samozřejmě těch, kteří zvládli na strany využití, ale občerstvovačky, osvěžovačky. Tak to platí vlastně až do této chvíle, až do závěrečných výsledků posledního běžce na trati, anebo běžkyně na trati společně s cyklistou týmu RunCzech. Jsou k dispozici všechny benefity, které jasně vypovídají o tom, že to, co mají ti nejlepší, mají také ti, kteří dnes můžou bojovat na 38., 9., 40. kilometru. Jsme o tom mluvili také pacemakeri, o tom, že opravdu ta chvíle slabosti může přijít kdekoliv, s tím se musí počítat. 42 kilometrů, tedy ten závod, který už mnohokrát v historii tady v Praze od roku 1995 projevuje vždy co jednotlivé kilometry síly závodníků a závodnic. Pokud se ještě ohlédneme za historii v roce 1995 poprvé, v roce 2020 to byl jediný ročník, který byl bez závodníků. Ten covidový rok, nešťastný covidový rok, v roce 2021, tak především veliký atleté, teď už ale s vámi přijeli 10 300 mužů, žen, krásných účastníků na trati, ať už jakýmkoliv stylem, tak teď budeme jednotlivce, ale třeba i větší skupičky v dalších desítkách minut ještě sledovat do časového limitu 7 hodin, minimálně do 16 hodiny, kdy s vámi a zůstaňte. A jako každý rok uděláme co nejlepší atmosféru i závodníkovi nebo závodnici, který poběží na závěr, který bude ukončovat ORLEN maraton roku 2025.
39K was crossed by the group of those closing up, winning the limit in the race of ORLEN Prague Marathon 2025, which means that the last runner has less than 3 kilometers left till the finish. Just 3 kilometers left till every single runner is on the blue carpet or crossed the blue carpet towards the finish line of the third edition of ORLEN Prague Marathon. It's either the OC or the group, so I would guess that there are later as well as men will be within the limit precisely because they have just 32 minutes left, and I do believe that they will be keeping the pace somewhere around 10 minutes a kilometer, which would be perfect within the limit. So make sure that you are here to cheer for those who will be right with the fight, right on the edge, with the fight of gaining the title of the finisher of the 30th edition of ORLEN Prague Marathon. In half an hour, every single one of those who started just over 6 hours and 28 minutes ago and was strong enough and brave enough and courageous enough to make it to the finish line will have the medal of the finish.